in the era of Eretudo, prior to the fall of the old capital. Tai, if you don't get up soon, the sun will be shining on your backside. I know, Grandma. A young boy slowly rose, stretching luxuriously. Today marks your first day of school. You mustn't miss the opening ceremony, his grandmother said with a smile, gently patting his head. Come downstairs for breakfast. I've prepared sandwiches for you. Okay. Tai rubbed his eyes and yawned before heading downstairs to freshen up. His grandmother chuckled, somewhat helplessly, and followed him down. A short while later, after finishing breakfast, Tai shouldered his backpack and waved goodbye to his grandmother. As he walked along the path to school, excitement and curiosity bubbled within him. The prospect of meeting new people and forging new friendships filled him with anticipation. Oh dear, what should I do? An elderly woman exclaimed anxiously at the corner. Upon noticing her distress, Tai hurried over. Excuse me, is there something troubling you? Oh dear, my little Koi is missing. The worry in the old woman's eyes was palpable, prompting Tai to quickly reassure her. Don't worry, I'll help you look for her. What does Koi look like? She has white fur, one blue eye, and one yellow eye. She's a very adorable cat. Where did you last see her? Ah, it seems she went missing around the square. I took her out for a walk today, and I never expected this to happen. Seeing the old woman's distress deepen, Tai suggested they check the square. Without hesitation, she agreed, and after some time, they arrived at Eretudo Square. Tai scanned the surroundings, and at last, beneath a cherry blossom tree, he spotted Koi along with a girl who seemed both familiar and strange to him. Hey, are you the owner of this cat? Asked a girl with brown hair and purple markings on her face. I'm here to help find her, Tai stammered, unable to meet her gaze directly. Koi, your grandmother is very worried about you. Let's go back. With that, Tai scooped up Koi and dashed away. Wait, I still don't know your name, the girl called after him. Honestly, what if he takes her away without knowing her owner? I should follow him, Grandma. I found Koi. Tai exclaimed, presenting the cat to the old woman, who took Koi in her arms, tears of joy streaming down her face. Koi, my dear, I thought I'd never find you. You've worried me sick. She turned to Tai, saying, Child, thank you. I don't know what I would have done without Koi. My surname is Yao. You can call me Grandma Yao. Would you like to visit my home? Tai shook his head, politely declining. No, thank you, Grandma Yao. I still need to attend the opening ceremony. After parting, Tai hurried to school, yet his thoughts lingered on that girl. What is wrong with me? He lamented inwardly. Meanwhile, the girl who had been watching from a distance mused. So, it was true. He said he was going to the opening ceremony. What a coincidence. Eventually, Tai arrived at the school. Although I'm a bit late and missed registration, thankfully, they haven't started calling names yet. As the teachers on the podium began to call attendance, one announced, First up, Hatake Kakashi, please come to the stage. This announcement sparked a wave of murmurs among the crowd. Wait, he has the surname Hatake. Isn't he the elite of the defense force, the son of Eretudo's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo? Who cares? Just because his father is exceptional doesn't mean he is too. What a show-off. Don't you think he's quite handsome? Tai gazed at the silver-haired boy on stage, observing the expression in his dead, fish-like eyes, which seemed to meet his own. Feeling uncomfortable under that gaze, Tai quickly averted his eyes, thinking to himself, this guy is rather perceptive. Indeed, Kakashi had noticed Tai, his attention drawn by the prominent Uchiha clan emblem on Tai's attire. The Uchiha clan, It seems I should pay attention. Time passed, and eventually, the announcer called, Next, Noera Rin. Please come to the stage. Tai initially showed little reaction, but upon seeing a familiar figure, his eyes widened. Isn't that the girl from this morning? What a coincidence. Tai felt a surge of pride, but just as he envisioned an idyllic school life, the voice of the announcer shattered his daydream. Next, Uchiha Tai. Please come to the stage. That a hush fell over the crowd as Tai stiffly ascended the platform. Oh my, did I hear that correctly? Uchiha, that mysterious and powerful clan. Ah, how could this happen? I thought the Hatake kid was the main attraction, but now we have an Uchiha. I can't possibly attend this school anymore. I'll have to enroll again next year. Don't you think Uchiha Tai seems a bit dull? What a strange way of walking. Shoo, don't let him hear you. From the audience, Rin was taken aback. Isn't that the boy from this morning? He's actually an Uchiha. But he helped an old lady find her cat. Reflecting upon this, she smiled, realizing it seems the Uchiha can be kind and gentle too. The Uchiha clan, alongside the Hashimi clan, was a prestigious family in Eretudo, known for their formidable strength and ancestral weapons. The Hashimi clan possessed the demon blade No Tail, while the Uchiha clan wielded the legendary Uchiha fan and boasted the powerful Sharingan, granting them remarkable reflexes and perception. At last, the day's opening ceremony concluded with the principal's speech, and the time for class assignments approached. Tai silently prayed, "I hope I can be in the same class as Rin." Just then, a teacher approached the notice board to post the class assignments. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, Tai approached, covering his eyes with his hands until he stood before the board. Finally summoning his courage, he slowly removed his hands. "Haha, wonderful. I'm actually in the same class as Rin." Tai's heart soared, but then he heard a voice. "Look, the Uchiha and Kakashi are in the same class." Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. It was true, Kakashi was in his class as well. Struck with dismay, Tai exclaimed, "Ah, how could this guy also be in the same class as Rin? This is infuriating." Soon, it was time to report to the classroom. Tai cautiously pushed open the door, only to find a throng of girls gathered around Kakashi, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind as he searched for Rin. "Tai, thank you so much for your help this morning. I truly appreciate you returning the cat," Rin said, gently patting his shoulder. Startled, Tai turned to see Rin, stammering, "Ah, well, it was also thanks to you, Rin. I was merely fulfilling a request." "Hey, Tai's a kind person, so let me introduce myself properly. I'm Noera Rin. I look forward to working with you. I'm Uchiha Tai. Please take care of me." Chapter 2. Acquaintances. Time passed, and the semester exams came to a close. Emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Unfortunately, Obito found himself in the latter category. "Oh no, I failed again. Not a single subject passed. What am I going to do?" he exclaimed anxiously. Indeed, due to his less than stellar performance, he earned the dubious distinction of being the bottom of the class at RE2 Academy. "Don't be disheartened, Obito. Why not come to my house for some tutoring during the break?" Rin suggested. "I found a brilliant student to help you." Upon hearing this, Obito's spirits lifted, and a smile broke across his face. "Great. I'm feeling energized. By the way, who is this brilliant student you found?" "That's a secret. You'll find out tonight," Rin playfully replied, leaving Obito curious but unwilling to press further. As the evening approached, Obito pondered who this exceptional student could be. Lost in thought, he arrived at Rin's doorstep. "Well, as long as I can spend time with Rin and study together, I suppose it doesn't matter," he mused. He politely rang the doorbell, and Rin's mother answered. "Why, it's little Obito. Here for tutoring with Rin? Come in." She welcomed him inside. Obito slowly approached Rin's room, took a deep breath, and announced, "I'm coming in." As he opened the door, a familiar white-haired figure appeared before him. "Kakashi, what are you doing here?" Obito shouted in disbelief. Kakashi, slightly bemused, replied, "Rin called me to help you both study. Honestly, I was curious about which fool needed help. But it seems the answer is clear now. You jerk." Obito retorted angrily. "Calm down, Obito. I specifically asked Kakashi to help you since he topped the class." Rin reassured him. Resigned, Obito settled down while Kakashi shrugged and said, "I didn't expect it to be you needing help, Obito, the bottom of the class. Now, let us look at this question. It tests basic knowledge from the textbook, so take a look." With a hint of rebellion, Obito snatched the test paper. "Let me see. Oh, I remember this question. I think I can solve it like this." After some time, he confidently handed the paper back to Kakashi, a proud expression on his face. However, all he heard was a snap, and upon turning around, he saw Kakashi's disapproving glare and Rin's awkward smile. "What? I got it completely wrong." Kakashi scrutinized Obito. "It appears your foundation is rather weak. You'll need some intensive training." A chill ran down Obito's spine as he turned to see Kakashi holding the RE2 Comprehensive Study Guide in one hand and resting the other on his shoulder. "All right, Obito. Let us get started with studying," Kakashi said darkly. "Oh, no." Obito screamed, his voice echoing throughout the district. Rin's mother smiled, reflecting, "Youth is indeed wonderful." Time passed, and Obito wandered the streets, feeling like a lost soul. Days later, as he walked home, he transitioned from shock to numb acceptance, realizing he had made significant progress. Suddenly, the metallic clanging of objects echoed from the park. Huh? Who could be in the park at this hour? Obito wondered aloud, but then thought, no. Could it be a ghost? Swallowing hard, he cautiously approached the source of the noise. Peering through the bushes, he found nothing. Suddenly, a knife was pressed against his neck, startling him. Please don't kill me. I'm too young to be eaten. I wouldn't eat a child, the knife wielder replied, lowering the blade. Obito turned to see who it was. Wait, Kakashi? No, that is not right. Who are you? I am Tsukumo Hatake, young one. I see you know my son, he said, noticing the Uchiha crest on Obito's back and his protective goggles. You must be the infamous Obito Uchiha. Son, you mean, you are Eritu's White Fang. Obito exclaimed excitedly. It seems my reputation has reached even the young ones. Tsukumo smiled, ruffling Obito's hair. You're Kakashi's friend, correct? I've never seen him mention anyone else and show such emotion. Friend? No way. We're not friends. Obito protested, an idea striking him. Wait, I just remembered something. Tsukumo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Then, I ask you to become Kakashi's friend. That child lost his mother at a young age, he continued, realizing something. I don't want you to pity him. I feel guilty for not being there for him as his father. Obito felt a wave of confusion wash over him. His mind whispering, so he is like me? Though Obito had no parents, his grandmother had given him warmth, while Kakashi had a father who couldn't be present. Is this why he is so distant? Obito murmured. Obito, would you like me to teach you the White Fang techniques? Perhaps you could become friends with Kakashi? Tsukumo asked, thinking that young boys might be interested in such skills. That is too precious. No. I'll try my best to befriend Kakashi. Obito stammered. Then it's settled. Meet me here tomorrow, Tsukumo declared, leaving no room for Obito to respond. Why is Kakashi's father like this too? Obito internally screamed, but thought, I'll talk to Kakashi about this during tutoring tomorrow. It was indeed cold. Obito sneezed and trembled as he made his way home. The following morning, Obito sought out Kakashi, who was taken aback. Why are you looking for me so early? I just wanted to thank you for your help these past few days, Kakashi. Obito said earnestly, shaking Kakashi's hand. So, if you ever need help, feel free to ask me, Obito Uchiha, for assistance. Kakashi replied, slightly bemused. What else with the sudden change? If I need help, it'll be because the sky is falling. Please take care of me, Kakashi. Obito grinned sincerely, finally letting go of his prejudices. Boring. Chapter 3. The name of beauty Obito, if you don't get up now, you'll be late. Rin called out at Obito's front door. TCH, Rin, don't wait for that guy. He must have overslept again, Kakashi said somewhat irritably. Indeed. The two were there to wait for their good friend, the universally acknowledged last in the class at Aelita's school, Uchiha Obito. At that moment, a cacophony of rummaging echoed from upstairs, and Obito rushed out, hands clasped together, apologizing to Rin. Sorry, Rin. I overslept a bit. But thank you for waiting for me. He then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, what do you mean by again? Why do you have such an impression of me? To which Kakashi merely scoffed. This response only fueled Obito's annoyance. What does scoff mean, you jerk? Obito threatened to throw a punch at Kakashi, who deftly sidestepped. All right, you too. That's enough, Rin interjected habitually. Obito, it's not just me waiting for you. Kakashi is here too. I know, Rin. Obito turned to Kakashi with a distorted expression. Thanks, Kakashi. Kakashi sighed. I don't need thanks from an idiot. Sure enough, Obito exploded like a powder keg, angrily shouting at Kakashi. What did you say, Kakashi? You jerk. Take this. However, Kakashi had already run off, leaving Obito grinding his teeth in frustration. Oh, Kakashi, you can't escape. Obito immediately gave chase, while Rin helplessly rubbed her forehead. Saying, sigh these two. Wait for me. The three of them chased each other, soon arriving at school. Finally catching up. Rin patted both of their shoulders and kindly said, I say, you two. Are you just going to leave me behind? Obito noticed Rin was upset and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Kakashi quickly followed with, me too. You both should apologize and make up, Rin instructed. But it was Kakashi who called me an idiot first. Isn't that right? You. Kakashi. Rin coughed lightly, and the two fell silent. We're all friends. And a friend is someone you can rely on. Now, you two, make the reconciliation seal. Initially hesitant, Obito, as if having made a decision, extended his right hand. Kakashi, surprised by this gesture, nonetheless reached out with his left hand, interlocking their thumbs. The three shared a smile, and all grievances dissipated. How about we go for barbecue after school? Rin proposed. That sounds great. Barbecue is definitely the best, Obito exclaimed. I have no objections. Soon, school was over. And the trio arrived at Barbecue Q. Rin suggested, since the atmosphere is so good, why don't we share our dreams? My dream is to become a doctor. So fewer people will get hurt. Wow, Rin's dream is as gentle as she is, Obito said, his face slightly flushed as he glanced at Rin. My dream is to become a hero of the world. Still as ridiculous as ever. But that's Obito for you, Kakashi remarked with a hint of nostalgia. As for my dream, I wish for yours to come true. Kakashi, you jerk, Obito said, touched, as he lunged toward Kakashi. I'll take that as a compliment. Kakashi, somewhat disdainful, used one hand to block Obito. Get a grip, Obito. Rin watched this scene with great interest, secretly capturing it on her phone. After their meal, the three parted ways. Obito, glancing at a message on his phone, let out a sharp cry. It was from the grandmother who had asked him to find her cat. Oh dear, little Obito, I've got a new granddaughter. Come and see her. Obito went to the supermarket to buy some gifts and followed the address to the grandmother's house. Politely knocking on the door. It was opened by the grandmother, who exclaimed, Little Obito, you're here? Look, what did you bring? Please, Grandma. This is just a little token of my appreciation for all you've done for me, Obito insisted as he placed the gifts on the table. Oh, you child, you're too thoughtful, the grandmother sighed. Come, see my granddaughter. As they entered the inner room, Obito saw a gentle woman cradling an infant. "You must be Uchiha Obito. My mother told me about you," she said with a smile. "Thank you for helping us find little Aoi." No need to thank me. It was my duty," Obito replied bashfully. "Let me tell you my precious granddaughter's name. Her name is Yao Jiayin. Isn't it lovely?" The grandmother beamed. "I believe Jiayin will become a star." "Yao Jiayin, what a beautiful name," Obito remarked. "Ha ha ha, now Jiayin is your little godsister. You must protect her well. Come. Give her a hug," the grandmother encouraged. Obito hurriedly took the baby into his arms, feeling the weight of life, which led him into contemplation. Imagining the parents he had never met, he murmured, "A sister, huh?" Though he knew the grandmother was joking, he felt a newfound responsibility to protect something dear. "Obito, you shouldn't bring gifts. I have nothing for you. But here, take this pendant. It has Jiayin's photo inside," the grandmother said, handing it to him. And this time he accepted it. As he left, Obito carefully placed the pendant in his pocket and bid farewell to the grandmother. Instead of heading straight home, he went to the park to wait for someone. "Hey, isn't that Obito? Why are you so late?" "I thought you weren't coming," Kakashi Shigeru said with a laugh, patting Obito's head. Actually, I went to visit an elderly person," Obito said awkwardly. "I won't be late again. Ha ha ha, it's no big deal. But this training is going to be quite challenging." Unlike before, Kakashi Shigeru nodded, though inwardly reflecting on how quickly Obito was learning, having already mastered the basics. It was time to teach him some core skills. Kakashi Shigeru tossed a wooden sword to Obito. "Come on, there's no substitute for practical experience. Swing at me." Obito, bewildered and at a loss, caught the wooden sword just as Kakashi Shigeru raised his sword to attack. Obito had no time to react and was knocked down. "Too slow. Obito, you need to observe my stance before you attack." That night, the screams echoing from the park became one of Ailadu's urban legends, claiming that every evening, the park would resonate with ghostly wails, a mysterious ritual to open the gates of hell. Of course, there was also a certain hedgehog-headed boy limping out of the park. Chapter 4. The calm before the storm. "Obito, this may be the last time I teach you," Kakashi Shikama gently said while ruffling Obito's hair. "I've been assigned a long-term mission, and well, I might not return for several years. Is it really that important?" Obito inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. "Indeed, it is of utmost importance. During my absence, Kakashi has entrusted you and Rin with a significant responsibility," Kakashi Shikama earnestly implored. "No need for that. Both Rin and I are Kakashi's friends. Even without your request, we would gladly help," Obito replied hastily. Hearing this, Kakashi Shikama felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that Kakashi had surrounded himself with good friends. "All right then, I will count on you, Obito. Now, how about I treat you to a barbecue? Let's south go to that place you often visit. What is it called? Are you referring to Barbecue Q?" "Uncle Shikama?" Obito asked. "Yes, that's the one. Bring them along too, and indulge yourselves. My balance is still quite sufficient," Kakashi Shikama responded. "Wonderful. Uncle Shikama, you are too generous," Obito exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. "All right, you two, head there first, and I will join you shortly," Kakashi Shikama instructed. Understood. The duo hurriedly made their way to Barbecue Q, with Rin concerned about keeping others waiting, while Kakashi was. "So, Obito, when did you become acquainted with my father?" Kakashi fixed a vacant stare on Obito. "What? Kakashi, you don't know?" Obito recounted the events, omitting certain details. "So, you've already grasped the intermediate techniques of the White Fang swordsmanship?" Kakashi adjusted his glasses, needing a moment to process this revelation. It was no wonder Obito had been returning later than usual these past few days. However, he had not expected Obito, typically at the bottom of their class, to master the White Fang's techniques. "Bottom of the class? Kakashi, you scoundrel," Obito retorted, indignation rising within him. Just then, Rin intervened to calm Obito, and at that moment, Kakashi Shikama arrived at Barbecue Q. "Ah, everyone is here. Regardless of whether we are all gathered, shouldn't you provide an explanation, father?" Kakashi pressed. "Ah, well?" Kakashi Shikama cleared his throat and began to explain. As Rin listened, her astonishment grew, feeling as though she were caught in a magical tale, such as how Obito had fortuitously encountered Kakashi Shikama while he was practicing his swordsmanship after visiting an elder. In summary, that is the situation, Kakashi Shikama concluded, clapping his hands together. "Now, let us proceed to enjoy our meal." With that, Kakashi Shikama led the trio into Barbecue Q, instructing the waiter. "Let us have 2 plates of fatty beef, 1 plate of pork belly, and 4 servings of the signature wagyu." The waiter, eager to please, promptly assented. Shortly thereafter, 4 elegantly plated dishes were served at their table, and the group reveled in their feast. However, as Kakashi Shikama prepared to settle the bill, he glanced at his thin wallet, falling into contemplation. "I seem to have brought a bit less than anticipated. I had hoped to take the children to the night market as well," Kakashi Shikama murmured. "Well, that concludes today's arrangements. How does that sound?" "Great." Obito and Rin chimed in unison, while Kakashi merely nodded. Kakashi Shikama acknowledged them with a nod, and they parted ways, with Kakashi Shikama escorting Kakashi home. "How long will you be gone?" Kakashi queried. "Are you worried about me, Kakashi?" "Fear not, for I am the White Fang of Ailadu. Kakashi Shikama jested. I shall return. Perhaps around your next birthday. Is that so? Kakashi replied, a hint of melancholy lacing his words. Kakashi Shikamu glanced at his son with a twinge of regret. Kakashi, when I return, I promise to bring you a splendid birthday gift. This is a promise between men. He extended his fist towards Kakashi for a fist bump. Boring, Kakashi retorted, yet he extended his fist nonetheless. Kakashi Shikamu smiled, relieved. Kakashi, do you know? In this world ravaged by hollow disasters, there are many who struggle to survive. A father must protect them. With a sigh, he continued, I apologize, Kakashi. I am not a good father. I cannot replace her presence in your life. My heart holds not only for my family but also for the people. Even if you do not forgive me, know that I will always love you. These were the last words Kakashi heard from his father. The next day, Kakashi awoke as usual, yet his pillow was still damp. And his father had departed for his mission. Kakashi, heh. Fin Chapter 5. The death of White Fang. Time flows inexorably, and 3 years have swiftly passed. Uchiha Obito. How dare you sleep in class again? Step outside and prepare for punishment. The teacher at the podium glared furiously, hurling a piece of chalk at Obito. Ouch, that hurts. Obito, clutching his head where the chalk struck, groggily exited the classroom. As he stepped out, the teacher sighed, remarking, alas. How can a member of the Uchiha clan be so peculiar? Standing at the threshold, Obito's mind began to clear. If only I had gone to bed earlier. Peering through the classroom window, he noticed Kakashi's seat was conspicuously empty, which piqued his curiosity. Has Kakashi caught a cold? Why hasn't he shown up today? Obito mused. Yet it seemed that Uncle Shimo was about to return. Lost in thought, the school bell rang, and just as he prepared to re-enter the classroom, he overheard 2 students discussing something ahead. Hey, have you heard? That Irika White Fang seems to have committed suicide. He had it coming. His selfishness led to a disastrous mission. I reckon he took his own life out of guilt. Kakashi's absence today is likely due to this. That Kakashi? I've never liked him. Obito, incensed, seized the collar of the student before him. How could Irika White Fang possibly take his own life out of guilt? Hey, let go of me, you loser. The captured student retorted, swinging his hand toward Obito's face. Anticipating the blow, Obito defended himself, having trained under Shimo. He was not one to falter easily. Yet, despite his outward bravado, a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. What if something truly has happened? Kakashi, Uncle Shimo. Obito. Stop it. Rin shouted. The teacher is coming. Just then, a faculty member approached, surrounded by students. Upon seeing Obito gripping another student's collar, the teacher bellowed, Uchiha Obito. What on earth are you doing? Release him. Anger surged within Obito, but he eventually relented. Teacher, he was insulting Kakashi's father. The teacher raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to that so-called Irika White Fang, who failed his mission? Don't be ridiculous, Obito. Obito was taken aback. What do you mean, teacher? What do I mean? It seems you lack understanding. When one commits a wrongdoing, they must face the consequences. Even Shimo knows this, the teacher stated sternly. Thus, Uchiha Obito is hereby ordered to return home for reflection due to his disruptive behavior and for physically assaulting a fellow student. Obito felt a sting in his eyes. The unjust treatment didn't faze him as much as Shimo's death. Memories of training and sharing meals with Shimo flooded his mind. I understand, Obito spoke weakly. Tears beginning to form in the corners of his eyes. Wait, teacher. This isn't Obito's fault. That student started it. Rin attempted to defend him, but was cut off. Rin, do you wish to return home for reflection as well? The teacher replied coldly. No need. I'm fine, Obito reassured Rin as he departed. As he left, he glanced back at Rin, who noticed his eyes had turned crimson, his pupils shaped like Tomo. Ignoring the blood tears at the corners of his eyes, Obito gradually faded from Rin's view. The teacher adjusted his clothing, unperturbed by their backgrounds. One had a father who committed suicide, and the other was disregarded by his clan, which was why he felt so self-assured. Wait, teacher. Rin called after him once more. Meanwhile, Obito dashed to Kakashi's doorstep. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. Kakashi, it's me, Uchiha Obito. Hearing Obito's voice, Kakashi slowly opened the door. Obito, it's you. Obito noticed the gauntness of Kakashi's face, the bloodshot eyes. What are you here for? Kakashi, you. Obito began, but felt a lump in his throat. Obito, don't bother trying to console me. It's futile. Perhaps they're right. My father was useless. He failed the mission to save a few teammates. Kakashi. Obito inhaled deeply, his clenched fist raised toward Kakashi. As Kakashi's closest friend, Obito knew precisely how to awaken him from despair. Kakashi gasped in pain as Obito's punch sent him to the ground. Obito, what are you doing? Kakashi's gaze fell upon Obito's eyes, blood red, the Sharingan. Listen, Kakashi. Indeed, those who cannot complete missions are deemed useless. But those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than useless. Kakashi froze, staring blankly at Obito, the words echoing in his mind. Gradually, a spark ignited in Kakashi's eyes, and the sunlight at the doorway illuminated Obito's figure, making it seem radiant. Thank you, Obito, Kakashi murmured softly. What did you just say? Obito questioned, puzzled. Nothing at all, Kakashi replied, a smile returning beneath his mask. Kakashi, you must be lying to me. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared behind them, playfully patting both on the back. Hey, you two. I'm here. Rin exclaimed cheerfully. Obito, taken aback, turned to her. Rin, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be? Am I not allowed to visit Kakashi? I brought a cake. Rin teased. Obito lowered his head, trying to hide his emotional vulnerability. Of course, he understood Rin's reason for leaving class early. So, Rin came specifically to comfort Kakashi? Obito said, feeling a tinge of melancholy. After a moment's thought, Rin replied, yes, I did come to see Kakashi. Obito's spirits sank further, but Rin continued. And I know Obito would surely be at Kakashi's side, for he is so brave and loyal. Rin. Obito's face flushed with embarrassment as he averted his gaze. Kakashi, observing this heartfelt exchange, reflected, Father, is this precious friendship the gift you bestowed upon me? Come on, let us share the cake before the cream melts away. Kakashi exclaimed. Happy birthday, Kakashi. Chapter 6, The Fall of the Old Capital, Part 1. Enough now, Obito, don't cry. You've grown up. Grandmother wiped Obito's tears away. Grandmother is going to be with your parents now, cough cough. Grandmother. Obito knelt beside the sickbed, gripping her hand tightly. You've grown up, Obito. Do not be sad for me. I have lived a long life. Beneath her slightly clouded eyes, tears shimmered. I have simply flown up to the sky to become a star, just like your mother and father, and I will always watch over you. Obito fought back tears. Fully aware of his grandmother's heartfelt intentions, he simply did not want his departed loved ones to witness his pain. After she spoke, her arm fell limp, and her breathing gradually ceased. Obito felt the warmth of her hand slipping away. Unable to contain himself any longer, he collapsed into his grandmother's embrace, weeping bitterly. After a long while, having laid his beloved grandmother to rest, Obito sat despondently on a park bench, the setting sun stretching his shadow, conveying a profound sense of loneliness. Obito and what are you doing here? A little girl dashed to his side, and at the sound, Obito turned to see the school-uniformed Kairi. Is that you, Kairi? It's nothing. I just wanted to enjoy the scenery, Obito replied, his voice tinged with melancholy. Oh, but you look very down, she observed. Ah, it's nothing. Obito wiped his face and forced a smile, though it appeared somewhat strained. See, Obito and is just fine. Kaori chose not to press further. Then, Obito and how about I sing a song to lift your spirits? I told you I'm fine. Obito's protest was abruptly halted by her melodious voice. Do not shy away. Open your hands, embrace the starlight and the darkness. Have they vanished? The snowflakes drift afar. When Kaori ceased singing, she remarked, Obito and You're crying. Upon hearing this, Obito hastily wiped his face and replied, I must say, your voice has the power to heal the soul, Kaori. Not quite. Obito and I believe it is not my song that heals the heart, but rather, it is the individual who heals themselves. Thank you, little Kaori. I, Uchiha Obito, am fully revived. He smiled, gently patting her head before waving goodbye. Back home, Obito sat on his bed, gazing at the empty room, where no one would awaken early to remind him not to sleep in. As he was lost in thought, the doorbell rang, prompting him to rush downstairs. Obito. We brought barbecue, Rin exclaimed, lifting a packaged box. We came to see you, Kakashi added with a nod. This is your favorite fatty beef. You all. Obito was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Rin, Kakashi, I am so grateful to have friends like you. He could distinctly feel a sense of reconciliation within himself. After enjoying the barbecue, the trio bid farewell at the door. Rin and Kakashi, having learned of Obito's grandmother's passing, came to offer their condolences. Thank you, Rin, Kakashi. Obito bowed deeply. Seeing Obito's recovery, Kakashi sighed in relief, murmuring to himself, Obito, perhaps these eyes are a burden to you. Intense emotions can indeed yield formidable power. He recalled his father's teachings. Kakashi, do you know what the Uchiha clan is most famous for? The Sharingan, right? Yes. This eye is known as the mirror of the soul. However, awakening it requires a tremendous price, a complete transformation into a madman. I understand, father. Kakashi recalled this and anxiously wiped his brow for Obito. Meanwhile, Rin was slightly astonished. Did Obito sense why they had come? In truth, Obito was aware of their intentions but refrained from mentioning his grandmother. Hey, Obito, Kakashi. How about we go see fireworks tonight? Rin suggested. Oh, tonight? Kakashi hesitated, as he was not particularly fond of such events. Fireworks? That sounds wonderful. Kakashi and I will definitely not be late. Obito grinned. Hey, Obito, you can't just speak for me. Kakashi, we are a trio. We cannot be without one another. Obito declared earnestly, nodding to himself. Ugh, I can't deal with you. Kakashi sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Then it settled. Obito, Kakashi. Let's south go to Obito Park to watch the fireworks. Rin exclaimed joyfully. Yes. Obito cheered, excitement bubbling within him. Sure, Kakashi replied somewhat nonchalantly. As night fell, the three gathered as promised at Obito Park, where Obito marveled at the throngs of people. Wow, there are so many. This is incredible. Well, everyone has come to see the fireworks, Rin noted. Exactly why I didn't want to come, Kakashi replied with a deadpan expression. Rin pointed to the countdown on the large screen. There are only 5 seconds left. Let us count down together. Okay, Obito eagerly responded. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the anticipated fireworks failed to appear, replaced by a deafening explosion. Obito and Kakashi turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing a dark sphere rapidly expanding. Is that a void? Kakashi exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Once he comprehended the situation, he shouted to the crowd. It's a void. Everyone, evacuate in an orderly fashion. Upon hearing Kakashi's warning, chaos erupted as people began to scatter in panic, desperately fleeing from the impending danger. However, it was futile. The void swiftly consumed Obito. Obito gritted his teeth. Why? Why did a void emerge in the center of Obito? He quickly turned to Rin. Rin, you must lead the crowd to safety. It's too dangerous here. But what about you, Obito? Our Chapter 7, The Fall of the Old Capital, Part 2. Kakashi, how are things on your side? Obito called out to Kakashi behind him. Kakashi withdrew his white fang from the corpse beside him, replying, I'm fine over here. Is that so? Obito's grip on the blade trembled slightly. Haha, this is the first time I've dealt with a ghoul. Obito, don't overexert yourself. Kakashi cautioned as he moved to stand back-to-back with Obito, bracing for a sudden attack from the ghoul. Obito remarked. Just the two of us. I wonder how Rin is doing. At that moment, a security officer rushed up to them, weapon in hand, and shouted angrily, You two. Why haven't you evacuated with the main force? Do you understand how dangerous it is right now? Don't joke with your lives. Well, Obito stammered awkwardly. Kakashi sighed and nudged Obito's leg. We're leaving now? Seeing the two young men about to retreat, the officer finally exhaled in relief. All right, hurry and get out of here. I'll cover you. The officer drew his charged baton and looked at Kakashi and Obito. Obito has already fallen. You need to leave this place quickly. The officer walked ahead, signaling for them to follow. Kakashi and Obito exchanged glances, resigned to comply, and followed the officer. Strange. Why are there so few ghouls along the way? Kakashi murmured, nudging Obito beside him. Obito quickly understood and activated his Sharingan, alert to their surroundings. The officer turned and was taken aback to see one of the youngsters had activated his Sharingan. Hey, are you from the Uchiha clan? He asked. Obito sheepishly scratched his head. TSK, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Huh? What do you mean by that? Obito retorted, slightly offended. The officer glanced at the orderly retreat of the main force, then patted their shoulders. All right, just head over there. That's where our evacuation team is. Kakashi nodded gently. But Obito's mind was elsewhere, pondering what Rin might be doing at that moment. Just as Kakashi and Obito were about to reach their destination, a pale, gigantic hand lunged toward the fleeing crowd. Not good. There is an attack. Obito shouted, and the three hastened their steps toward the evacuation team. Foreboding filled Obito's heart as he silently prayed, Rin, please be safe. When they arrived, the giant hand was already wreaking havoc, swiping aside several officers with ease. Damn it. The officer turned to the two. I'll go provide support. You two hide and find a chance to escape. With that, he rushed toward the giant hand, joining the fight against it. Kakashi, that ghoul seems off. Obito noted. Yes, it appears to be a type we haven't encountered before. It must be a notorious ghoul. Kakashi replied in a somber tone. Notorious. Kakashi, don't joke. How can we deal with it if it's notorious? Obito said, but upon seeing Kakashi's serious expression, he involuntarily swallowed hard. Kakashi glanced at his white fang. Obito, do you trust me? What? Kakashi. We're partners. Look, Obito, that monster reacts when hit by the charged baton. I'm wondering if an electric attribute could effectively harm it, Kakashi explained. So, what is your plan? Obito asked. Obito, we just happen to be at Aldito's power plant. We can only take our chances. I'm not sure if those machines have been corrupted. Then let us hurry. Kakashi, Rin is over there. Let us go. Meanwhile, Rin anxiously watched the direction from which they had fled, praying for their safety as she heard the crowd's distress. It's over. Everything is over. Aldito has fallen. Where do we go now? Is this the end of the world? Officer Bringer, what should we do? A security officer named Bringer looked at the crowd. Everyone, don't worry. We officers will ensure your safety. I swear by my badge. His words were a calming balm. And the previously noisy crowd quieted down. Rin observed this scene with surprise. Behind her stood a little girl with black hair and a streak of crimson, gazing up at Officer Bringer in admiration. There is an attack. We need support. Repeat, we need support. Bringer's radio crackled. All right, everyone, I must get to work. Bringer dashed out of the shelter toward the disaster site. Hey, Kakashi, are you all right? Obito anxiously stood at the door. Almost, Kakashi replied, carefully pulling out a wire and wrapping it around White Fang. I still don't believe Aldito's power supply will hold. Kakashi stepped outside and patted Obito's back. As Kakashi walked away, Obito covered his mouth and chuckled. I can't laugh. I can't, ha. Kakashi punched Obito on the head. Ow, that hurts. What was that for? Kakashi? The monster had already shattered the temporary shelter's walls, and the crowd scattered in panic. Where are the officers? Where are they? Damn it. I don't want to become the monster's dinner. Now, Kakashi, don't miss this chance. Obito shouted. Rin looked up, and sure enough, Kakashi and Obito stood atop a roof. Kakashi drew his electrified white fang, the once pristine blade now shimmering with a ghostly blue glow. Emitting a sound like thousands of birds chirping, Kakashi leaped down, aiming the blade's tip at the giant hand's palm. Huh. Kakashi plunged white fang into the creature's flesh. That's Aldito's white fang. No, didn't he? Someone in the crowd remarked. Kakashi had no time to heed their words as the monster writhed in pain and extended several tendrils to seize him. Not good. I can't push it back. Damn it, why is this monster so tough? Kakashi thought as he was struck by a tendril, slashing his left eye. Kakashi. Obito jumped down, blocking a tendril with his blade, but it couldn't cut through. This isn't good. At this rate, we'll both die. Obito. The only way to defeat this monster is to drive White Fang all the way in, Kakashi said, using his remaining eye to look at Obito. I understand. Let us go. Obito tossed aside his blade and grasped Kakashi's hand, pushing down with all their might. White Fang penetrated deeper into the monster's body, while both Kakashi and Obito were pierced by the creature's tendrils. They exerted their last strength, and the monster froze in place before exploding, sending Kakashi and Obito flying from the blast. Obito, Kakashi. Rin rushed over, worried, to check on their injuries. Rin, check Kakashi's eye first. I'm fine, Obito urged. After examining Kakashi's eye, Rin shook her head gravely and began to bandage it. Damn it. Kakashi, Chapter 8. Entrustment has the monster perished? Someone remarked, belatedly realizing the situation. How splendid. I have survived. A young man exclaimed joyously. Bravo, you have done splendidly. At that moment, several officers, supporting one another, approached. On behalf of Illido, we express our gratitude for your contributions, heroes. Once we exit this void, the authorities will commend you. Obito and Kakashi quickly shook their heads in refusal, yet the officers remained resolute in their intentions. One officer named Bringer squinted slightly, murmuring, if I possessed such formidable power, perhaps I could protect more people. Kakashi noticed Bringer's gaze, and upon making eye contact, Bringer hastily diverted his eyes elsewhere. That individual is peculiar. Kakashi pondered. May I see your blade? The officer suddenly inquired. I merely wish to inspect it and shall return it to you. Upon hearing this, Kakashi unsheathed the white fang and handed it to the officer. Bringer took the blade, examining it closely. Indeed. It is the weapon of the esteemed white fang. Truly remarkable, forged from high-density ether crystals, perfectly attuned to the electric element. The officer then looked at Kakashi. So you are the son of Illido's white fang, Hatake Kakashi? Kakashi nodded. The officer returned the white fang, remarking, truly, you are the worthy descendant of a predecessor. Heroes emerge from youth, alas. Sigh, your eyes. Once we are outside, we shall find a professional doctor to examine them thoroughly. Obito and Rin observed this exchange with keen interest. However, amidst the crowd, a cloaked figure muttered, the pale child has failed? Fortunately, I have a contingency plan. With that, he retrieved a syringe from his cloak and approached the fragments generated by the explosion of the remains, injecting the syringe into them. The previously inert remnants began to stir once more. All for the master. Countless shards coalesced into a singular entity, emitting a blinding radiance that astonished the onlookers. Quickly, flee. The monster has revived. As the words left his lips, chaos erupted once more among the crowd. Obito and Kakashi found it hard to believe. This cannot be true. Is that not the majority of Illido's electrical power? How is such a thing possible? Stay calm, Obito. Kakashi raised the white fang again, though this time, his resolve faltered. The officers were directing an evacuation, and those still capable of fighting took their positions beside the two. This remains isn't dead, is it? One officer weakly remarked, the corrosion has intensified. As the brilliance faded, a grotesquely corpulent hand materialized before the crowd, its tendrils transforming into thorns. Is there no way out? Kakashi murmured. No, Kakashi, there remains one final option. Obito turned to Kakashi, that is to imprison the remains here. Imprison them here? How could that be feasible? Kakashi exclaimed in shock. Well, it is not entirely unworkable, though the shelter has collapsed. There exists another layer beneath where we can lure the remains, an officer suggested. We have no choice. Let us proceed. Obito declared. What a daring notion, Obito, Kakashi sighed. Conceding to Obito's plan and standing beside him. It is far too perilous. How can we repeatedly subject you to such dangerous tasks? Fear not, dear officers. My speed and Kakashi's are quite remarkable, and we shall leave those thorns to you. Obito laughed, disregarding whether the officers consented, and the two charged towards the monster's hand. Hey, you too. The officer reached out, attempting to seize them, but it was futile. As the officers watched their departing figures, they shouted, attention, everyone. Salute. They understood well that preserving their strength was essential to ensure the trapped populace could escape. Obito and Kakashi swiftly reached the giant hand. Hey, monster, look over here. Obito called, making a silly face. The enormous hand extended several thorns towards them, yet they were struck at the base by a bullet, causing the thorns to retract. Upon reaching the escape route, the two exchanged smiles. Excellent, just like that. Let us lead it underground. Obito, do not let your guard down. I know. They dashed downwards, the hand following them closely as they descended. Kakashi, you run left, and I shall go right. Upon hearing this, Kakashi signaled an okay and they split up, causing the hand to flail wildly like a headless fly, guiding it towards a load-bearing column. As anticipated, the hand collided with the column, collapsing it. With the sound of crumbling structures, the ground shook violently, and those outside the shelter watched in terror. "Run, Kakashi," Obito urged, as steel and concrete rained down. The two dodged hurriedly as the hand, sensing impending doom, frantically lunged at them. The hand hurled a massive boulder at Kakashi, who was soon buried beneath the debris. "Kakashi!" Obito cried out. Kakashi looked up to see a colossal rock hurtling towards him, his pupils dilating in realization of the impending impact. Damn it. He resigned himself, closing his eyes, only to feel an immense force pushing him away. The boulder crashed down with a thunderous roar. Kakashi opened his eyes, trembling hands revealing a scene he could hardly accept. The boulder lay not atop him, but on his dear friend. Obito! Obito! Kakashi sank to his knees, tears streaming down his face. As the rubble settled, the onlookers emerged from the shelter, witnessing the heart-wrenching scene. Rin collapsed to the ground, crying Obito. The crowd fell silent, enveloped in a profound stillness. He was so young. How could this be? Some lamented, others wept, while a few were filled with awe. Kakashi seemed to hear nothing. His gaze was fixed on the blood of his friend staining the cold ground. Obito, with his last vestiges of strength, uttered, "Kakashi, I can no longer hold on." "Obito, hold on. There must be a way. There has to be." Kakashi stammered, turning to Rin. "Rin, you must have a solution, right?" Rin lowered her head, trembling as she shook it in despair. Kakashi resumed pushing the boulder, desperate to free Obito. "Kakashi, do not waste your efforts." Obito spoke in a broken voice. "I can feel nothing on my right side anymore." Damn it! Damn it! Kakashi pounded the ground in frustration. "Kakashi, I shall give you this eye of mine." Obito, disregarding the blood trickling from his mouth, continued, "In my eyes. You are my closest friend, so accept it. My eye. Rin, please, transplant my eye to Kakashi." Rin, already in tears, rushed to Obito's side, preparing to fulfill his final wish, murmuring, "How could this be?" "Obito." Time passed, and Obito felt nothing at all, his heart whispering, "I finally became friends with Kakashi, yet I never found the courage to confess to Rin." Chapter 9, The Lost Ones, Part 1. Am I in heaven? Obito felt an overwhelming sense of lightness. Even his crushed right side seemed to respond. He began to attempt to move his right hand, but something obstructed him. Struggling to push away the foreign object hindering his movement, light returned to his eyes. This place, it was still the refuge, yet I was crushed by a boulder. Obito glanced at his right side, only to find it horrifically pale, as if it had been flattened beneath a giant hand amidst the ruins. What on earth is happening? Obito could hardly believe he had transformed into a monster, yet he could distinctly sense a connection between himself and that creature. He searched desperately for the crushed remains but found nothing. Eventually, he collapsed helplessly onto the ground, forced to acknowledge that he had become a self-aware remnant. What a joke. Transformed into a remnant, and I can't even escape this void. He draped his tattered clothing over himself, pondering the fates of Rin and Kakashi. Obito resolved to explore the old capital first. As he wandered through the once thriving streets now reduced to desolation, he felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing the pedestrians replaced by remnants. Eventually, he arrived at the barbecue spot where the three of them used to gather. Upon entering, he found nothing but ethereal crystals and remnants. Disheartened, he left, irony striking him as he felt his own body growing stronger. "Uncle SHBU, what should I do?" Obito sank into confusion. Meanwhile, Kakashi, emerging from the old capital, naturally attracted official attention. He successfully joined the defense forces, accomplishing tasks with remarkable efficiency after acquiring Obito's Sharingan. Rin, too, joined the medical unit, serving on the front lines. In his new home, Kakashi pondered while touching his left eye. "Kakashi, let us go." Rin knocked heavily on Kakashi's door. Today marked the second anniversary of the fall of the old capital. Kakashi opened the door, holding a bouquet of flowers, and followed Rin to the ruins of the old capital. Rin, grasping the isolation fence, spoke with a tremor in her voice. "Obito, we made it out, do you know? After our escape, people rebuild Illido, now humanity's last sanctuary, New Illido. Obito, I will absolutely reclaim our homeland. And then, I will bring your remains back." Kakashi paused, his tone somber. "You were supposed to be the hero. I am merely a person who should have perished." Setting down the bouquet, Kakashi bid farewell to Rin and left. However, a man in a suit approached the very spot where they had stood. Ah, how dreadfully boring. Obito lay despondently on the school's rooftop, reminiscing about the days when others called him the tail end, a time that seemed so distant from who he was now. Glancing at the classroom that once hosted the three of them, he couldn't help but chuckle. I wonder what Rin is doing now. Kakashi might be hiding somewhere, secretly reading 18 novels. Obito retrieved a pendant from his pocket, opening it to reveal a photo of Grandma Yao holding little Yao Jiain, murmuring, "I wonder if little Yao Jiain escaped. But can I escape? If I could, I would undoubtedly give Kakashi quite the scare. And I can be with Rin, cough cough." Obito spoke again. "I have gradually adapted to this body. I shall attempt to leave once I fully master it." He moved his body, feeling a slight hunger, yet it seemed unnecessary to eat. "Who sent you?" Kakashi confronted the man before him, holding his white fang. "Ah, I have nothing to disclose. Is that so? Kakashi ceased to engage further, widening his left eye. Sharingan. In an instant, the man relinquished his struggle, his gaze becoming vacant. Wait. An officer approached Kakashi. The Sharingan-wielding Kakashi truly lives up to the reputation. I am curious how the Uchiha clan perceives you. It appeared the so-called puppeteer had revealed themselves. Kakashi turned to the newcomer. Mr. Andre. Not at all, Kakashi-dano. You jest. The term puppeteer hardly seems a flattering one. Andre chuckled, continuing, I am here merely to inform you, Kakashi-dano, that in 2 days, we require your assistance in exploring the Zero Void. After all, some of the technology there is essential for us. The Zero Void. Kakashi hesitated. Of course, should you agree. I could provide some private intelligence regarding your father, White Fang of Illido. What? What do you mean? Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. Andre waved his hand dismissively. So you do agree? I was worried you might refuse. Upon returning home, Kakashi slumped to the floor, staring blankly at his White Fang, pondering, father. What truly transpired back then? But soon, he shook off the confusion, stood up, changed his clothes, and set off alone for the Defense Forces outpost. Kakashi Hatake. Are you jesting? Sending you alone to explore the void? Absolutely not. That is tantamount to sending you to your doom. Roland vehemently opposed. Let me go too. Rin entered the tent. Rin? What are you doing here? Thus, after extensive deliberation, we officially appoint the elite Kakashi Hatake, medical unit member Rin Noera, and a small elite squad to execute the exploration of the Zero Void. An officer declared. After accepting the mission, Kakashi turned to Rin with a question. Aren't we a trio, the best trio? Rin responded. Kakashi paused, at a loss for words, as since Obito's demise, even the once vibrant Rin had grown taciturn. Let us depart. The group set forth towards the Zero Void, their former homeland. Soon, Kakashi and Rin entered the void. As remnants surged towards them, Kakashi infused his White Fang with lightning chakra, the ferocious energy morphing into a beastly form. Lightning cutter. Kakashi charged forward, piercing the chest of a remnant with his blade. The Defense Force squad joined in, participating in the eradication of the remnants. They delved deeper, arriving at the research facility designated for their mission. At that moment, a squad of soldiers suddenly surrounded them, accompanied by the sound of clapping. Well, I am quite surprised to see you all here. Kakashi immediately recognized the figure, Andre. What do you mean by this? Ah, Kakashi-dano, long time no see. But don't be hasty, you shall all serve as experimental subjects for the remnants. Upon finishing, Andre seemed to recall something, looking at Kakashi. Oh, by the way, your father sought to investigate our progenitor. Such rudeness warranted a minor punishment. You scoundrel, who are you? And how did you infiltrate the defense forces? Kakashi exclaimed in fury. Oh dear, us. We are the him. Well then. The rest of your inquiries shall be answered in hell. Chapter 10, The Lost Ones, Part 2 with a mere wave of his hand. Andre commanded the encircling soldiers to retreat. Enjoy your final moments, ha ha ha. Kakashi sensed impending danger and swiftly ordered his comrades to fall back. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced the chest of a member of the defense force, and then it lunged towards Kakashi. He deftly parried the assault with his White Fang, revealing the grotesque creature before him, an abominable modification resembling a Dullahan. Rejoice. This is the creation of the primordial one, Prometheus. Prepare to be extinguished, Andre proclaimed with maniacal fervor. What a lunatic, Kakashi thought, steeling himself as he faced Prometheus. Raiden's fury, he called out, summoning 2 lightning hounds that charged at Prometheus. One hound was swiftly dispatched, while the other managed to latch onto Prometheus's joint before exploding, leaving the creature momentarily stunned. This is quite troublesome, Kakashi analyzed calmly. This creature bears the infamous reputation of a wraith. He turned to the remaining members of the defense force and the encircling troops. Friends, we must retreat for now. We must carry this intelligence back. Please, make every effort to breach the encirclement. I will hold off that wraith. But Kakashi, you. Rin expressed her concern. Do not worry, Rin. If it were him, he would undoubtedly choose the same path, Kakashi reassured her. Rin nodded in understanding. Then, Kakashi, we leave it to you. Returning to the battlefield, Kakashi confronted the abomination without fear. Are you trying to play the hero, Kakashi? Ha ha ha. You underestimate Prometheus. Andre's expression twisted with rage. Prometheus, eliminate them. Kakashi lunged toward Prometheus, but the creature teleported behind him and pierced his chest. Ha ha ha. What a pitiful excuse for a Sharingan user, Kakashi. Nearly a defeated foe of Prometheus. Andre gloated. Yet, in that moment of despair, Kakashi's chest erupted in an explosion, revealing the true Kakashi concealed within the smoke. Striking at Prometheus's core. Raiden's fury. The intense lightning tore through Prometheus's core, leaving Andre in shock. What? How is this possible? You were just impaled. It was merely a lightning clone. You were careless, Andre. Kakashi remarked, eyeing the figure atop the platform before refocusing on Prometheus. Although he had inflicted severe damage, it seemed the creature was not yet defeated. You scoundrel. Andre seethed. If you wish to die so badly, I shall grant your wish. He produced a syringe from his pocket and plunged it into himself. Primordial One, please transmute me. Andre's visage twisted as his form shattered into beams of light, prompting Prometheus to surge toward him. merging into a single entity. A sense of foreboding washed over Kakashi, while Obito, in the Zero Void, sensed the overwhelming power. Is it coming from there? He had intended to evolve later, but it seemed fate had other plans. Prometheus, now fused, sprouted a pair of scythe-like wings, and its blades morphed into sickles, resembling an insect. How repulsive, Kakashi thought, raising his white fang once more, his instincts screaming in alarm. This new form was no trivial matter. Hatake Kakashi, today marks your demise. Prometheus charged at Kakashi with even greater speed. Kakashi leapt to evade the attack. You could perceive my assault, truly worthy of the Sharingan. However, your body cannot react in time. Prometheus teleported behind Kakashi, slashing at him. Kakashi winced as his white fang clattered to the ground. Oh no, Kakashi, do you truly believe you can employ the same tactic twice? Prometheus taunted, sharpening his sickle as he approached the fallen Kakashi. Just as Prometheus reached him, Kakashi surged forward. Raiden's fury. What? You have no weapon. Prometheus exclaimed in disbelief as Kakashi condensed lightning in his palm, though Prometheus managed to react just in time, sustaining a wound. You cunning rat. Prometheus seethed. Still struggling? Look behind you. Kakashi. Rin's voice echoed. Kakashi turned to see Rin captured, his pupils dilating in horror. Rin, release her. Ha ha ha. You truly are naive. Let me be frank. We have allies among you. Release her? Why not? Prometheus waved his hand, and Rin was freed, though agony was etched across her face. Blue veins creeping along her skin, the strange hue coursing through her veins. What have you done to her? Kakashi shouted in outrage. Nothing much, Prometheus shrugged. Just allowing this lady to join our magnificent evolution. You scoundrels. Kill me, Kakashi. Rin cried in despair. They injected me with a serum to enhance my ether concentration. I don't want to become a monster. Kakashi, witnessing Rin's impending transformation, cried out in anguish. You fiends. Yes, that's the expression I adore. Ha ha ha. I often see this look on the faces of powerless fools. What will it be? Watch her become a wraith, or grant her a merciful end? Kakashi gathered lightning once more, poised to strike, but Rin lunged toward his Raiden's fury. In an instant, blood splattered across Kakashi's face, his eyes widening in shock. His hands trembling uncontrollably. Thank you, Kakashi. Rin's expression softened into a faint smile, though it was tinged with weakness. Prometheus laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, Primordial One. I trust this performance meets your approval? Yet at that moment, the Zero Void began to tremble violently, unsettling Prometheus. Damn it, what is happening? Kakashi's left eye underwent a transformation, gradually shifting from the 2-tomo to 3, and then to a pinwheel pattern. Chapter 11. The beginning of anger through the lens of his Sharingan. Obito witnessed Kakashi's perspective. Kakashi Rin, what transpired over there? Why have you returned here? I must catch up. Obito cried out in despair. Yet, his eyes were met with the haunting image of Rin pleading with Kakashi to end her life. And his emotions spiraled out of control. Fate, however, can be cruel. Just as Obito finally reached them, he beheld Kakashi's Raikiri piercing through Rin's chest, leaving Kakashi exhausted and collapsed on the ground. What nonsense is this? Damn it. Obito roared, blood tears streaming from his remaining eye, transforming the original 2-tomo into a 3-tomo Sharingan, which then morphed into a kaleidoscopic pattern. This is hell. Obito uttered weakly, as his body underwent a violent transformation, regrowing the massive hand that enveloped his head, forming a spiraling mask. Who goes there? Prometheus noticed Obito, only to see a white humanoid figure charging at him in a frenzy. What is this? Just a ghoul, albeit an unusual one. Perhaps I could capture it for study. Prometheus dismissed Obito as he brandished his dual scythes, ready to counter the assault. From his palm, Obito unleashed several thorns that ensnared Prometheus tightly, pulling him closer with surprising force, which left Prometheus astonished. When did this happen? For the first time, Prometheus felt the impending sensation of death and swiftly utilized teleportation to escape. What are you waiting for? Open fire now, Prometheus bellowed, as his soldiers began to fire recklessly at Obito, only to inadvertently hit their own comrades. Obito's form became indistinct, the surrounding space appearing distorted, rendering all attacks futile. This bizarre ability instilled fear in Prometheus. What is happening? The bullets passed right through. What is going on? Hey, monster! The scene before the soldiers was incomprehensible. If it were an ordinary ghoul, it could be managed, but this ghoul, immune to all attacks, shattered their understanding of the undead. Run! Quickly, flee! Someone shouted. And the once arrogant soldiers began to shed their armor and retreat in panic. Damn it, a useless bunch. The master will not forgive you. Prometheus roared. You will not escape. Obito whispered. Die in this illusory world. He spread his hands wide. In an instant, thousands of ethereal spikes pierced through the fleeing soldiers. Next is you. Obito turned to Prometheus, prepared to accompany Rin in death. Prometheus was shocked to hear Obito speak. Who are you? The master never created a ghoul like you. The mask slowly opened, revealing Obito's original visage, his hair now longer. Yet the right side of his face appeared as if eroded by ether, complemented by a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This face. Prometheus turned abruptly to glance at the fallen Kakashi and the deceased Rin. You are Uchiha Obito. How is this possible? Did you not die in the land of iron? Prometheus had investigated Kakashi long before he became Ender, and thus recognized Obito, the one long thought deceased. Who are you? Obito demanded angrily, rushing towards Prometheus, delivering a devastating punch to his core. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why is this brat still alive, transformed into a ghoul? Prometheus recalled the events of years past. I see. Did Pale Child merge with you? How infuriating. A mere failure. Prometheus lunged again with his scythe, only for Obito to evade using his phasing ability, leaving Prometheus with a gash on his arm from Obito's thorns. Such terrifying power. Prometheus thought, analyzing Obito's abilities. This strength, perfect defense. Yet, he did not strike me while his form vanished. Prometheus soared into the air, quietly gathering ether bullets, and then dove down swiftly. Obito's figure phased once more as Prometheus closed the distance. When Obito retaliated with a kick, Prometheus fired his ether bullets, sending Obito flying. Seeing this, Prometheus laughed triumphantly. It seems I have unraveled your ability. When you attack, you can be hit. Clearly, you have not mastered your own power. Prometheus intensified his assault, not allowing Obito a moment's respite. However, he overlooked the fact that Obito's threat extended beyond mere abilities. Obito seized Prometheus's joint, wrenching his scythe down violently. Brat! Prometheus exclaimed, desperately breaking free and distancing himself. You should die quietly, just like that little girl. Suddenly, Prometheus felt a surge of murderous intent directed at him. Rin. Obito clasped his hands over his head, overwhelmed by memories of Rin and the moment she perished at the hands of his friend. Rin, you bastard. As Obito's fury escalated, Pale Child responded, sending forth thick vines from the ground to ensnare Prometheus. Chaos of hell. The vines constricted around Prometheus, binding him tightly. Obito pressed him forcefully into the ground. Speak. Who are you? Was it also you who orchestrated this? Struggling beneath Obito's weight, Prometheus attempted to resist, but found himself further subdued. Brat, the master will not spare you. The sacred flames will consume all. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Obito swung his fist down upon Prometheus, reducing his core to dust. Staggering towards Rin's lifeless body, Obito embraced her tightly, weeping. This world is a lie. A world without Rin. I shall never accept it. Rin, I will create a world that exists solely for you. Just wait a moment for me. Obito absorbed Rin's body into the Kamui dimension before moving towards Kakashi. Kakashi, no. Hatake Kakashi, this is my final gift to you. He lifted Kakashi and slowly exited the void. So it is. Obito's body began to deteriorate violently upon leaving the void. Ignoring the decay, he pressed onward until eventually, his body adapted to the external environment and ceased reacting. Obito cast Kakashi onto the street, departing from the tumultuous scene. From this moment forth, Uchiha Obito was no more, as he reaffixed the mask upon his face. Chapter 1. The Truth. Why am I still alive? Kakashi Hatake lamented despondently. Gazing into the mirror, he extended a trembling hand to cover his eyes, staring at his left eye, now transformed into the three-tomo design. Lin died because of me. I am nothing but a failure. I cannot protect anything. He thought of Obito, anguished over betraying his trust. Turning on the faucet, Kakashi attempted to wash away the remnants of Lin's blood, but the stains had long since vanished. Yet he continued to scrub, pondering why it was he, this worthless being, who had survived. Just as he contemplated ending his own life, a knock echoed through his home. Excuse me, is this Kakashi's residence? Upon opening the door, Kakashi found himself face to face with a fox-like individual. You are Lord Hashimiya, Kakashi exclaimed, taken aback. As the youngest void hunter in the new Aelid, Hashimiya was certainly a figure Kakashi recognized. I shall be direct, Kakashi Hatake, do you wish to join the Sky Six? The Sky Six, Kakashi murmured, sighing. I'm sorry, Lord Hashimiya, but I am not cut out for that. No, you are strong. You are worthy of my invitation, Hashimiya insisted. Is that so? Kakashi averted his gaze, politely declining. Please allow me some time to consider. Very well, I shall await your decision. After bidding farewell to Hashimiya, Kakashi returned to his room. Collapsing onto his bed, exhausted. Suddenly, he heard a melody wafting through the air. Rising, he stepped outside to find the once bustling square, now resonating with the enchanting song of Yao Jiayin. Well, at the very least, let me contribute something using Obito's strength. Yet in a corner of the square, Uchiha Obito stood, arms crossed, watching the performance with a serene smile. You are still alive. He retrieved a pendant from his sleeve, muttering, but this is enough. This song is composed to honor the heroes who sacrificed themselves in the void. Thank you all for your support, Yao Jiayin announced. Heroes, indeed, Obito murmured before departing the square. Although the official narrative claimed that the thieves had rescued Kakashi, that was sufficient for him. Obito's resolve solidified. It was time to settle the score. Dragging his dark cloak, Obito's form began to distort, reappearing at the Defense Army outpost. Let me see how many rats are lurking here. Who goes there? This is a military zone. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited, a guard exclaimed nervously. However, as Obito advanced regardless of the warning, the guard called for reinforcements, and soon a large contingent of soldiers arrived. The leader, Roland, felt an ominous sensation upon seeing Obito. Despite the apparent weaknesses in his demeanor, he sensed that any attempt to engage would lead to his doom. Sharingan, Obito whispered. In an instant, the soldiers felt the world spin and collapse to the ground. That is the Sharingan. Has the Uchiha clan betrayed us? Why are they attacking the outpost? Roland thought, catching a glimpse of Obito's eyes before losing consciousness. Too easy. Obito pressed onward, suddenly sensing something and whirling around. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He unleashed a massive fireball, countering a sudden ether shot. Your unexpected visit. What is your intent? An elder, leading a group, arrived on the scene. Obito turned to face the elder, stating, Has the cult of praise infiltrated the defense army? The cult of praise. I do not comprehend what you speak of. The elder replied, Is that so? It seems your last task involved the elder Hatake Sakumo, Obito said, his expression darkening beneath his mask. I believe you are aware of the events that transpired. Indeed, it was my order. So, you seek vengeance? The elder shook his head. I am ashamed of my misguided decision. I am the architect of this tragedy. Haha. Obito erupted in laughter. Old man, your words are somewhat contradictory. Have you forgotten the mission of Hatake Sakumo? At those words, the elder's countenance darkened, and he raised his hand. Open fire. The guards began shooting at Obito. Yet he stood unmoving. Report. Our bullets cannot hit him. Obito advanced slowly toward the elder, using the thorns behind him to eliminate the guards. Curse you. I cannot allow you to succeed. The elder snatched a gun and aimed it at his own chin. As he pulled the trigger, a victorious smile emerged on his face. Fool, open your eyes. Obito said languidly. The elder snapped his eyes open, only to find nothing in his hands, completely unharmed. What? Immerse yourself in the illusion. Obito cast his genjutsu again, rendering the elder's eyes vacant. Now, tell me the truth of the past. Yes. After a moment. Obito acquired the information he sought and dealt with the elder. The Raphael Void. Is it time to pay a visit? Recalling the coordinates of the Raphael Void. Obito's form twisted once more. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself at the outskirts of the Raphael Void. Is this the Raphael Void? Quite magnificent. Yet, Obito's tone shifted. It pales in comparison to the Zero Void. As he slowly entered the Raphael Void, he encountered several artificially created phantoms rushing toward him. Obito unleashed fireballs, obliterating the phantoms. What kind of existence compelled Aelid White Fang to abandon his mission for his comrades? Obito pondered, however, even in the void. I possess the strength to fight, even against void hunters. Recalling the intelligence, Obito knew the Raphael Void was a crucial stronghold for the cult of praise, engaged in the research of biological weapons, thus heavily guarded. However, before Kamui, all attacks seemed futile. Following the coordinates, he pressed on toward the known laboratory. Indeed, these phantoms are hindering my progress. Obito expelled several fireballs, defeating the phantoms. Within the void, his ether energy was boundless, and the currently known attributes derived from ether. This meant that within the void, Obito wielded infinite firepower. Pushing open the laboratory door, he stepped inside. An intruder. How bold of you to come here, commendable. A young man in a white coat remarked. Your stance is simply perfect. Join us. Lord Shirju will forgive your rudeness. Tedious. Chapter 2. Crisis, then do not blame us for taking action, the youth declared. This stronghold is one that even Arito's White Fang cannot withstand. What do you have to offer? A mere half-baked novice. If you join us, we can help you attain perfection. In response, Obito unleashed several fireballs. You insolent fool. You dare to insult me? The youth retorted. As the fireballs hurtled toward him, the youth's expression turned frenzied. All for the sake of the master. After the explosion, only a charred corpse remained. Obito suddenly turned to the entrance, coldly scoffing, Come out. Truly worthy of being the pale sun, your senses are sharp. A burly man emerged slowly. Obito was taken aback by the arrival, though the mask formed by tendrils obscured his features. Allow me to introduce myself, Bringer, the man said. Ah. I did not expect the upper echelons of the peacekeepers to consist of your ilk. I have no idea who you are beneath the mask. But only remnants of your organization remain at the scene, Bringer sneered. However, it astonishes me that the pale sun still lives, as well as the peculiar ability to depart from the void. You seem well informed. Obito remarked nonchalantly. Do you know? The pale sun has long been my nightmare. It ruined everything I held dear and shattered my reputation. Bringer suddenly shouted. When I saw your organization and those images while rushing to the Zero Void. Do you know how exhilarated I was? I could finally reclaim everything. I would no longer be haunted by that nightmare. Later, I heard from our people that the pale sun attacked the outpost. I thought it was mere rumor, but you came to me before I could even seek you out. Bringer laughed heartily. Are you finished? Obito looked at Bringer with disdain. You scoundrel. Do not underestimate others. Bringer exclaimed as he produced a vial of potion from his pocket, sprinkling its contents over the youth's corpse. The once lifeless body convulsed, transforming into a core that ascended, radiating blinding light. Realizing the danger, Obito gazed upward at the strange core and unleashed a fireball attack, but it proved ineffective. Bringer laughed triumphantly. Useless. The ritual has already begun. You shall become its nourishment. Attempting to flee? Tree binding eternal burial. Obito extended his hand, and several vines ensnared Bringer, growing into a massive tree. Now you must remain here, Bringer. You cannot escape. I shall witness your demise. Is that so? Obito chuckled coldly as the space around him warped and he gradually vanished from sight. You will be left to your own devices. What nonsense. He truly disappeared. That scoundrel has been toying with me from the start. Does the pale sun possess such power? Bringer's frustrated roar filled the air. The Raphael void trembled violently, as if something were about to be birthed. Obito did not flee. Instead, he approached the source of the disturbance with keen interest. Here it comes, he said gravely. Let me see their so-called trump card. The ground split open, revealing a colossal half-human entity emerging from the depths. This creature possessed 9 eyes, its skin appearing desiccated compared to other humanoid beings, with one eye wide open. Unbelievable. Was Uncle Shuao facing such a monster? Obito thought, recalling the enormous hand creature he and Kakashi had encountered. He trembled, instinctively clutching his left arm. Is this the current me? Without a moment's hesitation, Obito summoned several vines to ensnare the creature's arm, leaping onto its massive form. Flame extinguish. In an instant, he expelled a vast torrent of flames. However, the creature sensed Obito's presence and effortlessly broke free from the vines, swinging its massive fist toward him. Yet, the fist passed through Obito without inflicting any tangible impact, leaving the creature perplexed. Insertion technique. In an instant, countless branches pierced into the creature's body, causing it to writhe in pain, attempting to dislodge Obito. As he observed the colossal being, a new idea began to form in Obito's mind. He intentionally wore down the creature's stamina, occasionally disrupting its movements. Enraged, the creature slammed its enormous hands into the ground, unleashing a surge of lightning toward Obito. Just as I suspected, Obito mused. But lightning, you say? He grew serious once more, sharply widening his right eye. Sharingan. Yet, the creature merely appeared dazed for a fleeting moment. Is it ineffective? Well, after all, it is a creature. Obito thought as he ascended to the creature's head, intent on locating the core. Recalling the peculiar core Bringer had unleashed, Obito speculated that it might be the key to controlling this behemoth. It seems I must find that core. Without hesitation, he utilized Kamui to leave the scene. There, Obito exclaimed, spotting the core at the center of the Raphael void, its brilliance intensifying. He hurried toward it. Carefully, Obito grasped the core and returned to the massive entity. As he arrived, the creature reacted violently, filling Obito with delight. He slowly brought the core closer, and it began to shimmer before merging into the creature's form. What? The sight of the core being absorbed caught Obito off guard. The creature trembled, clutching its head in agony. Obito distanced himself using Kamui, murmuring, is it a failure? The creature gradually opened another eye, though only halfway. Observing this, Obito began to speculate. It just opened half an eye after absorbing that core. What if all 9 eyes were to open? The creature opened its enormous maw and unleashed a dragon-like beam of ethereal energy toward Obito. He activated Kamui once more, reappearing above the creature's head, only to discover that his own body resonated with the entity. What is happening? Obito placed his hand upon the creature, sensing a peculiar connection forming, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. This creature intends to consume me. Extending several vines to take root in the creature, he declared, come, let us see who devours whom first. Chapter 3, The New Elysium Uprising, Part 1. Has the resistance begun to wane? Obito sensed that the presence of the reanimated corpses was gradually subsiding. So they can be controlled, he mused, which suits me just fine. Obito once again opened his Manjiki Sharingan and engulfed the reanimated body into the Kamui space, though now he could only manage a minimal cessation of its attacks. Reflecting on the original laboratory, he wondered if it might hold some clues. As he shifted back to the vicinity of the lab, he discovered the disappearance of Bringer. Fled. Has he? Truly fortunate. Obito arrived at the location where the binding trees were once released, gazing at the felled giant. The stump was still fresh. Bringer, hurry and reveal all those behind you. Obito spoke with a somber tone. He entered the laboratory, only to find nothing left behind. You cannot escape. Obito's expression darkened as he began his pursuit of the fleeing praise core, his form once again becoming indistinct as he departed. Soon, he reached an abandoned station, where, unsurprisingly, he discovered several transport vehicles. Taking a deep breath, he declared, face the consequences of your own folly. I knew you would come, Hashimiya. His gaze fell upon the approaching figure. Is that so? Kakashi smiled. I wished to see through his eyes once more. Hashimiya nodded gravely. Would you care for some melon? It might lighten your mood. No, thank you, Captain. Oh, by the way, I have a question. Please, go ahead. Which members of Team 6 are still present? Including me. Kakashi stared at Hashimiya, feeling somewhat rigid. You jest, surely. No need for formalities, just call me Captain. Kakashi grimaced, regretting his words. You and I are of the same ilk. Hashimiya spoke in a low tone. What? Never mind. Hashimiya returned to his usual demeanor. After bidding farewell to Hashimiya, Kakashi purchased a bouquet and returned to the ruins of the old capital, his expression darkening as he gazed upon the void number 0. Rin. Obito. Kakashi sank to his knees, overwhelmed with despair. Forgive me. I am the last one left to linger on. Please wait for me until I uncover the true culprit behind the fall of the old capital. How difficult you are to find, Bringer. Obito grasped Bringer by the throat. It seems your identity holds considerable weight, as they have come to rescue you. Spare me. I beg you. Bringer trembled. How ironic, you, a lawman, begging for mercy from someone like me. Obito scoffed, yet this saves me considerable trouble. Obito activated his Sharingan, employing a Jinjutsu to control Bringer. Come now, let me see your worth. Divulge the names of your accomplices. Bringer, stiffened, nodded. After a long pause, he suddenly found himself outside the void. What am I doing here? At that moment, Obito had changed his attire, donning a tiger-striped orange mask and a hooded black cloak. Observing the bustling New Elysium before him, he inhaled deeply and remarked, quite lively, yet utterly decayed. It is time to clear away the refuse. His gaze was drawn to Kakashi, who held the bouquet, and Obito's expression twisted with rage beneath his mask. He resolved to follow Kakashi. Watching the latter's confession before the ruins of the old capital filled Obito with profound fury. After Kakashi departed, Obito swiftly approached the bouquet, snatching it up and scattering the flowers into the air. Kakashi, you must understand. What use is this power if you cannot protect those who matter? Obito's form became ethereal as he departed that place of strife, harboring the belief that Kakashi was exceedingly hypocritical. He had entrusted his eyes to Kakashi, hoping the latter would safeguard Rin, yet she had perished by Kakashi's hand. Kakashi, our battle is inevitable. Until then, may you suffer in silence. Obito arrived at the radiant square of New Elysium, commencing this chaotic chapter. As he observed the mayoral candidate delivering a speech, he blended into the crowd, applauding along with everyone else until the speech concluded. The crowd erupted in applause, and Obito too joined in, slowly advancing toward the candidate. At that moment, the bodyguards noticed the suspicious figure among them and raised their weapons, warning Obito. Who are you? Do not approach any closer. As the guards shouted, the crowd turned their attention to the intruder. Obito remained silent, continuing to applaud until he halted just before the barrier. His eyes glowed red beneath the Chapter 4, the New Elidu Uprising, Part 2 Submit, enigmatic masked figure. The cacophony of the scene surrounded Dato, who paid little heed to the reporters and shifted his focus to his next target, the lieutenant of the defense forces. You, the reporter exclaimed furiously. Have you all witnessed this? This mysterious masked man is utterly contemptuous and has even kidnapped our esteemed vice mayor. This is an outright affront to the authority of New Elidu. Dato glanced towards the helicopter, formed a hand seal, and unleashed a blazing fireball towards the reporter, only for it to be deftly avoided by the aircraft. The reporter, having narrowly escaped, fell silent. Dato redirected his attention to the defense force outpost, only to find it swarming with troops, including 2 members of the Opalis squad. Ah, quite the gathering, he mused, spotting his intended target in the distance, who was watching him intently. A silver-haired girl was the first to strike, drawing a blade from her back, which ignited in flames. Inferno unsheathed. Dato remained unmoved. And just as the girl thought she had succeeded, her attack passed right through him. What? She gasped in disbelief. Number 11, danger. An arc of electricity surged towards Dato, but he phased out of harm's way, lifting his gaze to another presence nearby. I apologize. I was careless. The enemy's abilities are peculiar. We must tread carefully. Number 11 steeled herself against the masked man, pondering the odd lack of substance behind her strikes. Dato extended a chain, charging towards the defense forces, ensnaring one soldier and hurling him towards the sniper's location, deftly dodging number 11's attack. The lieutenant, witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt a surge of anxiety. Since learning about the vice mayor's kidnapping, he had recognized the true threat at hand. Damn it, those fools can't even fend off a single individual. The lieutenant began to devise an escape plan, realizing they were being targeted. Who exactly is this masked man? Summoning his trusted aide, the lieutenant prepared to flee. After incapacitating several soldiers, Dato approached the office with its door wide ajar. From the window, he spotted the lieutenant attempting to escape. It is futile to run. Dato intoned darkly. He extended his hand, and in an instant, a massive tree pierced through the armored vehicle as Dato slowly advanced towards the lieutenant, who looked at him in disbelief. Dato simply smiled. Next, this is the main event. Leaving the outpost, Dato arrived at the entrance of the TOPS financial division. Standing before the imposing edifice, he strode directly to the entrance. Excuse me, sir, whom are you here to see? Inquired the receptionist. I seek the chairman, Dato replied. The receptionist's demeanor shifted. Suspecting trouble from this oddly dressed individual, she curtly responded, I'm sorry, you need an appointment to meet the chairman. Please leave. Dato regarded the receptionist with an intense gaze, causing her to feel uneasy as she summoned others to call the authorities. Wait, that attire, and the mask. No. It can't be the infamous masked man. Someone recognized Dato, speaking in a tremor of fear. How is this possible? The Light Reflection Plaza is quite far from here. Driving would take half an hour. With a flash of crimson light in his eyes, Dato struck the individual, who collapsed to the ground, prompting those around to scatter in terror. Dato ascended the elevator to the top floor. So, you have indeed come, enigmatic masked figure. Or perhaps I should address you as the Pale Sun, the chairman remarked with a calm demeanor. The experiment from long ago has truly succeeded. Not only did you abduct the golem, but you have also uncovered the truth behind Elidu's White Fong's suicide. Dato fixed his gaze upon the chairman, deep in contemplation. Yet, regardless of who was concealed beneath that mask, an enemy remained an enemy. The chairman retrieved a gun from beneath his desk, aiming it at himself. You will not extract any information from me. Observing this, Dato lunged forward, attempting to ensnare the chairman in his Kamui space, when a ghostly blue blade struck towards him. Dato passed through the chairman's form, yet upon seeing the assailant, he was momentarily taken aback. Hashimiya Yaka. The chairman was equally startled as Yaka swiftly knocked the gun from his hand. Your speed is commendable. You have arrived here in record time. Upon hearing this, Yaka pointed her blade at Dato. You have nowhere left to retreat, masked figure. Dato wished to avoid exhausting conflict with Yaka. It would be a losing endeavor. However, he needed to apprehend the chairman, who possessed knowledge far exceeding that of Bringer. How can one know without trying? Dato's gaze sharpened with resolve as he lowered his hood. Yaka lunged at Dato with incredible speed, and he too charged forward. Yet, Yaka's blade once again passed through Dato's form, leaving her bewildered. The darkness of fallen azure light. You have no escape. In a split second, Yaka altered her trajectory, distancing herself from Dato. This cannot continue. I must find a way to counteract this. Dato formed hand seals, expelling a fireball towards Yaka, only for her to sever it with her blade. Tension filled the air as he charged at her once more. Yaka unleashed several waves of sword energy, which Dato skillfully evaded, yet he remained contemplative. Once again, my attacks clearly strike her, yet the peculiar sensation of hitting nothingness. Dato teleported to Yaka's side, swiftly binding her sword sheath with chains. When did this happen? Yaka exclaimed in shock. Dato yanked the chains, producing a shower of sparks that hinted at imminent explosion. Yaka severed the chains with her blade, but felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over her. Kill him. Extract it. Accept the mission. A chorus of voices echoed in her mind, igniting her with agony, her body ablaze with ghostly fire. A tremendous force erupted from her, threatening to incinerate anyone who dared approach. Dato observed this scene with astonishment, his thoughts whispering, is this the power of that cursed blade, no tail? Truly terrifying. Chapter 5. The end. As he gazed upon the impending fury of Hashimiya Aya, Obito was taken aback. Not merely by her formidable power, but also by the terrifying nature of the demon blade, Mizuki. Hashimiya sank to her knees, her eyes gradually losing their luster. It was truly astonishing. Could it be a power even the Void Hunters could not comprehend? Obito mused, feeling an undeniable intrigue towards the demon blade. He slowly approached the blue-flamed Hashimiya, traversing through space with Kamui, reaching out for the blade. What an overwhelming pressure. As he felt the fierce backlash from the blade in his grasp, Obito's body ignited with blue flames, the fire searing him incessantly. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in a different realm, one that was hollow, reminiscent of his Kamui space. Just as he moved forward, a voice echoed, "You have crossed the line, Uchiha." Obito surveyed his surroundings, seeking the source of the voice. "You are not of the Hashimiya clan. You have no right to wield me." "Oh, is that so? Your swordsmanship is quite impressive, young Uchiha. Under whose tutelage did you train?" The demon blade inquired in a different tone. "Let me take a guess. You must be the founding patriarch of the Hashimiya clan." "That is indeed correct. My master is a legendary figure, and this is his original technique." It was evident that the individual possessed exceptional swordsmanship. "However, I still cannot acknowledge you, young one. You may seek the Uchiha fan, a treasure rivaling the demon blade Mizuki." Obito contemplated the demon blade in his hand, pondering the Uchiha fan, also a family heirloom. "Uchiha, leave this place." The demon blade resumed its solemn tone. Reluctantly, Obito relinquished the blade, extending a thorn from his palm to ensnare it, beginning to siphon a portion of its power. To his surprise, even this fragment of power afforded him newfound insights. Is this the essence of the Uchiha fan? It seems I must pay a visit to the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Hashimiya regained consciousness, witnessing her demon blade being seized, exclaimed, "Put down Mizuki." Yet, she was astonished to see Obito seemingly unharmed and immediately drew her sword against him. Obito activated his intangibility to evade the strike. Hashimiya raised the demon blade, unleashing a formidable pressure upon Obito. He resolved to strike first, activating his Sharingan to close the distance. Hashimiya merely smiled faintly. "I have discerned your weakness," she declared, swinging her sword to counter. Obito activated his intangibility again, and Hashimiya's swing passed through him. "I have caught you." Suddenly, multiple sword lights descended upon Obito, who hastily evaded, yet the sword energy froze his right arm, simultaneously igniting it with flames. Obito understood the fate of those daring to confront the might of the Void Hunters. In a split second, he teleported away from Hashimiya to prevent the frostbite from spreading, resolutely sacrificing his right arm. "What?" Hashimiya gasped at Obito's decisiveness. "Ah, Hashimiya, we shall meet again," Obito said, clutching his severed limb. "This time, I may have lost, but you have not triumphed either." He extended several chains from his left hand to bind a hidden chairman, drawing him into the Kamui space. "The vengeance for my severed arm will be settled upon our next encounter." Obito's form began to distort before dissipating into nothingness. Exhausted, Hashimiya collapsed to the ground, realizing that without her father's specially crafted sheath, Wielding Mizuki would result in severe backlash. At that moment, her phone rang. Aya, how are things on your end? And no, it's fine. That masked man managed to escape. Your safety is paramount. I've just arrived downstairs. I truly appreciate your help. Not at all. After hanging up, Zhu Yuan rubbed her temples, frustrated that despite her swift arrival, she couldn't reach in time. Relying on the speed of Hashimiya, Kakashi arrived shortly after Zhu Yuan, observing the exhausted Hashimiya being supported. A wave of guilt washed over him. Aya, I'm sorry for being late. There's no need for concern, Hashimiya replied. The abilities of that enigmatic masked man are far too peculiar. You likely wouldn't be able to handle him. However, our immediate priority is to return the demon blade to the Hashimiya clan. The recent chaos in New Alitos had dealt a heavy blow to humanity's final sanctuary, etching the image of the instigator, the masked man, into the memories of every New Alitos resident. They resolved to mark this day in infamy to bolster their defenses. In the Kamui space, Obito employed Genjutsu to restrain the chairman, initiating an interrogation for information. That creature, is it called Golem? Awakening it requires a high concentration of ether energy, either by utilizing the specialized agents from the Praise Assembly or the core of the infamous creature. Thus, the so-called final evolution, deity, is achieved through the golem. But it necessitates the final form with all 9 eyes wide open. Can a creature such as this truly be deemed a deity, possessing the power to end all? The enormity of this information left Obito in a state of confusion. Then let me become this deity. Lin, please wait just a little longer. I have promised to create a world with you. Obito gazed at the colossal entity before him, unable to suppress a smile. Returning to the void, Obito began harnessing the high ether concentration to mend his severed arm. In no time, his right arm had grown back, feeling the restored limb. He murmured, now, I can achieve anything. I am no longer the person I once was. When I ascend to divinity, I shall rewrite this despairing reality. Obito commenced preparations to seize the Uchiha fan, alongside a grander upheaval. Are you the esteemed Kakashi Hatake? Zhu Yuan greeted Kakashi with respect. Oh dear. Who is it that incessantly claims that my idol and role model is Kakashi Hatake? My ears are nearly calloused from hearing it. He remarked nonchalantly. Yeah? Zhu Yuan blushed, caught off guard. Please don't tease me, senpai. Kakashi appeared surprised. Hashimiya understood Zhu Yuan's admiration for Kakashi for years prior. During the fall of the old capital, the young Kakashi had led the evacuation of the fleeing populace. Kakashi smacked his hand, recalling, yes, that did happen. Aya, when faced with the perilous creature, you and another young lad stepped forth, successfully driving it back. From that moment on, you were heralded as a hero and joined the defense forces. By the way, Zhu Yuan was among the evacuees. Kakashi's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable as he seemed to reminisce about sorrowful memories. A hero? I apologize. I am unworthy of such a title. Without turning back, Kakashi departed. Chapter 6, The Night of the Blood Moon, Part 1. What nonsense. Speak carelessly again, and we shall show you the door. Uchiha clan leader. We possess ample evidence to prove that the mysterious masked man who attacked New Erida 2 years ago was one of your kin. You, pray tell. What evidence do you speak of? Speak candidly, Uchiha clan leader. A commander of the defense forces adjusted his glasses and stated, according to our intelligence, the individual who assaulted the outpost years ago was indeed that masked man, and based on the accounts of the survivors, he was seen bearing the unique Sharingan of the Uchiha clan before losing consciousness. The Uchiha clan leader, in a fit of rage, hurled his cup to the ground. Unique? Is it not true that Hatake Kakashi also possesses the Sharingan of my clan? All movements of my clan members are duly reported. Your evidence holds no ground. Is that so? The defense commander rose, noting that Kakashi's Sharingan is in his left eye, while the masked man revealed only his right eye. Are you suggesting that the masked man is Uchiha Obito, who bestowed Kakashi with his Sharingan, but he perished long ago in the Zero Cave? No. We concur with your perspective. It is plausible that the mask was a ruse. Therefore, Uchiha clan leader, if you wish to absolve your clan of this crime, then do endeavor to capture that elusive rogue. You scoundrels! The Uchiha clan leader's face turned a shade of purple. Very well, we shall take our leave. Once the visitors departed, the Uchiha clan leader promptly convened a meeting with his clan members. Later that afternoon, sunlight bathed Obito in its glow. He had donned a new attire, now clad in a deep gray robe, his mask transformed into a blood-red visage adorned with black tiger stripes, and his hair fashioned into a longer, spiky style. This night would undoubtedly be one of wakefulness, a night belonging solely to the Uchiha clan, the night of the blood moon. With that, Obito vanished from sight. According to our correspondent, this evening marks a rare blood moon. Citizens of New Eridu, feel free to document the night. The news broadcasted on television, prompting Kakashi to wearily switch it off. A special day, Kakashi mused, shaking his head. It merely signifies that the moon has turned red. Alas, I shall inevitably be summoned by Captain Yaka to partake in some team-building exercises, which essentially equates to sharing a melon with the likes of Lu and the others. Oh, I would rather not attend. Kakashi sighed, running his fingers through his white hair. As the doorbell rang, Kakashi lazily approached to open it, only to find a stranger awaiting him. Hatake Kakashi of the 6th Division. You are to accompany us. Who are you? Kakashi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The man revealed the insignia on his back, causing Kakashi's expression to shift to one of shock. You Uchiha. Kakashi inhaled deeply and inquired, what is the purpose of the Uchiha clan's visit? We seek a person. The man replied, his patience wearing thin. Ah, I wonder if this esteemed elder possesses official documentation? The man, seeing Kakashi's insistence, beckoned his subordinate to retrieve the documents. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi discreetly opened a group chat on his phone. Hatake Kakashi, trouble has arisen. Come quickly. Yaka, understood. Lu, Kakashi-senpai. Is something amiss? Yujin, I suspect senpai is trying to find a way to avoid attending. Isn't Sanjio, Kakashi's lying. Wait. Kakashi-senpai is nothing like what Yujin said. Senpai often treats me to delicious food. Kakashi, Yuiching Lu, well, to put it succinctly, it seems I've been apprehended by the authorities. Ha. Grateful to Sanji for the endorsement, and to Sahi Yujin, it appears you've been the one frequently taking sick leave. Yujin, how could you say such a thing, senpai? I am quite dedicated to my work. But Kakashi-senpai, you weren't caught snooping on any inappropriate literature. Were you? Chuckles, Lu. Captain Yaka has already headed over. Hold on a bit longer. But how could a member of the 6th Division be apprehended by the authorities? I sense something is amiss. Kakashi, this situation is rather tricky. It is Uchiha who have come to arrest me. Lu, Uchiha? Is it because of your Sharingan? Kakashi, yes. That might be the case. Let us discuss this later. They are approaching. Yujin, Kakashi-senpai, I shall commemorate you well. So, Yuiching Lu. May I take a leave of absence to attend Kakashi-senpai's trial? Lu. Kakashi, feeling a headache coming on, put his phone away. The Uchiha members then presented the official order for Kakashi to examine. It was indeed authentic. However, I do not comprehend the reason for my arrest. Thus, I kindly request that Captain Yaka of the 6th Division arrive to discuss my fate with you both. The two exchanged glances, and the man spoke first. Hatake Kakashi. You are currently under suspicion. We believe you are the masked man responsible for inciting public panic and challenging the authority of New Eridu. What? Kakashi's gaze went blank, and he pointed at himself. You mean to say I can engage in a battle with the Phantom Hunter and safely withdraw? Not to mention that the Phantom Hunter is my superior. Enough with the chatter. This is highly suspicious, the man retorted angrily. Kakashi feigned indifference, sighing deeply. Then please await Captain Yaka's arrival. You. The man was momentarily at a loss for words. Shortly thereafter, Yaka arrived, observing the two Uchiha seated on the sofa. I have long admired your reputation, esteemed Phantom Hunter Yaka, the man greeted. Yaka nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Kakashi. So? What prompted the authorities to issue an arrest warrant for Kakashi? The man recounted the earlier conversation, causing Yaka to chuckle in disbelief. The official stance. Are we wrongfully accusing an innocent man and abusing our power? Or are we merely fabricating a narrative for the public's sake? Captain Yaka, this is the official directive. We implore you not to make this difficult for us. The man paused, then added, as a division leader, you cannot shield your subordinate. We are merely inquiring. Inquiring? Is it permissible to arrest someone based solely on suspicion? I do not concur with your reasoning. Captain Yaka, this is the official directive. The man's arm had been severed in that battle. What further doubt remains? What if you are concealing a crime committed by your subordinate? Your testimony fails to support your argument. And furthermore, this individual possesses our Uchiha Sharingan in his left eye. The man's temper flared. Apologies. This was the final memento entrusted to me by my dear friend. The man gritted his teeth and continued. It is highly probable that the masked man possesses a Sharingan. Additionally, we Uchiha have no records of anyone attending the Light Reflection Square that day. Lord Kakashi, since he voluntarily gifted it to you, we shall not pursue the matter further. However, we kindly request that you accompany us. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi nodded and glanced at Yaka, signaling that he was entrusting everything to him. Yaka acknowledged with a nod. Let us proceed. The man gestured for Kakashi to enter the vehicle, leaving Yaka alone in the spot. Yaka dialed a number, reporting the current situation. Chapter 7, Night of the Blood Moon, Part 2 soon. The members of Moon City, including Lu, convened to discuss strategies. Yeah, how's the situation? Lu from Moon City inquired with concern. The current circumstances are far from optimistic. I cannot comprehend the officials' intentions behind such actions, replied Shinjanya, crossing her arms. Though it was evident that her heart was tumultuous. Yeah, it seems we are the only ones who can vindicate Kakashi-senpai. In my opinion, our best course of action is to gather evidence to establish Kakashi-senpai's innocence while we still can. Given his rank in the 6th Division, they dare not lay a hand on him. Shinjanya nodded in agreement with Lu's perspective. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan's territory, the clan leader questioned his confidant beside him. Is everything in order? Yes, there is no room for error. Indeed, we lack sufficient evidence to claim that Kakashi is the mysterious masked man, but they also lack evidence to prove his innocence. Excellent. You have done well. As long as we firmly assert that Kakashi is the masked man, even the authorities must tread carefully. However, as long as the masked man does not act before Kakashi is imprisoned, we shall be fine. But, clan leader, Can this truly vindicate the Uchiha clan? The leader cast a sidelong glance at his confidant, smirking coldly. Recalling the chaos of the new Aelid incident still sends shivers down my spine. However, he paused. The mysterious masked man has been absent for years. He may very well have perished in some void. The reason the officials agreed to our narrative. Please enlighten me, clan leader. Haha, you are still young, it's understandable. If we can think of it, surely they can as well. What they desire is merely a resolution for the populace. Whether it is right or wrong, they do not care. I see. Thank you for your guidance, clan leader. I shall endeavor to work even harder. Indeed, youth can be taught. This is all for the future and glory of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan leader laughed heartily. The notion of glory appearing rather ludicrous, for they had long since abandoned the pride of being Uchiha. Obito returned to the house he once inhabited. The sight of the scarcely altered room evoking a sense of estrangement. Memories of your surged forth in his mind. He glanced toward the small courtyard at the back of the house and stepped inside, gazing at the towering tree before him, his grandmother's favorite spot. She would sometimes embrace him beneath the tree, seeking shelter from the sun, or lie there for hours on end. Obito remained silent as he approached the tree, kneeling to gently caress its trunk, before his form twisted and vanished. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Uchiha clan continued to fantasize about evading suspicion, unaware that the Chapter 8, the final battle Susanoo, exclaimed Obito in astonishment. Does the Mangekyo Sharingan possess such power? He smirked, realizing that he could finally employ this technique one day. Your strength is indeed formidable. The Uchiha clan leader swung his fan with great force, summoning a whirlwind, flame fan. Great fire. In an instant, a tornado engulfed in flames surged toward Obito, who vanished, reappearing behind the clan leader in a blink. I told you it was futile. The Uchiha clan leader activated Susanoo at its first stage to defend himself. Obito merely smiled in response. Is that so? He said, reaching out to touch Susanoo. A powerful pull tearing at the Uchiha clan leader. I've caught you. What? When the Uchiha clan leader opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer in the Uchiha territory, but in a realm of darkness and stone pillars. Where is this? He demanded, eyeing the scene warily. Show yourself. Stop hiding. He attempted to escape using his Sharingan. Do not struggle in vain, Obito remarked, seated atop a stone pillar, observing the Uchiha clan leader. This is not an illusion. The Uchiha clan leader, caught off guard, gazed at Obito in disbelief. This ability, is it an alternate dimension? Truly a monster. Say what you will, Obito replied, leaping down from the pillar. After all, you have nowhere to flee. I can still kill you and escape. Very well. I shall await that moment. With that, Obito drew his blade, pointing it at the Uchiha clan leader. Let us waste a little of my time. What arrogance! The Uchiha clan leader's crimson aura intensified, and his Susanoo, initially skeletal, began to grow arms and a head. Such flamboyance, this is my domain. You'll understand the meaning of flamboyance shortly. As the skeletal structure continued to develop, flesh began to form, and the Uchiha clan leader was soon drenched in sweat, blood trickling from the corner of his eye. Cough. Cough. Enough. I have enough time to kill you. 3 Tomo appeared in the palm of Susanoo. Prepare yourself. Yada no Kagami. Susanoo flung the Tomo at Obito. Obito swung his blade forward, unleashing 3 crimson waves of energy toward the Uchiha clan leader, but Susanoo absorbed most of the damage, sustaining only a minor crack. What is this? Who are you? The Uchiha clan leader asked, astonished. You need not know. I wish to see how long you can endure this so-called absolute defense. Do not belittle me. The Uchiha clan leader roared, as the colossal Susanoo swung a fist toward Obito. This is divine power. How could a mere child comprehend its might? Just as the fist was mere meters from Obito, he leapt upward, evading the strike. Illusory moonlight. Obito transformed into countless blades of energy that sliced towards Susanoo. I can feel it. It cannot be mistaken. What is your connection to that void hunter, Shinjin? Connection? Obito replied, surprised by the Uchiha clan leader's inquiry. You need not know. Curse you. Even without your words, I can surmise that the higher-ups intend to eradicate the Uchiha clan, subsequently recruiting that mysterious masked man and allowing Shinjin to teach this man before me the sword techniques. I do not understand. Why? The Uchiha clan leader's expression twisted in anger. You scoundrels dare to act in such a manner. The Uchiha clan leader once again commanded Susanoo to attack Obito, who began to evolve further, condensing a massive blade in its hand. Die. Interesting. If you claim to wield divine power, then allow me to gauge the weight of your so-called divinity. With that, Obito pressed his palms together, causing the space within the Kemui realm to tremble. What trickery is this? The Uchiha clan leader said uneasily. Initially, he aimed to seize the fan, but now the plan had shifted. It matters not, Obito waved dismissively. A resounding noise erupted, followed by the emergence of a colossal creature. Obito leapt atop its head, extending branches from his hands to link with the beast. What is that? The Uchiha clan leader stammered. Submit and become nourishment for my ascension, Obito coldly declared, pointing at the clan leader. Vanish. Are you jesting? The Uchiha clan leader's eyes gradually dimmed, yet he gritted his teeth, tapping into his ocular power once more. The tomo-linked floral patterns began to spin violently, and Susanoo slowly sprouted legs. Your desperate struggle is a pitiful sight. Obito clapped his hands. As the golem began to stir, the Uchiha clan leader's resolve solidified. He stomped forward, the crimson giant charging like lightning toward the creature, reconstituting a massive blade in his hand, raising it high to strike. The golem extended its enormous arm to block Susanoo's attack, then hurled Susanoo away, its massive form shattering several stone pillars of the Kamui realm. Ugh! The Uchiha clan leader groaned, a debilitating dizziness overwhelming him. What the hell is this thing? Why endure such suffering? Obito sighed. The Uchiha clan leader ignored Obito's words, launching another assault on the golem. This time, he employed a flanking strategy, Susanoo darting around the golem, searching for its weaknesses. Soon, numerous wounds appeared on the golem, each of its attacks narrowly avoided by Susanoo. Quite the spectacle. But how long can you sustain this? You will soon lose that smirk. However, it is quite simple for me to end your life. As Obito gestured, the golem sprang into action, but once more, it was evaded by Susanoo. Futile. Yet the golem suddenly altered its trajectory, swinging its fist backward. Susanoo, unable to dodge in time, was struck by the cataclysmic blow, its form staggering. Troubling. The Uchiha clan leader's face paled due to the excessive strain, sweat pouring down his forehead. I have no choice but to gamble everything. Susanoo created distance from the golem, its massive blade radiating brilliant light as it prepared its ultimate strike. Seeing this, Obito began to charge a beam of ethereal energy, both declaring simultaneously, the outcome rests upon a single thought. Susanoo raised the colossal blade, wagering all its ocular power toward the core of the golem, which finally released a torrent of purple draconic energy towards Susanoo. When the blade met the golem, the Kamui realm was illuminated by brilliant light. Susanoo was flung backward, its form beginning to dissipate. Observing the ravaged Kamui realm, Obito brushed off his clothing before approaching the Uchiha clan leader's lifeless body. He retrieved a vial of potion and sprinkled it over the clan leader, who transformed into a core, soaring into the golem. Obito picked up the Uchiha fan, feeling its tremendous power, which brought him immense comfort. Ah, truly a divine artifact worthy of rivaling the cursed blade. It lives up to its reputation. With that, Obito activated the Manjiki, placing his hand upon the fan, ready to initiate the recognition ceremony. The next day, Kakashi was released, observing the dejected expressions of his comrades and the solemn demeanor of Shinjin, leaving him somewhat taken aback. I said, after much effort, I have finally cleared my name. Such a reaction seems excessive. Furthermore, I appreciate your assistance in gathering evidence to prove my innocence. No, Kakashi-senpai. Lu gestured towards the television, indicating for Kakashi to observe the latest headlines. This is, the mysterious masked man has returned. Could it be that the masked man has come back to commit crimes once more? Kakashi inquired. By the way, what about the Uchiha clan? Yaden hesitated, stating that they were utterly decimated by that mysterious masked man. What? Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Moreover, before we could find concrete evidence, the reappearance of the masked man has absolved your suspicions, senpai, Lu added. Additionally, our sources inform us that the Uchiha clan's sacred artifact, the Uchiha fan, has been stolen, along with numerous ancient texts. This is indeed a malevolent visitor, Kakashi murmured. Chapter 9. My name is Afei, please guide me. Brother, please help me get the Moonlit Invader. I want to watch this latest disaster film, exclaimed a blue-haired girl. Lin, you're growing up. You can't rely on me for everything, replied the silver-haired man. Oh come on, brother. I beg you no means no. Humph, Afei. Why don't you help me? Hey, responded a person wearing an orange whirlpool mask. The man named Afei was none other than Uchiha Obito. Ever since the night of the Red Moon, the mysterious masked man had once again become active, to investigate the rumors surrounding the cult. Obito sought out the Fairtham siblings hidden in the 6th Street, deciding to conceal himself in their video rental store. Afei. Ja helplessly rubbed his temples. Lin, if you don't start exercising, you might gain weight. Ah, what? Does the esteemed store manager exercise regularly? Afei provocatively replied. Exactly. You tell him. You. Who doesn't he even exercise? Scold me. Lin retorted angrily. Oh, well. Ja awkwardly scratched his chin. Afei, in the name of random place store manager, I command you to take out the trash. No. Woe is me. Does Ja not love Afei anymore? Afei declared while hugging himself. You. Ja felt as though he had struck cotton, momentarily choked by Afei's words. Wah. Ja, don't abandon me. Afei dramatically covered his face, striking a pose of sorrow. No, I. Scoundrel. Lin gasped, watching the scene unfold, murmuring, though I've witnessed this countless times, it still feels shocking. Lin glanced at the movie in her hands and sighed. This is far more interesting than the film, haha. She then joined in on the farce. Exactly. Brother is a big scoundrel. Lin, why are you joining in on this nonsense too? Hihija turned to Afei, his clenched fist cracking ominously. It's time we settle this, Afei. Oh no. Afei shouted, covering his head. That day, only Afei's cries echoed in the video store. Thus, Afei was expelled and sent on an errand to procure VHS tapes. She cast a grim look at Lin, forcing a stiff smile. It's your turn now, Lin. Please, brother. I realize my mistakes. As you surveyed the video store, now returned to tranquility, he nodded in satisfaction. Just then, the doorbell chimed. Hey, store manager Ja. Kakashi greeted. Is store manager Lin not here? She is in her room, reflecting on her actions. Is that so, then? Kakashi remarked with an understanding look. Clearing his throat. Any new arrivals lately? Ja smiled slightly, pulling Kakashi close. Indeed, plenty to satisfy you. Humph, it's worth my membership. Kakashi gave a thumbs up to Ja. These are all newly stocked items. I haven't even seen them myself. Come, let us check them out in my room? Sure. The two agreed, and entered Ja's room hand in hand. Meanwhile, Lin quietly opened the door, peering in to find Ja absent from the store, and stealthily slipped out. However, upon passing Ja's room, she overheard the sound of two men laughing heartily. Lin suspiciously stared at Ja's door, placing her hand on the doorknob. Wait. It's a remedy. The door was being fiercely barricaded by IES. IES, be good. Lin lifted IES aside and swung the door open. Why, you are Kakashi from Team 6? Lin exclaimed. This is bad. Ja. Kakashi glanced at Ja. Lin, let me explain. Ja reached out to stop Lin from fleeing. Wah, brother. If you like men, you should have said so. I'll call a Faye back right away. No, Lin, it's not what you think. Kakashi dashed in front of Lin. Wait, Lin, there's a misunderstanding. Startled by Kakashi's sudden appearance, Lin kicked out instinctively. Ugh. Kakashi clutched his groin, writhing on the floor in despair. I didn't mean to. Lin quickly helped Kakashi back to his feet. Kakashi, weakly opening his eyes, gazed at the brother and sister, and then fainted. Time passed before Kakashi finally regained consciousness. You're awake. Lin awkwardly scratched her mouth. I'm really sorry. It's all right, Kakashi replied with a serene smile. Now, Lin, why did you suddenly open the door? Kakashi is our guest who wanted to see the newest film, so he came to my room to watch it, Ja said, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Well, Lin averted her gaze. It's fine. I'm okay, haha. Kakashi slowly stood, approached the door, and bid farewell. Goodbye, Ja, Lin. I must return to duty. Goodbye, Lin called. Not long after Kakashi departed, a Faye returned to the video store. Why were you gone for so long? Ja inquired curiously. Hiki. A Faye slowly revealed a poster, which astonishingly bore the signature of Yao Jiayin. This is. Ja gaped at the poster in a Faye's hands. Whoa. A Faye, you're incredible. How did you manage to get this? Lin exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. You're not mistaken. It is indeed a signed poster by Yao Jiayin. A Faye, I beg you for one thing in my life. Ja clasped his hands together, pleading with a Faye, please, grant me the poster. A Faye, your brother has already sent you on an errand for VHS tapes. You cannot give it to him. Give it to me, a Faye. Look how well I treat you. It's so hard to decide. A Faye lamented. Ja is great, and so is Lin. Of course, you should choose me, a Faye. I promise I won't make you do chores anymore. Not do chores. A Faye said, visibly swayed. Seeing a Faye's wavering resolve, Lin urgently interjected, a Faye. I'll treat you to hot pot. Hot pot. A Faye exclaimed excitedly. Lin and Ja locked eyes, as if sparks were about to fly. Then both turned to a Faye and said in unison, come on. A Faye, the choice is yours. Will you both keep your promises? A Faye pondered for a moment. Do you still not trust me, a Faye? Lin shouted. A Faye, I always keep my word. Ja nodded earnestly at a Faye. Very well then. A Faye spread the poster wide, revealing two signed posters. Choosing is for children. I want them both. A Faye declared with conviction. Chapter 10, The Business at the Door on an Ordinary Day at the Random Play Video Store. Ling was watching television when an urgent news broadcast interrupted the program. The emergency news reported a sudden void disaster on 14th Street, which had surpassed Level 3 restrictions. The Void Investigation Association had dispatched a team to the scene for immediate intervention. Ling watched the news thoughtfully when Ja walked by, glancing at the screen. 14th Street. I remember that place, he remarked. Ling, prepare yourself. We might have business soon. Now, we just wait. At that moment, a Faye suddenly popped his head in. Oh. Could it be that the legendary rope maker, Faye Tong, is about to make an appearance? Ja playfully swatted a Faye on the back of the head, causing him to clutch his head and wail, Wah. Ja, what are you doing? Be quiet. A Faye, Ja replied. A Faye, understanding. Saluted Ja and quietly exited the video store. Once outside, a Faye's demeanor shifted. He crossed his arms, deep in thought, his tone becoming icy. Blingo. Long time no see. Meanwhile, inside a building in the Janus district, a girl with pink hair shouted, run to the left, as they were pursued by assailants. The three of them hid behind a statue of bamboo, watching the pursuers retreat before they began to flee in the opposite direction. You won't escape, cried a robot in a red jacket. What do we do, Boss Nicole? Just hold on a bit longer, Billy. Once we finish this job, we'll be rich. Nicole responded, while a white-haired girl added, this way, Nicole. You're reliable as always, and bye, Nicole said. The trio darted into an alley, where a television was broadcasting live coverage of the situation on 14th Street. Cough. Citizens. I am the chief of the Janus District Security Bureau overseeing the pursuit operation on 14th Street. I sincerely apologize for the disruption caused by the sudden void disaster. He continued, I want to remind the public that we are pursuing the mastermind behind the recent terror attack at the Research Institute, the Red Tooth Gang. They are extremely dangerous criminals, particularly their leader, White Devil Miguel. At that moment, a reporter interrupted Chief Blinger's statement. What is the Red Tooth Gang? Do they really think they can get away with this? The scourge of New Erie will eventually face justice. The reporter's fervor escalated. Just wait until you are Ed. Chief Blingo attempted to interject but was rebuffed by the reporter's aggressive stance. Listen up, Red Tooth Gang. Don't foolishly believe that a void can protect you. We've deployed the air police, haven't we, Chief? The cunning rabbits approached a window. Billy looked at it and exclaimed, Nicole, there's a window. We can escape through here. But below is the void. Forget it. Billy, can you break the glass? Leave it to me. Billy raised his dual pistols and fired several shots at the window, yet it remained unscathed. What? Bounce. This is reinforced bulletproof glass. You can't break it. A voice filled with tears emerged. Why are you stealing on the Red Tooth Gang's territory? Isn't it fitting to call it White Devil's tears? Nicole scoffed at the White Devil. And this safe isn't yours, is it? It's the loot from your attack on the Research Institute. Alas. We are all street dwellers. Why must we serve those cops? Regrettably, my client isn't the Security Bureau, and it has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do? How can it be nothing? You barged into my Red Tooth Gang territory, brazenly stealing. How is that unrelated? The White Devil began to sob. Really? Can't you return it to us? I can exchange your lives. Nicole, unfazed, glanced ahead and spotted an escape opportunity. Is that a flashbang? Yes. Indeed. That is the GS model high-lumen military flashbang. Its brightness is exceptionally prominent, and Bai replied. Yes. Fantastic. Time to wake up, Billy. What? A Red Tooth Gang enforcer exclaimed in confusion, looking down to find his flashbang had been snatched by the robot. Please, everyone, don't close your eyes. A flash of light burst forth, incapacitating the Red Tooth Gang members in an instant. Do you still choose to resist? Then I will have to eliminate you all. Don't mistake my tears for a ploy. Nicole stifled a laugh. Your opponents are not us. The sound of helicopter blades whirred behind Nicole. It's him. Report. We have located the Red Tooth Gang. Please advise. The television broadcasted the reporter's voice again. Have we found those? Then what are we waiting for? Justice must be served. Maximum firepower. Cunning. Rabbit. House. Sorry, old man. The wise rabbit outsmarts the wolf. Don't hold it against me. Received. Execute attack order. Begin loading. It's over, Nicole exclaimed. But just then, a mysterious figure wearing an orange mask appeared before them. Hey, everyone. I'm here. You. Who are you? Billy shouted in excitement. That's right. I'm a Faye from the video store. Who are you again? A Faye looked at the robot, pondering. Billy, you really have a poor memory. You can't even recognize me. All right, a Faye. Your return means Ling and Ja? Yes. The manager knows. Nicole sighed with relief. While Billy wrapped his arms around a Faye, a Faye, I actually recognized you ages ago. I was just testing to see if you were an imposter from the Red Tooth Gang. Oh, is that so? I thought Billy had some virus that affected his memory. A Faye brushed Billy's hand away. Billy chuckled awkwardly. A Faye, you came just in time. Just like the Starry Night. Not quite, hee hee. A Faye scratched his head bashfully and then clapped his hands. Now let me escort you three out. Thanks, a Faye. And please thank Sha and Ling for me. No worries. A Faye waved, discreetly glancing at Mbai, who was also observing him. Thank you, Mbai said emotionlessly, averting her gaze upon noticing a Faye and Appo's glance. Interesting, a Faye thought to himself, or rather, Dato, but regardless of whether Mbai was on guard against him. Dato remained unconcerned. Then let's go. A Faye produced several smoke bombs from his pocket. Stay close to me. Report. The enemy has deployed smoke bombs. What are we waiting for? Fire. Yes. Open fire. A massive missile hurtled toward them, but a Faye promptly led the trio to a pre-prepared escape route. However, the missile was faster. There was a deafening boom as the building began to collapse, and Nicole was violently jolted, causing the safe she held to fly from her grasp. What? No. Nicole screamed. The White Devil caught the safe but fell into the void. There's no time. You all. The safe will have to wait for another day. Let's return and discuss it later. Alas, it seems we have no other choice. Chapter 11. The uninvited guests commissioned the members of the Clever Rabbit House gathered in the video store, strategizing on how to reclaim the safe. Rope craftsman. If this commission falls through, Clever Rabbit House is truly finished. Nicole exclaimed anxiously, ruffling her hair. Humph. Ling gazed at Nicole in disbelief. Nicole, you haven't even repaid the last commission fee. Well, ahem. Rope craftsman. Once this commission is completed, how about we split the reward 40-60? Nicole proposed earnestly. Oh, then pray tell, what is the fee for this commission? Ahem. The deposit alone was 500,000 dini. Nicole assured, I guarantee you will profit. 500,000. So much. Ling's composure faltered, and she embraced Nicole. Nicole, I knew I was right about you. Naturally, Nicole replied with pride, after all, You are my dear friends. Then this commission, we at Fairthing shall accept. Ling declared. Thank you for your assistance, legendary rope craftsman. Leave it to me. Finding things is quite simple. Nicole patted Billy's iron head. All right, let us prepare and set off. Billy polished his twin guns, exclaiming, all right, sweethearts. We shall execute justice like the Star Knights. However, when it came to Ambi, she remained silent. Nicole said nothing, and the three departed with IES. Just as Ambi reached the entrance of the video store, she quietly warned the siblings, be wary of a fae. This statement left them puzzled. Ling inquired, what do you mean? Ambi walked away, and upon seeing the three leave, a face slowly emerged from the shadows. Store manager. It's time to act. Indeed. Ling approached the HDD system, focusing on manipulating AES, yet she kept Ambi's words in mind. Why did Ambi caution them about a fae? Perhaps she would discreetly ask her upon her return. Obito returned to his room, reflecting, what a sensitive little girl. She probably suspects that I am not a good person. With that, Obito's form gradually faded. In the Kamui dimension, Obito removed his orange mask, revealing his visage. He caressed his left eye, which was unmistakably a Sharingan. A trophy from the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Obito slowly picked up a red tiger-striped mask. Regrettably, I have been in hiding for a while now. And during this time, I have been orchestrating my plans, he said, donning the mask. Humph, it is time to bring this farce to an end. Obito sneered, then vanished from the Kamui space. Meanwhile, near the old subway interchange station in the Crit Void, keep up. We're almost there. Ling and IES urged. Rope craftsman, are you certain the safe is in this desolate place? Nicole asked anxiously. Rest assured, this is the closest location to your building. Which means it is highly likely we will find the safe here. Sigh, rope craftsman, whether Clever Rabbit House can repay its debts depends on you. Nicole said wearily. Nicole. Over here. We have a situation. Billy shouted, summoning everyone. Let us go take a look. The trio, along with Bum, approached the ether crystal behind the platform and discreetly peered into the distance, spotting a familiar figure. Isn't that the white guy? Nicole exclaimed excitedly. Indeed. It is the white guy. Then what are we waiting for? We have the numbers. Let us capture him. But he seems to be evading something. Ling sensed something amiss, prompting her to instruct the group to hold their positions and observe the situation. Sure enough, a horde of wraiths followed closely behind the white guy, causing him to panic. Please. Anyone. Help me. He cried, stumbling to the ground. Let us go. We must save him. Nicole decisively commanded. The trio rushed toward the white guy, who exclaimed in astonishment, Clever Rabbit House. What are you doing here? He clutched the safe tightly to his chest. TSK. At a time like this, you're still thinking about the safe. Nicole retorted angrily. Ahem, Clever Rabbit House. I beg you. Save me. The white guy began to cough. Hold on. Nicole called to her companions as they rushed to rescue the white guy, swiftly eliminating the swarm of wraiths. Ambi then pointed her knife at the white guy. What are you doing, Ambi? Billy exclaimed in shock. Be careful, the white guy has been irreparably corrupted by the ether. He is beginning to turn into a wraith. Ambi warned. You all. The white guy screamed in agony as the safe fell to the ground. No, please. As they watched the white guy's body sprout ether crystals, the group felt anxious. Soon, he transformed into a humanoid wraith wielding a shield. This is bad. This fellow won't be easy to deal with, Billy remarked. Ambi, Nicole, prepare yourselves. Understood. Humph, as if it's your turn to speak. You all do your best. Ling encouraged from the sidelines. Dulleton, what a pity. A sudden voice interrupted. The group quickly turned to the newcomer. And Ambi immediately aimed her knife at the unexpected guest. Looks like there are other rats around. That mask. You are the mysterious masked man. Ling said nervously. What? Rope craftsman? You must be joking, right? Nicole said incredulously. Nicole, it seems that man is indeed the mysterious masked man. This is truly disastrous. Obito sneered, donned in the attire he wore during the massacre of the Uchiha clan. It appears you know who I am. But I have no interest in you. Ambi felt alarm bells ringing in her mind, fixating her gaze upon Obito. Obito warned Ambi, don't interfere. He slowly drew his sword, advancing toward Dullahan. It's over. Obito swung his sword downward, unleashing a spiral blade of energy that swiftly ended the battle. Obito noticed the safe and, intrigued, picked it up. The group gasped internally, realizing the gravity of the situation, yet the mysterious masked man kicked the safe toward them. What? Nicole stared in confusion at the scene. Humph, Fairthong and Clever Rabbit House, Obito began. Consider this a personal favor owed to me. I want you to investigate an organization. What is your true intention? Ambi demanded, poised for confrontation. It's that simple. You may interpret it as my commission. Your reward will be this safe, and you will receive further details soon. Obito replied. Do not attempt to resist, everyone. With that warning, Obito vanished from sight. Chapter 12. The vanished rope maker has that dangerous fellow departed? Nicole remarked, relieved to have survived. It appears so, replied Ambi. The rope maker requires a password to access the safe. Leave it to me. IES exclaimed confidently, hands on hips, ready to analyze. However, silence ensued as he attempted to derive the password. Rope maker? What has happened to you? The trio panicked upon noticing IES's sudden stillness. Oh no. This is disastrous. Without the rope maker, how shall we escape? Meanwhile, at the video store, Afei returned to find Zhe and Ling anxiously gazing at the HDD system. What on earth has transpired? Afei hopped over to their side. The HDD has encountered an unexpected issue, Ling sighed. Indeed, there is an error message in the back end, Zhe confirmed. Is that not a grave matter? Afei exclaimed, clutching his head in despair. Suddenly, Ling clapped her hands and declared, I've got it. A reboot should suffice. She promptly restarted the HDD system. As expected of me, Ling said proudly. Wait, Ling, wasn't it a forced shutdown? Why is the system interface still illuminated? Oh no, it seems that's not the issue. Just then, a voice emanated from the HDD system. I thought you would never uncover my presence, Fairthong. Ling and Zhe stared in disbelief, while Afei leaned in curiously. The voice mocked, oh dear, the illustrious Fairthong is not as formidable as I presumed. As you can see, this system now belongs to me. Who are you? Ling demanded angrily. My identity is of little consequence. My request is simple, the password to the safe. As Ling discreetly attempted to reclaim control, she was caught. Fairthing, cease your futile resistance. Reveal the password, or else. Not knowing means we cannot divulge anything. How could we inform you of the unknown? You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. This machine, which I now command, seems quite significant to you. What are you planning? This is the consequence for deceit. The HDD system announced as data began to be formatted. Now do you comprehend? With but a flick of my finger, your possessions will be rendered insignificant zeros and ones. You are well aware that your clients have meddled with matters they should not have. And I know you possess the password. Allow me to show you something. Your clients are still wandering aimlessly in the void. Haha. Very well. Ling sighed. I shall provide you the password, but it is an electronic one, stored in the database you just deleted. What? Are you jesting? Do not fret. Rope Network has backups. Return control of the system to us, and the password shall follow. Jay interjected. I do not trust you. Hand over the account, and I shall retrieve it myself. However, you have no choice. It won't be long before they transform into monsters in the void. Rest assured. I shall save them. Fine, I will give you the Rope Network account, but if you dare betray us. Even the source authentication code page has appeared. Splendid. It seems you have completely surrendered. Now, where is the password? Wait. You insufferable scoundrel. Afei shouted in frustration. And you are but a nameless underling, a mere lackey for Fairthong, are you not? Ha. Afei paused. A hint of menace emanating from him as he fixed his gaze upon the HDD. How about this? You tell Afei where you are located. And Afei shall bring you some gifts. That way, Afei can teach you a lesson. Fool, Fairthing. Your judgment is lacking. You chose a dimwit as your minion? Ha. Afei's matter is none of your concern. Ling asserted. Do not let his words trouble you, Afei. He is a villain. Indeed, Zhe added, patting Afei's back. Zhe, Ling, you were too kind to me. Afei exclaimed, feeling touched. He then turned back to the screen. So, you can see us now? What do you mean? Nothing at all. Heh. Afei, in a fit of anger, decided to teach him a lesson. Rest assured, Afei will seek revenge for this later. Then, turning his back to Ling, the right eye revealed beneath his mask began to shift. What? You are. Before the sentence could finish, Obito cast an illusion through the screen, causing the opponent's vision to blur gradually. Just as he was about to succumb to the illusion, Obito placed a finger to his lips and whispered, Shoo. When the individual awoke once more, he found himself bound by chains in an unfamiliar room. Is that a corpse? The sight of blood and bodies ignited a surge of panic within him. However, from the silent corridor, footsteps began to echo. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps stopped at the end of the corridor, and a man with long hair and a blood-red tiger-striped mask emerged, slowly approaching with a knife in hand. He tried to scream, but it was futile. Bound by chains, escape was impossible, leaving him helplessly watching as the figure drew near. Standing before him, the mysterious masked man raised his cleaver, a red glint flashing in his right eye, and slashed downwards. Bid farewell to this meaningless world. That was the last sound he heard before darkness enveloped him. Meanwhile, Zhe and Ling at the video store exchanged puzzled glances at the abruptly disconnected enemy. Afei shook his hand and exclaimed, Incredible! The opponent was frightened away by an irate Afei. This? Ling and Zhe exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Never mind, Ling. Although we are unaware of what transpired, our immediate priority is to rescue Nicole and the others. Indeed, Ling began re-establishing the connection with IES. And soon the signal was restored. Ahem, I'm back. Rope Maker, you have finally returned. Hurry and lead us out. Nicole exclaimed with joy. Wonderful. What exactly transpired? That's a long story. Ling sighed. Fortunately, it's been resolved. We can discuss it in detail later. With Ling's guidance, the previously disoriented trio swiftly found the exit to the void. We have finally emerged. Nicole shouted, relieved after the arduous journey. Having confronted the mysterious masked man and New Ali in the transformation of the white man into some Dulhan. Upon returning to the video store. What? Are you saying the Fairthong account is gone? That is indeed the case. But how could that happen? Nicole sighed. Actually, The account didn't have to be lost. Ling shook her head, beginning to explain what had transpired. Oh no, Fairthong, we owe you a great debt. You sacrificed your own account as bait to save us, Nicole wept. As long as you are safe, it is acceptable. After all, an account can be registered anew. You are esteemed clients of Fairthong, she joked. Absolutely not. This division of profits must remain at 70-30. The price you paid was far too great. Sigh, Nicole. If you feel guilty, perhaps you could help us drum up some business? No need to go to such lengths. Rest assured, in the future, Fairthong will offer our rabbit house a guaranteed 30% discount. Haha, we truly appreciate it. Chapter 13, Fairy Alright. Now, let us unveil the contents of the safe. Ling eagerly prepared to open the safe, only to find a solitary chip within. Is this a chip? Nicole furrowed her brow. It appears so. Ling hesitantly nodded. Yet the next step is to discover the wonders this chip possesses. As Ling inserted the chip onto IES's head, a brilliant light began to emanate from IES. Suddenly, Ling felt dizzy in her daze. She glimpsed a world devoid of color, a hollow town, all stripped of hue, accompanied by indistinct murmurs. Ling then saw herself and Jia. This is my memory, Ling reflected. But the ensuing scene puzzled her. It depicted a man with pointed horns on his back and head, wielding a black staff, surrounded by several small black orbs. He floated in the sky, and even the moon above appeared strange, adorned with several crescent shapes. He gazed down at the beings below, murmuring something. And when he cast his eyes towards Ling, she jolted awake. Ling, don't scare me. Wake up. She gripped Ling's hand tightly. Ah, Sister Ling, please don't die. A Fae still wants you to attend my wedding with her. She punched a Fae on the head, exclaiming angrily, what nonsense are you spouting at a time like this? A Fae. Terms and conditions, no authorization for others to use, no transfer or other form of relinquishment. You agree to fully authorize when necessary to protect the mutual interests between you and this existence. Such a cacophonous voice. Do you agree to the above terms? I agree. Authorization agreement signed. It is my pleasure to serve you. Let us together create a new Aladu. You have finally awakened, Ling. She gazed at Ling with concern. Brother, I just had a nightmare. What? I dreamt that you and a Fae were getting married. Cough cough. Zhu erupted into a fit of coughing. Dreams are often the opposite. At your young age. Do not indulge in such thoughts. Is that so? Then what about the data chip? Where are Nicole and the others? How did I even return? Calm down. Ling, first, tell me what you saw while reading the chip. I saw a colorless world. And you and me. Then what? I saw a strange person. A strange person? Zhou inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yes, truly peculiar. Neither human nor a she person. Then, he said something. What was it? Zhou patted Ling's head. If you can't recall, don't strain yourself. Are you hungry? I'll take you out for a stroll. Brother, you still haven't told me. Ah, right. After you read the data chip, Bangu began to convulse violently, as if overloaded. Nicole and the others found a professional doctor to repair IES. By the way, when you fell into a coma, you kept murmuring something. Ah? You didn't and Oppos, T recorded. Did you? Is that really your concern? Had I known you'd be so alert, I would have recorded it. They should be investigating the details now. Although most of the commission fees will go towards repair and medical expenses. Ah, that's dreadful. Not just that, there's even worse news. You should take a look at the computer. It's best to prepare yourself mentally before doing so. With that, Zhou led Ling to the computer. Gazing at the unchanged screen, Ling tilted her head in confusion. Cough cough. Zhou cleared his throat, but was interrupted by a Fae. Well, Fairy, are you there? A Fae. Zhou's fist clenched once more. Correction, I am the Type 3 General Sequence Integrated Universal Artificial Intelligence, codenamed Fairy, not Fairy. Oh, understood, Lord Fairy. Yes, Lord Fairy. Fairy fell into an unusual silence, prompting the artificial intelligence to devise a response. The server is busy, please try again later. Ah, Fairy, what's wrong with you? Greetings, Master. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the Type 3 General Sequence Integrated Universal Artificial Intelligence, codenamed Fairy. Ah, Fairy, why are you ignoring a Fae? This is the bad news I spoke of. After your coma, the HDD system rebooted, and she appeared inside. So you're saying, the HDD system can talk now, and it has turned into a girl. Ling exclaimed in astonishment. Even Ling is ignoring a Fae. You are also cruel. Negative. I am the Artificial Intelligence Fairy. According to the user agreement you signed, I shall assist you in all aspects, aiding you in your endeavors while awaiting the opportune moment. Agreement. What are you talking about? Zhou questioned with suspicion. According to the user agreement, I am not authorized to respond to this inquiry. The Master will receive answers in an appropriate setting. Humph. I won't talk to you anymore. Master. I have detected that your data has been destroyed and transferred by a third party, which will hinder your career development. I can assist you in reconstructing the database. With my aid, real-time analysis of escape routes in the void will become possible. Is that true? What a delightful surprise, Ling remarked. Alas. It seems I must recreate a new Shawang account. Zhou sighed. Huh? A Fae, why are you just sitting here? A Fae was drawing circles on the ground, not answering, merely wiping tears from behind his mask. All right. As long as you're happy. Ling bid the two good night and descended to her room to rest. Good night, Ling, Jia said, then turned his gaze to Fei, sighing, Fei. We didn't mean to ignore you. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll take you and Ling for barbecue. Barbecue. Fei instantly perked up. How about that newly opened barbecue queue? Barbecue queue. Fei's tone seemed somewhat subdued. What's wrong? Don't you like it? No. Fei loves barbecue queue. Thank you, Lord Jia. I'm glad to hear that. In the future, I will rely on you to run errands for us. Fei scratched his head, speaking listlessly. All right, you rascal, taking advantage and then acting all innocent? Hurry and get to bed. Jia yawned and made his way upstairs. Fei watched you leave, then made his way to the rooftop beside the video store, staring blankly at the moon in the sky. After a long while, Fei finally returned to his room to sleep. Chapter 14. Oh no, it's really bad. Jean Furo. What are you all whispering about? The store manager. Fei noticed the Zhiling siblings, who were stealthily hiding. Nothing, let's head back. Jia coughed lightly and summoned the two back to the video store. Hey, this is really puzzling. Come on, Fei. If you don't hurry, we'll leave you behind. Ling called out. After saying that, the siblings, who were just discussing something, left Fei standing bewildered in the wind. Wait for me. Upon returning to the video store, two of the three pretended to be oblivious while one acted smart. Insisting nothing was amiss, Ling decided to switch on the television to watch the news to divert their attention. As the municipal elections approached, the highly anticipated public works project, the renovation of the old capital subway, had officially commenced. The familiar voice echoed. The old capital subway. Wow. Are they repairing the railway in the void? Fei exclaimed in shock. Well, it seems so. Jia replied. It is my honor to interview Mr. Charles Perlman, the chief representative of the construction company, Vision Corp. As the scene shifted, the camera focused on a short, stout man. Haha, is that a penguin suit? Fei rolled on the floor laughing. Fa ha ha. Fei, you're right. Ling joined in the laughter. Ahem, it is a privilege to participate in this interview. Later today, your company will conduct demolition in the Canvas Lane area near the old Capitol. Could you briefly explain the construction process? The reporter extended the microphone to Perlman. Of course. I would be delighted. After the old Capitol's collapse, many subway lines were severely damaged, greatly hindering the transportation and urban development of New Air City, Therefore, we have decided that to resolve this issue, we must demolish the old railway to construct a new one. Perlman gestured widely, declaring for this. We will use a significant amount of ether explosives specifically for the demolition project. Oh, now I see. But how will you transport the explosives? As far as I know, it seems that Canvas Lane and the city are not interconnected, right? You are correct. However, we plan to utilize some intact railway lines within the dead-end void for transportation. The reporter, eyeing the substantial amount of explosives, swallowed nervously. May I ask this? Rest assured, without a specific detonator or substantial external force, it cannot be detonated. To ensure safety, we have implemented civilian signal jamming in the blasting area. Only our dedicated frequency can communicate. Moreover, we have chosen a deserted location for the demolition. Truly commendable, Vision Corp. The reporter praised. Indeed. After all, we at Vision are a company dedicated to bringing welfare to the citizens of New Air City. Ha ha ha. Ugh. Poo. That penguin suit looks so hypocritical. Fei felt there was something sinister behind it. All right, Fei, regardless of how it appears, this has nothing to do with us. Ling yawned and said, by the way, you've been staring at that female secretary for a while. Haven't you developed a fondness for her? No. Fei panicked upon hearing this. She is deeply in love with Lord Jia Chumi. After saying that, Fei blew a kiss to Jia. Ling, I need to use the restroom. Ugh. Jia struck Fei on the head, bending over to enter the restroom. Lord Jia, are you all right? Fei rubbed the bump on his head and asked. I'm fine. Ha. Ling chuckled lightly, stealthily approaching the restroom, where only Jia's discomforting sounds could be heard. After a long while, Jia staggered out of the restroom. At that moment, Fairy suddenly sounded an alarm. The street surveillance camera had identified an unidentified individual rapidly approaching the store. Speculating, he needs to use the restroom. His rented videotape is about to expire. He has ulterior motives towards the store. It's just a customer. I'll go open the door. Jia limped toward the entrance. Oh no. A small cat-like creature tumbled in, crashing heavily onto the floor. Isn't that a million? Meow, my nose hurts. The cat-like creature slowly got up, immediately pointing at the news playing on the television, exclaiming. That short melon-headed uncle is lying. Don't believe him. Huh? You could have meowed before opening the door. I fell because of you. The cat-like creature rubbed its nose and said. Meow. Fei was met with his righteous fist. Stop messing around. This masked big brother isn't bad at all. The cat-like girl remarked, then pointed at herself and said, Ahem, my name is Nico Mio. But you can just call me Nico. Fei is not just any masked big brother. Fei is Fei. All right. Nico's ears perked up. And she said, by the way, Nico, what is your relationship with Nicole? Why is a million with you? Jia inquired. Well, it's a long story. Nico looked at Jia and Ling. I know you are Fei Tong. I have a commission from a rope maker to deliver to you. It was Nicole who introduced you, right? Ling crossed her arms confidently and nodded. Yes, yes, that's right. Moreover, this commission is closely related to them. Meow. Oh, where are they? It's south at the place mentioned in the news. The demolition area of Vision Corp. Nico became increasingly agitated that Uncle said there was no one there. That is not true, Meow. Ah, I can't say I'm surprised. Just sighed. But why did they go to the Vision demolition area? Ling asked in confusion. To find something. To find my things. The Chia gang is looking for trouble. They've had a few scuffles. And there are people. So many people. Just like sardines. Oh, now I understand. Ah-Fei clapped his hands. Huh, what are you babbling about? Ah-Fei, did you understand? Ling shook her head. Ah-Fei doesn't he know? Hey, hi. All right. Calm down. Take your time. Just said. By the way, bomb. And Nicole's bomb. It has visual data from these past few days. Once you see it, you'll understand. Nico said. Unfortunately, only its owner and the manufacturer, the Maser Group, have the authority to export visual data from the bomb. Zhe shook his head. Beep beep. This is too much of a show-off. Ling nodded, saying, Fairy. Do you have a solution? You. What are you all talking about? Furu. Nico said nervously. No. We don't have anything like that here. Zhe said sternly. Chapter 15, The Hollow Path Part 1. How about it, Fairy? Is it possible? As I searched for the recent bomb visual data, I lamented. How foolish of me. I should have entrusted this to you sooner. Ah-Fei truly is foolish. He should have sought your assistance earlier. A solitary, emotionless grunt was the only response to my lament. Has he always been this way? The cat glanced up at Zhe and Ling, muttering softly. You'll get used to it. Zhe sighed, rubbing his forehead. Hey, I heard that, exclaimed Ah-Fei. With Emilion arriving before the HDD system, Fairy commenced the mapping of the bomb visual data. Soon, the screen displayed the scene of the trio from the Cunning Rabbit House and several members of the Cat Clan discussing how to reclaim their family heirlooms, including the infamous figure in the Hollow Path, the Butcher of Dead Ends. Why does it feel so embarrassing to observe oneself? The cat murmured shyly. Is that so? Ah-Fei tilted his head. I don't think so. Well, after all, aside from you, it's quite uncommon for anyone to share their dance videos on a rope network, especially when they were swiftly banned by the authorities for being too bizarre. That is not true. They simply failed to appreciate my ultimate art. Ah-Fei protested angrily, and besides, the video was commandeered by the authorities. Indeed. Only you could earn the honor of having your work appropriated for a study on the after effects of ether corruption. Zhe replied, speechless. Oh dear. What kind of person have I gotten involved with? Why do they seem so unreliable? And the last train is about to depart. All right. Enough chatter. Our time is precious. If they truly detonate the bomb, Nicole and the others will be in grave danger. Ling interjected. True. The question remains. How do we rescue Nicole and the others? I propose intercepting the train within the hollow. Ah-Fei patted the cat enthusiastically and declared, Oh, little cat. Allow the great and invincible Ah-Fei, the god of war, to protect you. Let us go. The cat hesitantly glanced at Zhe, who nodded reassuringly and approached her, saying, Rest assured, Ah-Fei is quite capable. Although he may seem unreliable at times, he is dependable when it truly counts. But, the cat's ears perked up. As if weighing the pros and cons clang. This is Ah-Fei's forte. With that, Ah-Fei produced a burning object from his pocket. It was a bomb. Oh no. Zhe's pupils dilated, and he quickly lunged to pin Ling down. Boom. The anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, colorful streamers filled the air. Just kidding. Seeing the cat startled and fluffed up, Ah-Fei couldn't help but laugh. What do you think? My superlative art. Ah-Fei. All right. Here we are at the Hollow Path. Next, we must intercept the train. Yes, indeed. Let us blow it to smithereens. Ah-Fei exclaimed excitedly. But there are explosives inside. You mustn't be reckless. Fine. Ah-Fei replied, dejectedly. Ah-Fei, from now on, you will follow my orders. Do you understand? The voice of IES echoed through Ling. Got it. Well, how impressive. I've never seen a rope master communicate directly within the hollow. No wonder Nicole said you all are the strongest in the new elite. Hee. It's nothing special. Ling replied bashfully. Now, let us review our upcoming actions. Our target is the train transporting explosives. Since it operates on Chapter 16, The Hollow Path, Part 2 within the Hollow Path, Ah-Fei wondered curiously. A stark contrast to the two individuals beside him who anxiously adjusted the train tracks. Meow. Rope master, is this really sufficient? One inquired. It's about right, came the reply. Ah-Fei, come help quickly. No more slacking off. The cat stared at Ah-Fei, whose leisurely demeanor resembled that of a tourist, and irritation bubbled within. I know. Ah-Fei shrugged, approaching the cat to assist in activating the device. Leave it to me, hee. The cat gazed at Ah-Fei in disbelief. As one device activated, a tremendous noise echoed from afar. Meow. Could it be that the Hollow Butcher has arrived? We're doomed. The cat exclaimed, for bristling with anxiety. Oh, no, that's not it. Ah-Fei crossed his arms and declared, I believe it's the train. Ah-Fei is indeed correct. The train has arrived, confirmed Ling. Oh, look over there. This is bad. One device remains inactive. Ah Fei said urgently. Wait, that device is nearby. Cat, we need your assistance. In my assistance? The cat responded, perplexed. Yes, the position of that device is rather tricky. Ah Fei is too large to fit through. Well, Ling, are you implying that Ah Fei is too fat? Ah Fei feigned indignation. Haha, enough fooling around. Ah Fei, this is not the time for jokes. Ah Fei made a silly face, though hidden behind his mask, he believed himself to be quite the actor. Why not claim to be the Star Knight? Huh? Haha. Ling laughed. How infuriating. Ah Fei will make Ling regret this. Rope Master, quickly tell us our plan. The cat urged. Ahem, indeed, indeed, Ling replied seriously. Cat. The final device is blocked by this train car. Can you manage to get inside? Meow. What is up with this train car? Are we truly not mistaken? The cat asked incredulously. No, judging by the damage, it seems to have been struck by debris. What? Our destination lies just across the car. Can you make it over? If it were just me, perhaps I could manage to crawl across, but not with Bangbu. Besides, the surrounding area is riddled with deep pits caused by subsidence, making it impractical to navigate around. At that moment, Ah Fei approached and patted the cat's shoulder, saying, I believe in you. You can do it. But the cat hesitated, when suddenly a soft voice came from behind the train car. Excuse me. Is anyone over there? Ah Fei found this amusing and leaned over the car, calling out loudly, Hello there. Train car lady. Could you please make way? Huh? Train car lady. Isley face-bombed in disbelief. Ah Fei, is it possible that someone is on the other side of the train car? So that's what it is. The cat exclaimed, but felt embarrassed under Isley's incredulous gaze. Ahem. Rope Master, you must trust me. I didn't think the train car could talk. The cat said, lacking conviction. You had better. At that moment, the voice echoed back. Huh? Is that not the train car lady? Are you? Are you investigators from the Hollow Association? Ahem, indeed. Reporting as the Hollow Investigator, Ah Fei is here. Please, come over quickly. Okay. As the voice faded, the sound of chainsaws revving and metal being cut filled the air. Oh my goodness. Ah Fei, she can't be the Hollow Butcher, can she? We must flee. The cat exclaimed, clearly startled. As the train car split in two, the feared Hollow Butcher emerged, a girl with green hair and twin tails, clad in a maid outfit, wielding a chainsaw that was disproportionately large for her stature. Hi. It's a pleasure to meet you, investigator. Ah Fei stared blankly at the scene before quickly regaining his composure. Ahem. Very well. Please share your story. Otherwise, I shall have to arrest you. I sincerely apologize, investigator. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Colin, and I work at a housekeeping company. Colin said nervously. Ah Fei scrutinized her before responding. I need to confer with my two colleagues. Do you have any objections? And no. Good. Ah Fei took Isley and the cat aside. Hey, are you discussing with Bangbu? Do you have an opinion? So, how will you resolve this, Ah Fei? Ling teased. Indeed, but it seems we have no other choice. Gujajai. Ah Fei nodded, as if affirming his earlier sound. Gujajai? Ling and the cat looked at Ah Fei in disbelief. Ah Fei stood and approached Colin, nodding to indicate acceptance. All right, your identity checks out. The investigators are on the move. I can assist. Please take me with you. Colin bravely requested. What do you all think? Since she has already helped us damage the train car, we can proceed as planned, right? The cat suggested. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. However, little Colin, please refrain from speaking too much along the way. Ah Fei had no objections. Colin bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you so much. All right, let us continue. The cat said cheerfully. Before long, all the debris was cleared, and the group reached the final device and activated it. All right, little Colin, follow us. Just walk this way, Ling instructed. Okay, thank you. Without your assistance, I would have been lost in the hollow forever. No trouble at all. It's a small matter. After ushering Colin out, Ling nodded and turned to the slowly approaching train, asking, Everyone, are you ready? Hey, Ah Fei stretched out an arm, patting what seemed to be non-existent muscles, laughing, it's time to showcase Ah Fei's grandeur. Hey, Ah Fei, please, for the love of all that is good, do not use any explosive weapons. I got it. Meow. Without further ado, let us take action. The cat declared. Chapter 17, the time of reckoning has arrived. Let us get in the car, Ling exclaimed. Ah Fei grabbed IES and hurled it towards the train, shouting, It's all up to you now, Ling. Watch me. As he watched IES fade into the distance with the train, Ah Fei cleared his throat and said, Ahem, what is wrong with you? Cat asked, puzzled. Ah Fei needs to go to the bathroom. He replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Well, why didn't you go beforehand? Cat shyly urged him away. What are you doing, Meow? I'm in a hurry, heh. Ah Fei covered his lower half, looking frantic, his legs hopping back and forth. I can't hold it any longer. Then hurry up and go, Cat shouted. Hey, Ah Fei saluted Cat and then rushed to the abandoned subway platform. I'm going to start. Don't come look, okay? Stop saying that, Meow. Who would want to see that? As the sound of his clothes being unfastened reached her ears, Cat struggled to divert her attention. Suddenly, Ah Fei produced a gray robe and a tiger-striped mask from his right hand, his voice turning hoarse. Time is almost up. He transformed into the mysterious masked man, using his powers to vanish from sight. Meanwhile, in the abandoned tunnel, IES sat atop the train, causing Ling to feel dizzy from the jostling. Be gentle, master. Your weight is heavily pressing down on the roof. This body is even clumsier than I imagined. As your blood relative said, even the small ones are adorable. All right, let us enter through this fit. IES leaped into the train, only to hear voices immediately upon entry. Hey, did you hear? The captain said the train is going the wrong way, ugh. Apparently there are rats. By the way, don't you think these ragged clothes are too tight? Indeed. My shoes don't fit either. The side of the officers before her made Ling break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, several officers spotted IES on the ground and raised their guns. Well, didn't TV News say the train was unmanned? Huh? It can talk. Report to Commander Perlman. What should we do next? One officer said. Commander Perlman says eliminate immediately. With that, several fierce officers began to approach IES. It's over. This is really the end. Ling despaired, shutting her eyes. But instead of bullets, what followed was a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Ling cautiously moved her hand away from her face, revealing a swirling vortex slowly forming amidst the throng. Long time no see, Rope Master, a raspy voice echoed. This voice chapter 18, the rescue plan of Faye has returned. Why did you take so long? Cat, irritated, remarked. Hiki, perhaps Faye has been feeling a bit out of sorts lately. Faye scratched his head and replied. You rascal. Meow. I can't stand you anymore. Just as the two were bickering, a figure burst forth from the distant tunnel. It was IES, the rope maker. How did you return so quickly? Did you succeed? No, Ling said awkwardly. What? That means Nicole and the others are still in danger. Wait. Listen to me, there are people on the train. It's not self-driving as the news reported. ISNT, that just terrible. How did Sister Ling escape then? What I am about to say may sound too fantastical. Do you want to hear it, rope maker? Are you still not assured? IES straightened up and said, Indeed. Just as Faye mentioned, I was discovered by them, but what? That mysterious masked man appeared. Hearing this, Cat was startled, its tail standing on end. You mean that mysterious masked man who attacked New Aleph? Cat stammered. Ling relayed parts of what the mysterious masked man had said, deliberately omitting the part where he threatened her life. So that means, the mysterious masked man saved Ling. Faye exclaimed in disbelief. But that commission. Cat frowned and said, Since he knows your identity, does that not imply him? You make a valid point, Cat. Ling nodded solemnly. Oh, no. I think quite the opposite. Look here. Sister Ling, if that mysterious masked man were truly lurking among us, would we be here safe and sound? Moreover, that evil masked man must be a final boss level threat. Wouldn't he have the leisure to monitor us? Hey. I can't believe I find Faye's reasoning sound. Ling said incredulously. How dare you? What do you mean by that, Ling? Faye retorted angrily. Humph. Ling chuckled and quickly apologized, saying, All right. Faye dear, don't be angry. When we return, I'll help you teach my brother a lesson. Meanwhile, just silently observe this scene, thinking, am I merely a pawn in this game ding? Do you wish to receive the latest updates regarding this mission? To confirm. Please enter Fairy. I admire you immensely. To decline, please enter. Saija glanced at Ling, who was connecting with IES, and then at the HDD. His heart in turmoil. After a moment, Jia patted Ling's shoulder and whispered something, causing her furrowed brow to gradually relax. Cough. Good news. You too. Ling said mysteriously. Huh? What good news? Could it be that the rope maker is treating Cat to mackerel? No. Faye thought Jia had agreed to enter into matrimony with him. What kind of good news is that? How revolting. Hiki, have you all forgotten why we set out? Ling said, a bit annoyed. Ahaha. How could we forget? Is there news about Nicole and the others, rope maker? Chapter 19, Convergence now. Let us review our action plan. The Cunning Rabbit's Den and the residents are trapped at Canvas Alley Station, several kilometers away from the surveillance point where Perlman is stationed. In order to control the trapped residents, Perlman has dispatched a multitude of armed individuals disguised as law enforcers. This means we must hasten to Canvas Alley while the train is delayed, correct? Oh, how clever of you, Faye. Ling acknowledged. Indeed. The residents of Canvas Alley lack etheric resistance, so the oversight in the hollow section must be relatively lax. Let us catch them off guard. Faye has always been quite astute. Yes. Now, my friends, time is of the essence. Let us set forth. Understood. Meanwhile, within Canvas Alley. Ambai. Here, I have gathered the last few letters of commission, an elderly man proclaimed. Thank you, Granny. No, we should be the ones expressing gratitude. Had it not been for your arrival, we would have been utterly hopeless. However, where's the young girl you sent to seek help? Indeed. Could she have encountered some trouble? Nicole expressed her concern. Oh, long time no see, everyone. Hee. Faye exclaimed as he emerged, cradling ES. It's Faye. So that means. Nicole glanced at the bond beside Faye. Wonderful. The rope maker, we are saved. Meanwhile, Ling, who had been squeezed under Faye's arm, delivered a few sharp taps on Faye's back with IES's short arms. Cough, cough. Faye, are you trying to strangle me? Ah, really? Does Bond also have a sense of pain? Faye scratched his head in confusion. MHM. You're about to break my monitor. All right. Fei truly acknowledges his mistake. My apologies, yes. The cat arrived, panting as it gazed at Fei. I say, how did you run so fast, Meow? Exactly. You didn't even consider the passenger's feelings. Fei put his hands together, sincerely apologizing. Fei understands his mistake, thus. Fei turned to IES, letting out an odd laugh. Why do I feel all fuzzy all over? Zhu involuntarily shrank back. Fei can only offer himself, dear. Here I come. This phrase was secretly recorded by Ling, who then turned to Fairy, switched to speaker mode. Loop it 100 or so times. What? Ling, you're playing with fire. Zhu gazed at his sister in shock. Kiki, brother, your dear sister wishes to borrow your collection of Yao Jian's albums, may I? No. Especially not that. Fairy, damn it. I concede. Zhu fell to his knees, his eyes glazing over. Meanwhile, the others quietly inquired of Nicole. Are you certain you found the right person? The elderly woman chimed in. Well, haha, you'll get used to it, Nicole awkwardly scratched her head. Mommy, that uncle is quite strange. Silly child, everyone has their own choices. We may not understand, but we must respect. Ling once again directed IES to strike Fei. All right, now let me tell you what has transpired before this. Fei, you are punished to face the wall. Regardless, Zhe is still his elder brother, and the embarrassment reflects back on him. Very well. Fei left. Head hung low, but as he passed Anbai, he cast a significant glance her way. The alarm rang loudly in Anbai's mind. By the time she looked back at Fei, he had already departed. So that's how it is. You intended to directly halt the train to resolve everything, but it was filled with distant figures, thus it failed. Nicole nodded, then inquired again, how did the rope maker escape? Well, Ling hesitated. Go ahead, rope maker. Was it an adventure of grand proportions, or did a prince on a white horse come to your rescue? No prince on a white horse, but how about that mysterious masked man? What? It's a mysterious masked man. Nicole chuckled, but her expression quickly shifted. What? Ling relayed the commission and information regarding the mysterious masked man to the others. No wonder, since he knows the rope maker's identity, isn't that perilous? Nicole furrowed her brow. We have considered this problem. It should be safe. Rest assured, rope maker, we will protect you with our lives. So, regarding this commission fee. Not a chance. Ling shot Nicole a disapproving glance. All right, Fei, you may come over. Received. Truly, the astute and valiant Fei Ertong. This plan is excellent. Elder, you have heard our rescue strategy just now. Next, we entrust you with informing all the residents to gather at the nearby subway station platform. Nicole addressed the elder. Rest assured, I will notify everyone. I won't hold you back. By the way, elder, have you heard of an old base of the Red Fong gang in the nearby hollow? Nicole inquired. Still thinking about the commission fee, huh, Nicole? Ahem. One should say that. This is an important family heirloom for the cat. It may hold clues. The elder paused, slowly beginning to speak. I know the Red Fong gang you mentioned. Every resident here is aware. Really? Nicole exclaimed with excitement. Well, after all, the Red Fong gang originated in Canvas Alley. Or rather, everyone here has some connection to them, more or less. Back then, they were not as they are now. They took in many orphans, taught the children to read and fight, and often stood up for the weak. They promised to always protect this place, but later, that fellow known as White Guy changed. He looked down upon this impoverished land, secretly engaged in unsavory dealings without informing anyone. Eventually, many grew dissatisfied with the Red Fong gang's actions and left, leading to their downfall. White Guy was wanted by the law enforcers and fell into the hollow. One can only say he brought it upon himself. None of us wished to be associated with him. Fei observed the pale-faced cat, deep in thought, staring at her without her awareness. It seems things are not so simple. Fei mused, forming a part of his own conjecture. Hey, cat. Fei strode toward the cat, slapping her on the head. What are you daydreaming about? And no. The cat looked somewhat dejectedly at the elder. What? Is there something wrong with what I said? You mean to say, White Guy fell into the hollow by himself? He was eliminated by the cunning rabbit's den? Nicole replied nervously. I'm sorry. Little kitty. Oh no. Commission E, it was indeed the law enforcement agency that acted at the time. Fei awkwardly slipped away, as he seemed to have caught on to something. It seems, White Guy was killed by me. Chapter 20, Dead End Butcher. Following a deliberation, the group resolved to raid Perlman's base. Fei, return forthwith. What occupies you? Ling called out. Ugh, sisterling. Fei has a stomach ailment. Perhaps you should proceed ahead. Fei will join you after relieving himself. But, before Ling could finish, Anbai tapped her shoulder, signaling a private word. Anbai, what is it? The others inquired. Puzzled, observing Fei's solitary search for a lavatory, Anbai quietly addressed Ling. Rope right, do you recall our recent conversation? You mean, cautioning me about Fei? Anbai nodded. Then said to Ling, Rope right, that Fei is perilous. Exercise extreme caution in trusting him. But, why? Anbai hesitated, reluctant to disclose the information gleaned from the Defense Force's files. A mysterious masked man had once attacked an outpost and abducted an officer. His mask bearing a striking resemblance to Fei's, save for the color. Anbai had considered the possibility of coincidence, but erring on the side of caution. She decided to probe Afei. However, Afei skillfully deflected her inquiries, even demonstrating an awareness of her scrutiny. These coincidences coalesced into an ambiguous conclusion. Afei was the enigmatic masked man. Is that all? I thought it was something significant. Is Anbai speculating about Afei's mask? Ling said. Relieved. Well, that's part of it, perhaps. Huh. Anbai, have you been watching too many suspense films and blurring the lines with reality? Billy exclaimed, astonished. Ahem, rope right. Pay it no mind, haha. Nicole said awkwardly. Anbai, we mustn't indiscriminately suspect others. It will tarnish the reputation of the Jackalope Den. Heh, as if a ruin could crumble further. What was that? Nothing, Nicole. Ahem. Allow me to elucidate the true reason for Afei's mask. It was long ago. While Zhe and I were strolling along 6th Street, we encountered Afei slumped before the koi ramen stall. Thus began our acquaintance. A bowl of ramen sufficed. At the time, I curiously inquired about his perpetual mask, even while eating, exposing only his mouth. He replied, Afei's face was unfortunately scarred in a fire. He then slightly lifted the mask, revealing, I believe it was his right cheek. The hideous scar remains etched in my memory. Is that so? Anbai resolved to continue her observation, as too many questions lingered. Why did Afei happen to be there? Why did Afei wear the mask even while eating? Surely it wasn't merely out of self-consciousness. Excellent. It's our turn to retaliate. For the sake of the people here, let us depart. Ling exclaimed enthusiastically. Understood. Let's move out. Watching the departing figures, Afei emerged from the shadows, muttering, Humph. It appears I have prevailed. But now, how much sustenance can the dead-end butcher provide for the golem? It's time to seek it out. Abruptly, Afei's figure vanished from the spot. Obito, in his husk form, navigated the void with ease. Along the way, Obito detonated the explosives he had brought, the resounding blast attracting numerous husks. Now, the waiting game. Obito sat patiently on the dilapidated platform, awaiting the arrival of the dead-end butcher. As expected, Obito detected a sharp increase in ether concentration, the ground beginning to tremble incessantly. It's here. As the words faded, a colossal figure charged towards Obito, who leapt to evade the dead-end butcher's swipe. Indeed, a typical brawn over brains type. Obito mocked. I shall indulge you then. Obito's right eye began to morph, gradually forming a pinwheel pattern. Obito rapidly approached the dead-end butcher, who, enraged by Obito's audacity, swung its massive axe at him. Humph, futile. Obito advanced directly towards the dead-end butcher, just as the butcher was about to cleave Obito in two. The axe passed harmlessly through his body. The dead-end butcher was visibly perplexed and swung at Obito again, incredulous. Obito swiftly bent over and kicked the dead-end butcher's shin, toppling it to the ground. Obito landed atop the dead-end butcher's head and unleashed a barrage of grand fireball jutsu at its face, incinerating it. The dead-end butcher, writhing in agony, attempted to seize Obito with its massive hands, only for Obito to evade again using his intangibility. Attacks of this caliber are ineffectual against me, Obito said. Tendrils sprouted from Obito's right hand, constricting the dead-end butcher's arms. Then with a forceful wrench, Obito detached the butcher's arms. Truly resplendent. Humph. Observing the dead-end butcher's rapidly dissipating ether energy, Obito mused. The dead-end butcher, initially struggling, became motionless, as if truly deceased. Obito watched from afar, refraining from approaching rashly. As expected, the dead-end butcher, being an etheric entity named after the void, began to convulse. Soon, its severed limbs regenerated, even sprouting a new pair of arms. This is proving challenging, Obito pondered. It seems I must locate its core first. I cannot linger for too long. The dead-end butcher refrained from attacking directly, seemingly wary of Obito's intangibility. Humph, I suppose I must reveal my true power. Obito slowly advanced towards the dead-end butcher. The dead-end butcher suddenly leapt high into the air, plummeting towards Obito. A futile effort. Obito formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of wood release from his eye, assailing the dead-end butcher. Wood release, serial impalement technique. Numerous branches impaled the dead-end butcher, immobilizing it. Obito seized the opportunity, placing his hand on the dead-end butcher's back, his right eye generating a powerful suction force, drawing it into the Kamui dimension. Within the Kamui dimension, Obito leapt into the air and formed hand seals. Fire release, wildfire dance. A vortex of flames surged towards the dead-end butcher, which emitted a pained shriek as it succumbed to the intense heat, eventually becoming utterly still. Obito approached the dissipating corpse of the dead-end butcher, retrieved its core, and proceeded to the location of the golem. Obito tossed the dead-end butcher's core high into the air, and it flew, as if guided, into the golem's maw. The golem then reopened one of its eyes halfway. Oh, how intriguing. It seems something amusing is transpiring over there. Chapter 21. Whispers Dwarf. You callous murderer, surrender. Cat clenched her foot on Perlman's back, her tone fierce. Cat, get this guy in the vehicle. Anbai and Billy are already in the driver's seat. Rope right, inform the residents to prepare to board at the platform. Nicole instructed. You intend to evacuate those paupers by train? Perlman exclaimed in shock. Absolutely not. If they escape, my vista is ruined. He pleaded. Someone, anyone, stop this farce. Just then, an alarm flashed on Aiza's monitor. Warning, Train has derailed. A small explosion detected on the tracks ahead. Mission failed. What? Bell exclaimed, summoning the others urgently. What's wrong, Ropebright? Disaster. Someone detonated the tracks. Ha. An abrupt laugh echoed as a grunt brandished a detonator. Director Perlman. They won't be escaping now. Rest assured, I've destroyed the only railway to New Elysium. You. Perlman raged at the grunt. Idiot. Those wretches are trapped, but so are we. I ordered you to detonate during the evacuation. But I'm infuriated. What use are you? At that moment, Perlman's reinforcements arrived, forcing the group to retreat into the train. Perlman's presence deterred the reinforcements from breaching recklessly. I found it. Found what? Nicole asked, turning to Kat. My family heirloom. Kat opened the necklace, revealing a photo of herself and Whitey. Isn't that Whitey? So, I deceived you. I apologize. Kat began earnestly, then explained, I was an orphan taken in by the Crimson Tooth Gang around Canvas Alley. The Crimson Tooth Gang isn't what it once was, but Whitey raised me. When I learned the Jackalope Den killed him, I wanted you to suffer the same fate. The others were taken aback as Kat continued, but then I realized I was mistaken. You are good people. Going to great lengths for a child's request, staying despite knowing Vista's scheme. I realized I had nothing to resent you for. Whitey's death wasn't your fault, as I later learned. Kat seized Perlman, glanced at the others, and headed for the door. Kat, what are you doing? Nicole shouted. I'm sorry. Nicole, I'll use Perlman to negotiate. With my crimson tooth ties, they won't harm me. Kat left the car with Perlman, closing the door behind her. She faced the encircling reinforcements. Your boss is in my grasp. If you want him unharmed, get him anti-erosion gear and find the shortest route through the hollow. The reinforcements, reluctant but compliant, did as instructed. Soon, Kat was escorted away. Inside the car, Nicole's group attacked the door in frustration. Damn it. We can't let Kat face danger alone. Ropebright, is there any way to catch up? There is, but no buts. Tell us. Don't forget, there are more than 4 of us. You mean, rely on Faye? No, let's break this door first. Above, a familiar figure sat cross-legged on the roof. How intriguing. It wasn't in vain that I cast a spell when patting her head, but am I that pathetic? Faye glanced at Nicole in the car, before vanishing. Eventually, the group breached the door. Bell had Fairy calculate Kat's location. Ropebright? What is it? Kat will exit the hollow in about 10 minutes. Wait, that's wrong. What's wrong? Nicole asked. At the recording store, Bell stared at Fairy's calculations in disbelief. Tetsuya sensed something amiss. Fairy, are you sure about the calculation? Confirmed. What's going on? In the hollow, Nicole, frantic, shook the idling ass, who then spoke. Nicole, the hollow butcher might be dead. What? I know it's hard to believe. But even the nearest exit is a 30-minute walk. 10 minutes suggests the hollow's ether energy has shrunk due to the hollow butcher's demise. Who could defeat such a behemoth? Suddenly, they remembered an unexpected individual. The masked man. The masked man. Faye. The masked man. Billy said, embarrassed by the stares. Why would he eliminate the hollow butcher? Bell pondered, borrowing the idling AS. Brother, I sense we are embroiled in a vast conspiracy. You're right, Bell. Outside the hollow, how did Director Perlman get kidnapped by a girl? I don't know, but with Director Perlman in her hands, the troops in the blast zone had to comply and withdraw. She wants to see the person in charge, so Miss Sarah is negotiating. The crowd murmured. Observing the sudden intruder. Are you the person in charge? My demand is simple. Vista halts the blasting and rescues the trapped residents, and I'll return him. Easier said than done. Making such a scandal would be a PR disaster. And who are you? Negotiating alone? Aren't you afraid of being overwhelmed? Sarah, the secretary, inquired. Kat scratched her head sheepishly. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Nikami Yamada, or Kat for short. I'm from the Crimson Tooth Gang. Crimson Tooth? The guards exclaimed. Indeed. I brought leverage. Crimson Tooth remnants, residents held hostage, and the mastermind, Nikami Yamada, captured. How's that? So, you're sacrificing yourself? How noble. Sarah sneered. Noble? Not really. What's your answer? I'll contact the press immediately. Public disclosure. A shot rang out, and Perlman collapsed. What? Kat stared at Sarah and the fallen Perlman in shock. Don't worry, he's just asleep. Sarah aimed the gun at Kat. Let me impart one last lesson. Ensure your leverage has value before negotiating. Regrettably, Mr. Perlman is not as advantageous to us as you might have imagined. Nearby, witnessing the entire ordeal, a Fae clutched his head with both hands, displaying a look of utter astonishment. Oh, what a revelation. It is truly inconceivable that the mastermind behind it all is none other than the enigmatic Miss Sarah, the secretary. How deceptive. A Fae's voice grew hoarse and somber, just as I had anticipated. Subsequently, a Fae's figure vanished once more. Chapter 22. The dust settles, so it turns out Perlman was merely a puppet, while you were the true mastermind behind the explosion. I must inquire. Was it truly worth sacrificing lives to secure this bid at such a low cost? The significance of this project to Vision Industries is not for someone like you to question. Sarah once again aimed her gun at the cat spirit. Farewell, little one. With a gunshot echoing, the cat spirit despairingly closed its eyes. I'm sorry, Nicole, everyone. Yet, the imagined bullet did not strike the cat spirit instead. It grazed its cheek and flew past. What? The cat spirit exclaimed in shock. A voice emerged from behind it. Humph, is this the welcome gift you prepared? Quite rude. Indeed. Ah-Fei leisurely tossed the tranquilizer needle to the ground, and just as the cat spirit turned to see who was behind, darkness enveloped its vision. Rest peacefully. Ah-Fei slowly retracted his hand and embraced the unconscious cat spirit. Who are you? Sarah fixated her gaze on Ah-Fei, sensing the palpable danger emanating from him. Such a pity. I still need this little one as for who I am. That depends on your perspective. Sarah resolutely fired again. Yet the tranquilizer bizarrely passed through Ah-Fei's body. Ah-Fei absorbed the cat's spirit and Pearlman into his right eye, then leaped into the center of the encirclement. Swiftly approaching Sarah, she had no choice but to fire multiple rounds in defense, yet Ah-Fei simply passed through her form, observing her astonished expression as he mockingly declared, "Futile. Any attack against me is utterly ineffectual." Sarah's realization solidified as she glared at Ah-Fei. "It seems you've caught on, so let me be direct. I am quite curious about the purpose of your commendation. I do not comprehend your words. Do not underestimate my network of information. I recognized you the moment you graced the headlines. Initially, I merely suspected, but now, pale child. TSK. Who would have thought the first to move freely outside the void would be you? Names matter not. Miss Sarah, your response will dictate my subsequent actions." Sarah waved her hand, and a throng of guards surged forward. So it seems negotiations have failed. Humph. As the guards charged toward him, Ah-Fei stood his ground, silently watching Sarah retreat. Such arrogance. Open fire. Understood. Implement fire suppression. In an instant, thousands of bullets surged toward Ah-Fei, yet they passed straight through him. Striking his own men. Chapter 23, The Intersection of Light and Shadow. Hello, manager. I have come to see you, Kakashi announced as he pressed the doorbell of the video store. Oh, you've arrived, Kakashi, Zha greeted as he opened the door. I'm here to return the videotape. Right? Kakashi inquired, noticing the peculiar look on Ling's face. Ling, who was anxiously blocking the door behind him, forced a nervous smile and replied, Kakashi. What brings you here so suddenly, haha? Kakashi looked at Zha, puzzled. Zha, anticipating what was about to unfold, suppressed a chuckle and shook his head. By the way, why is Manager Ling standing in front of that door? Is there something he doesn't want us to see? Of course not. You're overthinking it. Ling glanced helplessly at Zha, who was watching the scene unfold with amusement. Well, Kakashi observed Ling's flustered demeanor and said, if there's nothing amiss, then let it be. Just as Ling sighed with relief, Kakashi nearly instantaneously reached the door. As Ling stared in disbelief, Kakashi's hand had already grasped the doorknob. No, Ling cried out in despair. At that moment, Kakashi's hand was firmly seized, and upon looking at his captor, he was taken aback to find it was the elusive Ah-Fei from the video store. Ah, I advise you not to enter. This is a private area. Feeling the increasing pressure on his elbow, Kakashi marveled inwardly. Incredible. Such a terrifying grip, rivaling even that of Captain Ya. All right, I want to go in. Kakashi conceded. Ah-Fei glared at him for a while before finally releasing his grip. This left Kakashi bewildered, sensing a profound animosity directed at him. Had he inadvertently offended this mysterious staff member, Ah-Fei? Kakashi glanced at his bruised elbow and sighed. Enough already, let us calm down, Zha interjected. He then beckoned Kakashi into a separate room. Ling cast a worried glance at Zha, who responded with an assuring thumbs up. So, manager, could you please explain what's going on? Oh dear, you're not here for an inspection, are you? Zha teased. Please. As if I have the time to inspect you all, Kakashi chuckled. Well, that's a relief. As for what's about to happen, you might find out tomorrow. Zha said mysteriously. Hey, is that true? By the way, did you hire a bodyguard? That Ah-Fei seems quite capable. Indeed. I never expected Ah-Fei to earn such high praise from you. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the two bid farewell. Once Kakashi's figure had disappeared, Ling finally sighed in relief. He has finally gone. It would have been disastrous if the Kuu's 6th Division discovered our identities as ties. Zha nodded in agreement. Indeed. It would have been terribly unfortunate. Ling, you must be cautious when you head to the outpost tomorrow. All right, I understand, brother. I'm completely exhausted today. The once lively Ah-Fei seemed transformed upon meeting Kakashi, becoming taciturn. Ah-Fei, are you all right? I'm fine. Okay then. Zha cast a resigned glance at Ah-Fei, who appeared to regain a semblance of his former lively self. It still seemed somewhat uncomfortable. Ah-Fei is tired. I'm going to sleep now. Thank you for your hard work today. Zha fell into contemplation, sensing something was off with Ah-Fei today. As if there existed an unresolved conflict between him and Kakashi. How frightening. The 6th Street is indeed a terrifying place. And to think there is an unparalleled master involved. Never mind, I want to dwell on it. Kakashi then opened the rare treasure Zha had gifted him, a videotape. Upon returning home, Kakashi eagerly inserted the tape into the player, and soon, the television emitted indescribable sounds. Starshine Knight. Transform. What? Kakashi stared at the screen showing Starshine Knight, exclaiming, Zha, please don't tell me this is what you meant by spandex, fight scenes, and Furue. With a sense of trepidation, Kakashi endured the entirety of Starshine Knight, finally shouting in anguish, Zha, just you wait. The next morning, Kakashi's phone rang. And upon seeing Captain Ya's name on the screen, he answered with curiosity. Hello, Kakashi. A newcomer from the Investigation Association will be arriving soon. But I'm tied up. Could you please go greet them? Me? Kakashi responded. But as the line went dead, he sighed, as I suspected. This is quite troublesome. Kakashi slowly dressed and yawned as he made his way to the Scott outpost. Meanwhile, Ling sat idly in a chair, glancing at the association examiner beside her. Who is this distinguished guest we re-expecting? It's been so long. They must be late. Cough, cough. It's just a common issue with seniors. However, consider it a test of your patience, the examiner replied. Ling had no choice but to continue waiting, and after a long while, a figure gradually appeared in their sight. Hey, I'm here. Kakashi waved a hand in greeting. Senior. The examiner coughed. This is our new recruit. He pointed to Ling. You. Ling exclaimed. Her eyes widening in shock, her complexion turning pale. Oh. Now Kakashi understood what Ja had meant by being mysterious, and he too felt awkward. Imagining the scenario of an undercover agent being discovered by the enemy on their first day of work, yet still needing to cover for them due to prior acquaintance. Wait. Do you two know each other? No, not at all. Ling exclaimed loudly. Yes, indeed. Haha. Well, all right then. Noticing the examiner's skeptical gaze, Kakashi patted Ling on the shoulder and whispered, Manager Ling, come here for a moment. Senior, what are you doing? I was just speaking to the newcomer, haha. Yes, indeed. Then good luck, Senior. Seeing Ling drenched in sweat, Kakashi remarked, So, is this a commission or something? What commission? I don't know. Ling insisted stubbornly. Then as the manager of a video store, what prompted you to come to the outpost as an investigator? Haha. It's a hobby. Life is about experiencing all sorts of different lives. Wait a minute. Kakashi suddenly realized something. Eh? Ling inquired, puzzled. Your dear brother has told you that I know about your identities as ties, has he? What? Ling gasped in shock. What's wrong, newcomer? Did something happen over there? Oh, she might just be a bit too excited. After all, she's meeting her idol, Kakashi of the Ku 6th Division. Indeed. Is that so? Well, it's only natural. After all, here, who doesn't admire Senior Kakashi? Chapter 24, Divine Might, Part 1 in summary, it was that simple. However, it was quite a surprise when I discovered your identities. I knew something was off with my brother yesterday. It drove me mad. Haha, don't say that. Perhaps manager just simply forgot? Kakashi hastily consoled Rin, who was visibly upset. At that moment, the examination officer approached them, signaling it was time to prepare for their tasks. As they stepped into the zero void, Kakashi stood transfixed, gazing at the familiar yet alien surroundings, the very place that had claimed the lives of two dear friends. What's wrong, Kakashi? Rin asked, noticing his dazed expression. It's nothing, he replied. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, that is fine. Rin said, sensing the uncomfortable atmosphere and deciding to change the subject. She turned to the examination officer and inquired. Why do you say that everyone in the defense forces admires Kakashi? Isn't he part of the Sky 6 unit? Do they follow celebrities too? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? No, that's not it. The examination officer waved his hand dismissively. It's understandable. You weren't part of our inner circle back then. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he continued, Kakashi-senpai, at the age of 16. Led a large group of people to safety during the fall of the old capital, bravely repelling unknown assailants along the way. He later joined the defense forces, achieving a 100 mission success rate, creating a legend. The rebel forces even dubbed him Kakashi of the Sharingan. Moreover, it is said that Kakashi-senpai is quite the sought-after figure. No one knows the face behind his mask, turning it into an urban legend. Some say he has large buck teeth, while others claim he is quite handsome. I lean towards the latter, given that his upper face is so striking. However, it's said that upon returning from the Zero Void, his demeanor drastically changed. Perhaps due to the sacrifices of his teammates returning to the present, it was confirmed that Kakashi-senpai had indeed joined the Sky 6 unit. Rin stared blankly at the examination officer, who seemed to realize he had shared too much. He awkwardly chuckled, while Rin discreetly glanced at Kakashi, who was leisurely engrossed in a novel titled Intimate Paradise, entirely oblivious to their conversation. Ugh, this is just too gross. What? The examination officer looked at IES in confusion. Nothing. Newcomer, please do your best. For some reason, the examination officer's attitude improved upon learning that Rin was a fan of Kakashi. Rin urged IES to jog over to Kakashi and tugged at his calf. What's up? Ahem. Kakashi, may I see your face without the mask? Who told you that urban legend? Not happening. Please. Kakashi-senpai is the coolest. I'm really curious. Not gonna happen. I can only tell you it's not buck teeth in that case. I'll have to pull out my trump card. Rin looked at Kakashi seriously, staring at him intently. Have you heard of the beauty trap? What nonsense is this? I'll tell you. Don't try these tricks on an old-timer. Ugh. What are you thinking? This should be something my brother handles, so what do you say? Just nod, and I'll introduce you to my brother. Thank you, but no. Kakashi replied, his expression darkening. You really are quite the siblings. Thanks for the compliment. To be honest, my brother and I met in the matching hall for Snake versus Snake. Too bad. This tactic works wonders on a Feyahim. Is there any possibility that my sexual orientation is perfectly normal? Alright, just as they continued their conversation, IES's detector emitted a series of alarming signals. Wait, 1 beep indicates active response, 2 beeps indicate significant activity, 3 beeps indicate strong activity. 4 beeps, the examination officer rushed over and snatched the detector, staring at it in shock before glancing anxiously around. Kakashi slowly pulled his forehead protector away from his left eye, revealing a blood-red, 3-tomo Sharingan. He positioned himself protectively behind the two, beginning to search for the enemy's likely location. What is happening? Rin asked, puzzled. This is impossible. As the detector exploded, the examination officer exclaimed in disbelief. This is... A mystical, ethereal voice resonated from above. Kakashi quickly urged the two to find cover. The trio turned their gazes toward the massive entity slowly floating towards them. Upon recognizing its form, the examination officer gasped. How can it be her? Kakashi patted the dazed examination officer on the shoulder, saying, our situation is about to become perilous. Your safety is paramount. Do you understand? But senpai, our mission. Listen well, those who fail their missions are worthless. However, those who do not cherish their comrades' lives are even less than worthless. Kakashi slowly drew his white fang, knowing the situation had escalated beyond expectations. Protect yourselves. With that, Kakashi charged at the colossal entity, while Rin and the examination officer pondered. Rin asked, what kind of entity is that? That creature is called Nineveh. Just as they were conversing, a swarm of skeletal wasps approached from behind, raising their massive stingers to strike. Watch out, Rin shouted. The examination officer stared in despair at the rapidly approaching swarm. Just then, the air beside them grew crackly, and the piercing sound of thousands of birds chirping filled their ears. Raikiri. The sharp Raikiri pierced the heart of the skeletal wasp, emitting a brilliant flash of lightning. Rest easy. I told you, we are comrades, are we not? Kakashi raised his hand in greeting to the two. Senpai. Kakashi. Patting IES on the head, Kakashi said. We cannot afford to be complacent, yet we still have a big foe waiting for us. Wait. A cool voice interrupted. Kakashi turned to see the newcomer, astonished. Captain Yako? What are you doing here? I didn't expect to run into you here, Yako replied with a calm demeanor. At that moment, several individuals in similar attire rushed towards them from a distance, members of the Sky 6 unit. Chapter 25, Divine Might, Part 2. So, you have tracked Nineveh all the way to this place. Indeed, you nodded in affirmation. In that case, esteemed elder, please lend us your strength. Liu of Moon City implored. Kakashi nodded, stating, this time, the threat posed by the corpses is considerable. We must prioritize the safety of non-combatants. Captain Ya, leave this to me. It's a perfect opportunity to test my new abilities. Kakashi-senpai is personally stepping in? How rare. All right, Yujin, no need to tease me. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. After all, we cannot burden Captain Yu with everything, can we, esteemed Captain Ya? I see, I understand now. Ya nodded in agreement. Kakashi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the pattern in his left eye had noticeably transformed into a slowly rotating pinwheel design. That is. Ya gasped in disbelief, eyes wide. Huh, does the captain know something? Don't keep us in suspense, share it with us. Surely. This new ability isn't merely altering the pattern of the Sharingan, is it? No. I have heard my father speak of the Uchiha clan's profound heritage, which rests upon the Sharingan. Ya paused for a moment and continued, yet the authorities fear them precisely because of those cursed eyes. It is said that in that war-torn era, the first Uchiha clan leader awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, surpassing the 3-tomo Sharingan. Of course, this is merely a legend. Whether it holds truth or not, only the Uchiha clan would know. The transition from 3-tomo to Manjikyu signifies a qualitative leap. Yet the conditions for awakening it are exceedingly harsh. It is said that the eyes can only be awakened by witnessing the death of a beloved. What? The crowd gasped in shock. Those Uchiha who awaken the Manjikyu undergo a transformation in mentality, essentially becoming madmen. Each Manjikyu possesses a unique pattern. Thus, it appears that Kakashi's eyes have indeed evolved into the Manjikyu Sharingan. Then, will Kakashi-senpai not become a madman himself? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, gently caressing his eye socket. This is a gift from my dear friend Obito Uchiha. This power belongs to him as well. Though I cannot fathom why your eyes have evolved into the Manjikyu Sharingan, it is possible that the rumors are mistaken, you explained. Regardless, I must carry his eyes and fulfill his dreams, to see this world on his behalf. Kakashi, you. Ines Ling looked at Kakashi with concern, while Ja pondered, feeling sorrowful for Kakashi's plight. Enough. Let us cease the reminiscing. Our immediate priority is that formidable foe. Then I shall leave it to you, Kakashi-senpai. I am quite curious about this legendary eye. Shanyu Yujin remarked. Kakashi nodded and clapped IE's shoulder. Please, lead the way. Huh? Me? Of course, if this mission succeeds, I believe your assessment will conclude favorably, right? Kakashi turned to the association examiner, and upon receiving their concurrence, Ling confidently declared. Rest assured, I shall handle it. After a while, under IE's guidance, they followed Nineveh. She's over there. Shanyu Yujin shouted, Kakashi-senpai. Yes, I am aware. Lightning gathered in Kakashi's hand as he dashed toward Nineveh, declaring, you cannot escape. Kakashi leapt onto the crumbling remains of a building, at which point Nineveh also noticed him and swiftly summoned several corpse bees to attack Kakashi and his companions. Lightning Blade. The explosive surge of lightning sent the corpse bees flying, dissipating into specks of ether energy, while several bees approaching IES were severed by a swift strike from Shinjanya. Lightning release, lightning clone. Another Kakashi appeared beside him, declaring, "Here we go." The lightning clone Kakashi hurled the original Kakashi toward Nineveh before exploding in a burst of lightning. "Let us try this move. Divine might." Kakashi opened his left eye, focusing on Nineveh. "What is Senpai doing?" Shinjanya murmured, gazing at Kakashi's target. "It's coming." Sure enough, a vortex materialized at Nineveh's core, slowly drawing it into the whirlpool. In an instant, Nineveh's core began to contort, on the verge of being engulfed by the vortex. "Is that Senpai's new ability?" Lu uttered in disbelief. "It appears so, astonishingly." "Could it be a spatial type ability?" "Lugia, what are you all discussing?" While the others conversed, only Shinjanya remained silent, intently observing Nineveh's form being drawn into the vortex. "What's wrong, Captain?" Eugen inquired. "It's nothing, just a bit of confusion." "Huh. Does you have some doubts?" "No, it's just that this ability to create a vortex to absorb things feels eerily familiar. Yet I cannot recall where I have seen something similar." In the air, Kakashi began to feel strain after absorbing the left half of Nineveh's body. His left eye throbbed with intense pain. Nineveh shot several seeds toward Kakashi, forcing him to cancel divine might to evade the attack. The seeds struck the ground, causing explosions that billowed a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the half-bodied Nineveh awkwardly burst from the smoke, fleeing rapidly. "Damn it, she got away." Kakashi pounded the ground in frustration. "I have yet to fully master this ability. If only it had succeeded." "Kakashi-senpai, are you alright?" "Kakashi, how are you?" The others rushed to support the kneeling Kakashi. "I'm fine. It's just Nineveh. No worries, we can seek vengeance for the past today." Shinjanya nodded in agreement. "You are ultimately not an Uchiha. Your ability to wield the Manjikyu Sharingan has surpassed my expectations. For now, let us check on your condition." "Yes," Kakashi said unsteadily as he rose. Meanwhile, in another part of the divine might space. "What is this?" Obito stared incredulously at the body on the ground, so rich in ether energy. "I do not recall capturing this entity." Obito fell into contemplation, and after a long moment, he gasped. Chapter 26 Interlude. It is truly astonishing that such immense energy resides within merely a fragment of a body. Just imagine if the entirety of this corpse could be absorbed. Obito mused, contemplating the possibility of the golem consuming the still lingering form of Nineveh. The golem had now fully opened one eye. Were it not just a portion, it would have awakened far more swiftly. Surpassing infamy, indeed. Upon returning from the Kamui space to the video store, Obito encountered the sibling duo, Tetsu and Suzum, who were preparing to return after restocking. "Hey, store manager. Afei, come help me with this." "Understood." Afei lifted a box of videotapes, but, upon peering inside, voiced his confusion. "Huh? Why are all the new tapes art films this time?" Blame it on my brother. He keeps saying things like the documentaries our customers are most eager for, but we all know it's just his own desire to watch them." Suzum retorted, pouting. "Ahem. Suzum, we are no longer part of the Fairthon. We must run this video store properly." What about this tape labeled private shipment? Is it also an art film?" "What?" Suzum's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared intensely at Tetsu. "Afei, there is no such thing, huh? It and Appos, as probably just some band program." Tetsu chuckled awkwardly. After all, it was a rare collectible. "Suzum, trust me." "Sounds suspicious." Brother Suzum scrutinized Tetsu. "Is it really that hot? Why are you sweating so much? Are you feeling unwell?" Tetsu nervously tugged at his collar, fanning himself as if genuinely overheated. "Indeed." "Suzum, look at this weather. It's unbearably hot, haha. My dear brother, have you forgotten it's autumn?" Tetsu fumbled, glancing around. Look over there. It seems a client from the other side has arrived. Let us check the task assignments." "Huh? Isn't that the shepherd?" "Oh, this commission will surely earn us a fortune." Afei excitedly pointed to the client outside the video store. "Stop changing the subject." "Ahem. Suzum, I'll take this commission," Tetsu declared, handing the car keys to Suzum. "Why don't you handle the restocking this time?" "Smart move." Suzum snatched the car keys. "Then I'm off." Watching the lively Suzum, Tetsu sighed and walked with Afei towards the shepherd. The shepherd regarded them and said, Returning customers. Is today a family outing for you two?" "Indeed. And you didn't invite me." "Afei, you were the one who overslept. Besides, Suzum and I are merely going to restock tapes." My apologies. I'm here for a commission that suits you perfectly." "Oh, do tell." "Speak carefully. The walls have ears. Let us head to the store first." Inside the video store, Tetsu looked at the shepherd and said, "All right, can we speak now?" "Yes. I want to keep you in suspense. Here's the situation. Internal reports from the guild indicate that the Crete and Limian caverns have shown signs of increased activity recently, possibly leading to the emergence of symbiotic caverns. We dug a little deeper into this rumor and successfully established contact with the responsible unit, which led to this mysterious commission. In short, several military mechas designated for suppressing caverns have gone out of control in regions with high ether activity, and the responsible unit seeks skilled individuals to assist in handling them." "I see." Tetsu murmured. "So you sought me out." "Exactly. I believe only you and your Fairthon can handle this task." "Haha. You've come to the right person. Fei puffed out his chest proudly. This arduous task shall be entrusted to Fei. Let them witness my prowess. Wonderful. It's settled then. However, I want to intrude on your family outing any longer. The shepherd departed, and Tetsu patted Fei on the back. Let us go, Fei. We need to find Suzu. Yes. As they exited the store, they were halted by Uncle Jop at the entrance of Koi Ramen. Didn't he go together? I just saw the video store's car leaving the 6th Street. I thought you two had something going on. Uncle Jop, this time Suzu went for the restock on her own. But you're worried? Haha. The car headed towards the bridge. Thank you. Tetsu replied politely. Not a problem at all, haha. Fei scratched his head. Can we really catch up to Sister Suzu? We seem to be walking. Only one way to find out. Fei, I've noticed something about you. Haha. What is it? Fei said. A bit nervously. Fei, you've become quite astute. Keep it up, Fei. If you can delve a bit deeper into your thoughts, you'll be nearly at the level of a normal person. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Tetsu. Fei exclaimed excitedly. Forget I said that. Thus, the duo arrived at the bridge, only to find 2 law enforcement officers stationed at the entrance. Citizen, please halt. The area ahead is currently under control. Please refrain from approaching. One officer stated. What? What is happening? Tetsu inquired. There has been a symbiotic cavern disaster in the nearby district. The streets adjacent to 6th Street are now in a potential risk zone. According to the cavern disaster response plan, we must impose temporary control for the safety of all citizens. Please avoid this side of the street. This is a disaster. The greatest crisis. Fei exclaimed, clutching his head. Sister Suzu just left, and now she is trapped. What do we do? Tetsu asked worriedly. Is there no way to help her? Damn it. Citizen. Your complexion appears concerning. Is there a relative trapped within the cavern? My sister. She might be trapped inside. Please remain calm. We will commence rescue efforts immediately. Fei tugged at Tetsu's sleeve, gesturing for him to lean closer, and whispered, Tetsu, we can still rescue Sister Suzu. Remember that assistant named Fury? We can use it to locate her. Indeed. We must act swiftly. Every second of delay could jeopardize Suzume's life. Quickly. Use the HDD. Fei. This mission is entrusted to you. Hiki. Fei is quite capable. Fei assured, patting his chest confidently. Chapter 27. Fury Fei, I entrust this to you. Rest assured, leave it to me. Fei proclaimed with hands on his hips, brimming with confidence. To rescue the master, it is necessary to synchronize the HDD system with the bomb and guide the agents in and out of the void. Question. This is typically the master's responsibility. Assistant no. 2. Can you achieve sensory synchronization? If it's just for a moment. Just said, serious. Understood. The auxiliary work for this operation will be entirely handled by Fairy. Yoshi. Now it's up to Fei. He picked up IES and declared, I'm off. I must return safely. Ja murmured as he watched Fei depart. Fei swiftly arrived at the entrance previously sealed by the officers, observing the 2 officers standing guard. He strode forward without hesitation. Halt. The road ahead is dangerous. Please stop. The officer commanded sternly. Please. Fei pleaded, genuinely wanting to pass through. Ja within IES watched Fei's antics in silence, angrily striking the table. Damn it. I shouldn't have trusted you, Fei. Fei seemed to sense his thoughts. Giving a thumbs up to IES, then cleared his throat and approached the officers earnestly. Excuse me, esteemed officers, my home is over there. Look. It seems like it might rain soon. I need to hurry and collect my laundry. Fei, there's no way such an excuse would grant you passage. Damn it. Ling. My brother is incompetent. I can't save you. She cried out in despair. What? Collect laundry, you rascal. The 2 officers glared angrily at Fei, while Zhu in the video store felt a lump in his throat. Oh no. Fei, hurry and leave. You fool. How could you be so reckless? Get in the car. We will take you there, the officer said, almost as if by fate. What? Just stared in disbelief at the scene before him. This cannot be real. I must be dreaming. See, Fei has quite the influence, he grinned with pride. However, if one looked closely into the officer's eyes, a hint of crimson lurked within. Under his incredulous gaze, Fei squeezed into the vehicle with IES. This must be it. The accompanying void, right? Fei glanced at Ja. Yes, according to Fairy's analysis, Ling should be here. Moreover, there are other victims. I have already reported this anonymously to the officers. Fei shrugged. So, what should we do next? Let's confirm one by one. If it isn't them, we can execute a rescue in the process. Ja whispered, let's head to the nearest point. Hey, a person and a bomb sped towards the distant signal point. After a while, they reached the last location where the signal was emitted. At which point Fairy within IES suddenly issued a warning. Warning. Military vehicle specifications have been detected along the path. Please proceed with caution. What? Ja immediately connected to IES. Speaking to Fei. This is bad. Fairy just informed me there are troops here. We need to change our route. It's too late. Fei said nonchalantly, then glanced towards the ether crystal in the distance. They have already noticed us. Humph. How perceptive. I wonder what those buffoons are doing. Allowing a mouse to sneak in, a figure slowly emerged from behind the crystal. Allow me to introduce myself, Mice. You may call me Groundhog. The captain of the rebel assault team. Rebels. just stared intently at Groundhog, realizing the gravity of the situation. But what is their purpose for coming here? Huh? Is Groundhog also a mouse? Huh? You. Groundhog glared furiously at Ah Fei. Seize them. In an instant, rebels from all directions converged, guns aimed squarely at the two. Faceless man. This infuriates me. Groundhog stomped his foot in rage, daring to speak to me like that? Then I'll make you my first test subject. Ah Fei quietly released IES. Store manager, please go find Sisterling. I will handle things here. But, don't worry. Ah Fei is very strong. By the way, this is my bomb. It's sufficient for your self-defense. Take care. Ah Fei was swiftly restrained and confined to a small room. Where is this place? This is our experimental base. Groundhog boasted. Do you know? Ah Fei looked at Groundhog in confusion as he continued. I have always despised your kind. You always interfere with my plans. Especially that damned Sharingan Kakashi. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have fallen to this state. Ah Fei fell unusually silent. He took everything from me. I was once a high-ranking official in the rebels until that man appeared, effortlessly dispatching my troops. How could I be demoted to a mere squad captain? Ah Fei watched him, and no one knew the expression hidden beneath the mask. Thus, I devised a brilliant plan. A plan for revenge. I specifically investigated him, and with my past experience in the defense forces, I successfully hacked their system, uncovering something truly remarkable. Groundhog's expression twisted as he pulled out a printed photograph, which was a group photo. Look, in the photo are his two closest friends, Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin, along with that stain of a hero from the old capital. Perfect. The defense forces once possessed a top-secret technology that could allow me to clone them. And you were merely a test subject for their capabilities. Groundhog clapped his hands. And the door before Ah Fei swung open, revealing several figures emerging slowly. You bastard. Ah Fei's voice grew furious. Before him stood the expressionless forms of himself and Rin, leading Obito's emotions to spiral into rage. Obito forcibly broke the chains binding him, his overwhelming fury causing him to forget to utilize intangibility. How dare you? How dare you? What? Groundhog was visibly shocked by the sight. Open fire. This guy is abnormal. How dare you defile Rin's soul? I will not let you go. Bastard. Suddenly, several vines appeared around Obito, mercilessly strangling the surrounding rebels. Obito rushed to Groundhog, seizing him. Die. With no time for words, Groundhog met his end, and Obito turned to the clone, extending vines to bind his past self and violently slam him to the ground. Obito beheld the last enemy on the field, gazing at his trembling hand. He recognized his own cowardice. That is not Rin. That is not Rin. Even as Obito repeated this phrase, he became disoriented upon seeing a visage resembling Rin. But at that moment, the crisis escalated. Noera Rin's body began to convulse, ether crystals sprouting from her form, signaling a process of degradation. Obito realized the orchestrator behind this, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Once again, it's you, the cult of praise. Chapter 28, Lament of the Deceased. Damn it. Obito recoiled, witnessing Rin Nohara's transformation into a skeletal figure before his very eyes. In a daze, Obito's thoughts drifted back over a decade. He was once similarly powerless, forced to watch his beloved perish before him. That same sense of helplessness now weighed heavily upon him once more. Still can't do anything? Obito uttered, his hands trembling. Looking at Rin's tormented gaze, it seemed as though she were cursing his incompetence. Obito stared blankly as the skeletal figure lunged toward him, making no move to evade. Sharp ether crystals pierced his heart. Can't feel anything. Obito embraced the ether corrupted Rin Noera, the ether crystals continuing to penetrate his chest. He removed his mask, gazing at Rin in his arms. I'm sorry, Rin. Obito whispered. I will create a world with you in it. Just wait a little longer. Rin, you must be so lonely in that empty world. So, even if you kill me, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, Rin. I couldn't make it. I couldn't save you. I let you become this grotesque thing. I have always loved you. Obito roared, finally confessing his long-delayed feelings. The ether corrupted Rin Noera was ultimately just a half-finished product, a mere imitation created from Rin's appearance. The artificial body could no longer withstand the ether's corruption and began to dissipate, transforming into a sky full of ether energy. Obito felt the fading form and closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. And so, Rin vanished in Obito's embrace. Obito collapsed to his knees, staring blankly at his hands and the pierced heart. The scattered ether energy arranged itself in the sky. Obito turned his gaze upward and, for a fleeting moment, saw a sky full of stars. Little Obito, Grandma has simply flown up to the sky to become a star, just like little Obito's mom and dad. She will always be with you. Obito recalled his grandmother's final words and murmured, I'm sorry, Grandma. I have no way back. I will keep going until the eye of the moon opens. Rin, have you always been by my side? Obito replaced his mask, once again assuming his former persona, but now much more taciturn. Ah Fei dusted himself off, a new heart having grown in his chest. A glowing core shone where he had been pierced. Ah Fei picked up the group photo from the ground and carefully placed it in the Kamui dimension. A new world will soon arrive. Until then, I will rewrite this world of endless tragedy. A flash of light emanated from Ah Fei's right eye, and his figure gradually disappeared. You're here, Afei, IES called out, running up to Afei. Are you okay? What happened over there? Ling might have gone deeper into the hollow. We have to go look. Jia, observing Afei's unusual behavior, grew worried and muttered, did those guys torture Afei? How else would he be acting so strangely? Sigh, Afei, how about I treat you to dinner after we rescue Ling? Jia asked, increasingly concerned. What had Afei experienced over there? It's okay, Afei escaped. Didn't manager Jia say to be more profound? Is that so? Jia glanced at Afei, speechless. Okay, whatever makes you happy. Fairy says Ling might be deep inside. Let's go. Roger that. Guided by Fairy, the two quickly arrived at a signal source, but it wasn't Ling. It was a security officer. There's something over there, Jia exclaimed. The security officer is stuck, and there are more and more ether corpses nearby. Afei rushed forward, subduing the ether corpses with nothing but brute force. He then pulled the security officer up. At that moment, Jia arrived, piloting IES. Why you are? Hollow Raiders. Stay away. I won't associate with you outlaws. Oh my, officer, you jest. Afei interrupted the security officer. If it weren't for us Hollow Raiders, you'd already be a goner. What happens to me is irrelevant. But if you're willing to protect the innocent civilians nearby, I can pretend I didn't see you. Of course, our goal is to find someone. If you want to get out of here, you'll have to stick with us, Jia stated. The security officer hesitated, but the girl behind him spoke up first. Okay. I trust you. It's better than turning into a monster. Then follow me, Afei said. If you try anything funny, don't blame me for being impolite. Afei simply waved his hand. Manager Jia, are we going to find Big Sister Ling next? Yes, she should be nearby. Just then, a loud crash echoed. Everyone rushed toward the sound, which proved to be a runaway military mech. The mech was approaching a familiar figure. Ling, Jia shouted. Bro, where are you? Afei dashed forward, stopping the security officer from following. You're injured. No. But there's a living person over there. Leave it to Afei. Afei gave a peace sign and pulled out several bombs from his pocket, throwing them at the mech. Several violent explosions later, the runaway mech collapsed. Ling was startled. Everyone rushed over and helped her up. Bro, you finally came. Are you hurt? Bro, why do you look so funny? Haha. Ling took out her phone and snapped a picture of IE's serious expression. Since Ling was speaking quietly with Jia, the security officer didn't suspect anything. As the group finally retreated from the hollow, the security officer said to Afei, I'm sorry, I owe you one. You're legitimate citizens. No problem. Well, see you later. Goodbye. On the way back to the hollow shop, Afei lay in the back seat, lost in thought. Afei. Even when Ling called out to him, Afei didn't respond. That's strange. It's okay, Ling just said. Afei, there's a limit to how deep you can be. Afei remained motionless in the back seat, not responding. Whatever. As long as you're happy. Chapter 29, A Gathering Storm Ahoy. Both managers are present. Is that Kakashi? Have you come seeking your brother? Well, partially. Truth be told, I'm here to borrow a videotape. Director, you mentioned some sort of horror film and melon consumption training. As if such a thing exists. Kakashi lamented, crestfallen. Haha, best of luck with that. By the way, your employee, the one called. Ah, Black. You mean Fei. Ah, right, that's the name. Why isn't he around? Fei has been rather despondent lately. Perhaps he's out seeking solace. Kakashi, is there anything else I can assist you with? Jia inquired. Ahem. Regarding the previous item, do you have any more? Ah, I see. One moment, I'll have a look. Excellent. My existence is now fulfilled. My vacation won't be so tedious after all, mwaha. Shortly, she descended the stairs, clutching a package secured with copious amounts of tape. Kakashi gazed upon the parcel with fervent anticipation, rubbing his hands together as he accepted it from Jia. Ah, incidentally, do you have any horror films suitable for young ladies? Are you certain that director you would appreciate those deemed suitable for young ladies? Ling questioned dubiously. That's a valid point. Disregard my inquiry. This film, Beneath the Mask, is an excellent suspenseful horror piece. Revolving around a criminal who dons a mask to conceal their identity while committing nefarious deeds, lurking amongst the protagonist group. Kakashi swiftly silenced Ling. Hey. If you spoil everything, it'll be utterly tedious. All right. I'll cease forthwith. Eesh, you two are quite the handful. Do simmer down for a moment. By the way, do you recall the Vista Enterprises incident? That incident. What about it? Ling inquired, perplexed. It seems you were indeed involved, still fond of meddling. I see. Merely fulfilling a commission. Besides, we can't subsist solely on the revenue from the video store. The mastermind, Perlman, is en route to court. Furthermore, are you aware of the tragic affair? We gleaned nothing substantial from the surviving perpetrator. However, the common thread is that upon inquiring about the events, they all descended into madness. Thus, as it stands, the primary beneficiary of Vista Enterprises' downfall is Baichi Heavy Industries. If you happen to possess any information regarding them, please notify me. Is this an official inquiry? Jia quipped. Hey, we're still members of Phaeton. Are we to be tasked with locating individuals? Ling retorted, exasperated. Well, I'm with the 6th Aerial Division, Phaeton, you say? Come with me. Kakashi declared, arms crossed. Fine, you win. Haha, I shall take my leave then, farewell. With that, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke. Ark, that smug individual. How infuriating. Ling exclaimed angrily. That's just his nature, Zhu affirmed with a nod. Brother, are you implying that you've known him for quite some time? Ling, how about we watch some television to unwind? Assistant 2's tone detected as flustered. The following possibilities are inferred, with topic diversion having a 99 probability. Fairy, I'm aware without your input. Brother, take this. Wait, oof. As Zhu tumbled to the ground, he inadvertently knocked the television remote, activating the set. Your troubles Bang Boo knows. Greetings, children. Welcome to a new episode of Bang Boo knows. A yellow Bang Boo exclaimed, holding a microphone, before switching the view to an individual clad in a lion mascot costume. And who is our mystery guest today? Leon Kuan? ZZZ. We're live, Leon Kuan. Cast aside your decadent reverie and introduce today's guest. Bang Boo exclaimed, exasperatedly tugging at the lion head. Seemingly oblivious to the potential wrath of a lion. It's quite all right. I'm already here, a man in work attire stated. Leon Kuan appears to be incapacitated. Very well, allow me to introduce today's guest. Anton San from Heavy Industries. Hey, it's pronounced Chi, as in prayer. Alright, Anton San, let us announce today's topic together. Comparative analysis of subway reconstruction plans. Heavy Industries versus Vista Enterprises. Hold on. Isn't this a mistake? Would children genuinely comprehend such specialized matters? If we're comparing reconstruction plans, I believe Heavy Industries is superior. A young boy stated slowly. Heavy Industries' greatest asset is their technology. Their independently developed void-compatible intelligent heavy machinery can effectively resist etheric corrosion, ensuring safe operation within the void. Thus, Heavy Industries can effectively utilize existing facilities within the void, obviating the need for demolition. Compared to Vista Enterprises, the actual project cost is reduced by 21. Environmental impact is lessened by 53, and facility utilization is increased by 75. That's quite sophisticated, Anton exclaimed incredulously. So, Heavy Industries is quite remarkable? Not at all. Anton responded, observing the enthusiastic children with a smile. Is Heavy Industries' plan necessarily superior? That remains to be seen. A discordant voice interjected, prompting everyone to turn toward the source, the lion mascot. The merits of the plan will be determined by future passengers, who undoubtedly desire a safe, entirely new subway system, rather than a refurbished, half-baked contraption. Leon Kuan, why are you in the children's section? Return at once. The leonine individual spread his arms, continuing, indeed. The refurbishment method is more environmentally friendly, but also more time-consuming. Who knows if Heavy Industries machinery can truly function within the void? This is merely a stopgap measure due to Heavy Industries' insufficient financial resources. Vista Enterprises' plan is the safer option. Anton glared intensely at the figure before him. Before Anton could retort, the young boy from earlier interjected, I object. Vista Enterprises disregards human life and attempts to harm civilians to reduce costs. They're villains. Little tyke. If Vista Enterprises isn't virtuous, then Heavy Industries is? You're likely unaware, but Heavy Industries has a significant scandal. What's that supposed to mean? Anton exclaimed, seizing the mascot costume. Don't be so agitated, Anton Kuan. You'll frighten the children. Spare me the pretense. Let me see your true face beneath the mask, Anton exclaimed, tearing off the head, revealing the man's true appearance. What? Unexpectedly, the man was indeed a lion, a leonine. Anton Kuan, I am consistent in my appearance. Unlike certain individuals who pose as the president of a burgeoning construction company while secretly engaging in embezzlement and absconding with funds. What a coincidence, Ling exclaimed, dumbfounded. There are now some promising leads. This individual from Lion Hope may indeed be the final underhanded maneuver of Vision Industry against Heavy Industries. Let us commence our investigation from this point. Just said slowly. However, it is surprising that Heavy Industries has consistently maintained a favorable reputation among the public. I wonder what dark secrets they might still uncover. The very thought of Kakashi's commission makes this effort seem quite taxing. Brother, how could you act in such a manner? Chapter 30, the 6th Air Division at your service. A threatening message has been detected. Oh, a threat. Fairy, what does the message say? Let me hear it. Zhu furrowed his brow. Next, Fairy will read it aloud. Fairthon, I require your assistance. We are at a critical juncture of life and death, and I can only turn to you for help. Due to the sensitive nature of this matter, I must meet with you in person, as the content of this request will reveal my true identity. I will be waiting for you at the intersection of Luthen Street at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please. Zhang. Who do you think sent this message? Ling inquired. It can't possibly be Heavy Industries? But how could they know our account? We never mentioned we were Fairthon. That Nicole. Zhu shook his head. I fear she may have sold us out again. However, it's fortuitous. We can notify Kakashi and have him keep watch from a distance tomorrow. Brother, don't say that. If it's a large corporation like Heavy Industries, the commission fee must be substantial, Ling exclaimed. Almost as if to affirm her statement, Fairy sent another message alert. A new message detected. We truly need your help. We will transfer 20% of the commission fee as a deposit to you. Your Shenwang account has received a payment. See? I told you so. Ling declared triumphantly. All right. It seems we owe this to Nicole. Not only do we gain a commission fee, but we can also inform Kakashi about the request. Zhe pondered and then opened his phone to send a message. Before long, the appointed time arrived, and Ling resolutely stepped out of the video store. Hey, I didn't expect it to be you, Ling. I thought it would be Zhe, Kakashi greeted. Well, it's because my brother is too lazy. Ling retorted with a huff. All right. But I knew I could count on you. By the way, do you two have some sort of special constitution? It seems like you always get caught up in major events. Hey. You should watch less anime. That's just a trope from cartoons. Ahem, Ling. I'll pretend nothing is happening here. Rest assured, nothing will go awry with me keeping watch. Okay. Ling timidly approached the designated location and spotted a burly man anxiously standing in place, occasionally mumbling to himself. Ling glanced back towards Kakashi for help, only to find him engrossed in reading a book titled Intimate Paradise, occasionally chuckling in a manner that piqued the curiosity of passersby. I shouldn't have trusted you. I don't know him. Ling exclaimed in despair, pulling out her phone to call Zhou at the video store. Hello? Brother, you finally picked up. Ahem. What's wrong? There's a suspicious man here. Oh no, it's two. What? Make sure Kakashi keeps a close eye on you. Don't leave his sight. Ling remained silent, snapping a picture of Kakashi in the distance to send to Zhe. This guy is indeed slacking off. Ling. Let's first listen to what that man is saying. Ling sighed in resignation and stealthily approached the man to eavesdrop. However, after listening, her pupils dilated, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Without my brother here, can I handle this? No. In a man's dictionary, the only word is to forge ahead. Ling stared in shock at the suspicious man. Is that dictionary a bit thin? Never mind. When he arrives, I'll confront him directly. My brother will surely agree. Brother, what should we do now? Searching for you, suspicious person, mumbling to oneself. Master. The above keywords bear a certain resemblance to the plot of the film in H-Zone 3, tape 16-5. Those old civilization horror films? Zhe mused. The film is titled Panic Split, The Eerie Gathering. It narrates the story of a split-personality criminal who lures multiple victims under the guise of seeking help. Every time a victim finds no means of escape, the criminal always expresses in a cheerful tone that hair-raising phrase, "Oh, finally found you. Hey, finally found you. Kakashi. Save me." Huh? Kakashi turned his attention to the burly man, who visibly panicked. Kakashi spoke in a serious tone. Who are you? What are you doing? This esteemed gentleman? The burly man spoke politely. To be honest, I've been waiting for this young lady. Is that so? Kakashi waved his hand, directing his gaze at Ling hiding behind him, and slowly stated, Rest assured, this must be someone from Baichi Heavy Industries, so you should step forward. Yes. I am indeed from Baichi Heavy Industries, but how did you discern that? You're still wearing your work uniform. Kakashi replied, speechless. Then pushed Ling in front of him. Now, let me formally introduce you. You must be the Fairthon siblings, right? Ahem. I understand this isn't the right time for a discussion. Let us move to a less populated area for introductions. I am Anton Ivanov. Firstly, I'm not actually a Fairthon. To be more precise, I could be considered an official personnel. Zhe wondered. Sister. This person seems to be the one from yesterday's program. So he really is a special guest from Bamboo Nose. Ahem, given this context. I'll be straightforward. It appears inappropriate for Fairthon to request a meeting so abruptly, but as I mentioned in my private message, our company is currently at a critical juncture and cannot easily disclose our identity to outsiders, Anton explained apologetically. Thus, we can only meet face-to-face to enhance confidentiality. And I hope for your understanding. Well, that reasoning seems plausible, but Ling cast a discreet glance at Kakashi. By the way, what did you mean by official personnel just now? Were you referring to me? Well, Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully. My name is Hatake Kakashi. And as for what official personnel? I'm merely an unremarkable member of the 6th Air Division. Is that so? I thought it was something else. Anton chuckled. The 6th Air Division, huh? Hey, are you joking? You must be joking. Kakashi waved his hand helplessly, letting out a sigh. Chapter 31. Baichi Heavy Industry is almost here. Our president is just ahead. Although the president is quite young, he has already become a figure akin to the king of beasts. You all may feel nervous, but fret not. Anton proclaimed proudly. How terrifying, how terrifying. Kakashi muttered with drooping eyelids. Shouldn't it be no need to be nervous instead? Ling retorted. As the trio approached the construction site entrance, an unexpected event occurred. A colossal steel monstrosity burst forth, a construction machine. Danger. Kakashi pulled Ling aside, bracing himself to face the behemoth. Quick, dodge. A voice emerged from behind the machine. But in an instant, Kakashi had leapt in front of it, landing atop the machine's head. Hello? Could you please make this child stop? Oh dear, how troublesome. A flash of lightning surged through Kakashi's hand as he thrust it fiercely toward the metallic surface, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent clouds of dust swirling. Amidst the smoke, Kakashi landed on the ground, cradling a woman clad in work attire. Oh, are you all right? Ling was the first to speak. We're fine, thanks to this gentleman. The woman, Gris, awkwardly descended from Kakashi's arms, apologizing profusely. It's all right. Kakashi feigned modesty. Higi, your eyes are practically gleaming with delight, Kakashi. I can see your smug expression even through your mask, Ling remarked. Exasperated. Cough, how could you say that? You must think too poorly of me. Kakashi replied, equally speechless. Oh, thank you, brother, for your timely assistance. Gris. What on earth are you doing? This child was a bit overly excited. I was merely conducting a system check on him, but unexpectedly. Sigh. Fortunately, Kakashi's skills are extraordinary, and there were no significant injuries, Anton said, turning to Gris. Allow me to introduce you. This is the illustrious Fei Tong. And this is none other than the renowned Kakashi Hatake from the Airborne 6th Division. What? The Airborne 6th Division. Hehe. We've managed to secure 2 top-notch allies this time. However, if memory serves me correctly. At that moment, a burly figure approached the group. And Kakashi's brow furrowed, ever vigilant of the imposing man. The man slowly extended his right hand, as if his massive paw were about to swipe at Ling. Wait a moment. Kakashi grasped the man's outstretched hand. Is there something you need? Feeling the strength in Kakashi's grip, the burly man suddenly tightened his hold, causing Kakashi to sense impending danger, while his other hand ready to condense a lightning blade. It is an honor to finally meet you, Mr. Kakashi. And Miss Rope Craftsman, we sincerely appreciate your willingness to lend a hand. My name is Ben, and I must apologize for the lack of hospitality. Our president has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Not only Kakashi, but Ling also looked perplexed at this development. This is truly an unexpected turn of events. Kakashi mused. Ling nudged Kakashi, signaling him to look behind. Kakashi discreetly shifted his gaze and noticed Gris conversing with Anton. I understand. Kakashi gestured for Ling not to worry. After all, the Airborne 6th Division and Fei Tong are clearly not on the same path. However, what awaits us next is that president who is said to be akin to the King of Beasts. I fear it may not be easy to deal with. Oh, even you find it formidable? Just hearing the description suggests its complexity. Nevertheless, in any situation, your safety must be prioritized, or else you will surely have my head. Ben cleared his throat, slowly stepping aside. President, the rope craftsman has arrived. Understood. The two turned their attention to the approaching King of Beasts, lost in contemplation. Young lady, this is a construction site. It's quite dangerous. Please do not run around. What? Hey, what do you mean by that? Be careful, or I'll flatten you, old man. I sincerely apologize. Miss Rope Craftsman, Mr. Kakashi, this is our president of Baichi Heavy Industry, Ben explained. Gris, put me down. I must teach this arrogant old man a lesson. Is this truly a figure akin to the King of Beasts? Ling observed the red-haired girl before her. Seeing Ling's reaction, Kaleida composed herself and cleared her throat. Indeed, I am Kaleida Bellowberg, the president of Baichi Heavy Industry. I can't believe it, a mere child. How infuriating, calling me old man. How vexing. A mere child. Wow, I'll fight you. All right, little one, you cannot possibly defeat him tch. Kaleida shot a disgruntled glare at Kakashi. But upon encountering his lifeless, soulless eyes, she felt as if her punch landed on cotton, turning her head away in annoyance. I have a strong premonition that I will unwittingly be swept into some crisis. Kakashi murmured. Well, at least for now, I am not too busy. With that, Kakashi pulled out Affectionate Paradise and resumed his engrossed reading. Kaleida approached Ling, saying, Greetings, Fei Tong. I apologize for the chaos you witnessed earlier. And I hope it doesn't cast out on our company as professionalism. Moreover, we received a call from Anton earlier. And upon learning that such a skilled rope craftsman like you was willing to assist, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Kaleida glanced at Kakashi, who was still idly reading. You mean him? This. Let me handle this. Kakashi remained focused on his book, his head not moving an inch. Well, as you know, the official stance on rope craftsmen has always been one of ambivalence, since New Ailey requires these gray industries to thrive. As for me, you can understand that I am commissioning this rope craftsman in the name of Kakashi Hatake, rather than as Kakashi from the Airborne 6th Division. In fact, we have always held a positive view towards legendary rope craftsmen like Fei Tong, who have repeatedly led those lost in the void back to safety. Therefore, I am here. Rest assured, this is in my private capacity, so you need not worry about any repercussions. I see. Gris mused quietly. In summary, it's quite simple. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 32, the chapter of White Fang's Unsheathing. Act 1. Anton may have mentioned certain matters to you. Although our company has secured the subway project, the progress has been rather tumultuous due to persistent obstruction from adversaries. Adversaries? President. Is it appropriate to refer to them as such in front of Miss Rope and Mr. Kakashi? Daben, you are being overly lenient. Those rascals have committed numerous unscrupulous acts. What courtesy do we owe them? Kakashi observed the escalating scene before him, glancing back at Ling, hoping to glean some insight from her. If you ask me, I am at a loss too. Ling murmured softly. Could it possibly relate to what I mentioned? You would need to inquire further. Kakashi sighed, reluctantly tucking the affectionate paradise into his pocket before approaching Anton. Ahem, indeed. Please consider us as allies. We must not show any deference to our adversaries. Oh, brother has arrived. See, Daben, even brother Kakashi supports me. So, who exactly are these adversaries? Anton gazed incredulously at Kakashi, but soon regained his composure under the scrutiny of the others. Haha, quite right. Brother Kakashi may be unaware. Our adversaries are those old enterprises. Those vile scoundrels. They are eagerly anticipating our downfall, just like Vision did. Mr. Kakashi. They have conspired to deny us low-interest loans from the bank and have sent thugs to create chaos at our construction site. Moreover, they are doing everything in their power to obstruct our construction and firefighting permits, resorting to underhanded tactics on television. I see. Kakashi nodded, somewhat understanding. Do you truly believe you can thwart them? Spare me the jest. Do you think individuals like you, officials, genuinely care about such trifles? Kurita shouted in anger before storming off. Kurita, Gliss expressed her concern. I sincerely apologize. Kurita is merely reacting to certain matters. Please do not take it to heart. Kakashi feigned calmness. So, this young. Has something transpired with your president in the past? Well, Gliss hesitated, glancing between Bin and Anton, only to find both remaining silent, exchanging looks of mutual understanding. After a long pause, Bin finally spoke. Gliss, please take care of the president. Ah, very well. Gliss hurriedly dashed off in the direction Kurita had taken. If it pertains to privacy, you need not divulge. In fact, this matter is no longer a secret. Mr. Kakashi, Ben paused, then continued. Are you aware of the scandal surrounding our Baichi Heavy Industry? I have gathered some preliminary information regarding the president of Baichi Heavy Industry absconding with funds incident, correct? Time passed, and it was only after a while that Ling saw Kakashi return, his expression grave, which piqued her curiosity. Kakashi, what transpired? No, nothing of consequence. Kakashi drew the white Fong blade from his waist, gazing at his reflection in the gleaming blade, his resolve reaffirmed. I have always been grateful to you. Kakashi murmured. What? Ling turned back in confusion to Kakashi, who waved his hand dismissively, saying, Enough. Let us not keep them waiting. All right. So what was it you just said? Thank you. It is nothing. Ah, very well. If you choose not to elaborate. Ling turned away, disappointed, while Kakashi returned the white Fong to its sheath. Father, this time, I shall preserve this fervent light, even if it flickers faintly. I will ignite myself to rekindle that glow, until it shines anew. Ling approached Anton, observing Kurita and the others who had gathered, and inquired. What is the matter? Why does everyone appear so somber? Miss Rope, there is no need for concern. Everyone is fine. Ah, never mind. You have triumphed. Ling sighed. It seems I am the only one buried in the drums. Miss Rope, an incident has occurred at such a critical juncture. Ben stated. Last week, 3 children went missing in the void. Gliss said anxiously. Children? Ling exclaimed in shock. Ahem. Gliss, wait. Do not utter such easily misinterpreted words. Miss Rope? You must have heard of our company's independently developed intelligent heavy machinery for void operations, have you not? Are you suggesting that children refers to robots? Indeed. The core competency of Baichi Heavy Industry lies in these intelligent machines capable of safely operating within voids for extended periods. They can effectively withstand ether erosion, possess high intelligence to autonomously operate based on the void's conditions, and even feature specialized language modules for verbal communication. Ah, quite impressive. Kakashi discreetly glanced at Kurita, who showed no signs of discontent. I have always cared for them, refining their prototypes to suit each occupation, maintaining and upgrading them. They are as precious to me as my own children, Gliss declared proudly. Yet, her expression dimmed as she continued. Just days ago, I updated their logic course, and 3 machines disregarded commands, venturing into the depths of the void, and have yet to return. Ling pondered before asking, could it be due to ether erosion? Gliss shook her head. Currently, we are uncertain. However, when it comes to Endopos, ether erosion, and Opos, whether it is ether-related or a malfunctioning component, it is an inescapable issue. Yet the problem lies with Baichi Heavy Industry. After a prolonged silence, Kurita gradually spoke. The performance of the intelligent machines was already commendable. Had you not insisted on incorporating that individual's code into the logic core, I doubt we would be facing this predicament. Wait, little one. It cannot yet be confirmed that the chip is at fault. Furthermore, beauty and strength in machinery naturally require a corresponding soul. As the president, do you not consider this? The concept of a soul is trivial. It is precisely because I am the president that I should regard those machines as assets. As the tension escalated between the two, Kakashi and Ling hurriedly intervened to mediate. Enough. Let us postpone unpleasant matters until after the situation is resolved. Kakashi interjected, positioning himself between them. TCH. Rope? Our task is to retrieve those 3 machines from the void, and we have already pinpointed 1 or 2 of their locations. We shall rely on your assistance henceforth. Chapter 33. The Unleashing of White Fang. Act 2. Ida, what are your intentions? Do you truly believe in this legend? It is said that the deceased will forever watch over those they cherish, akin to the stars in the sky, gazing down eternally. Humph. Merely a trick to deceive children. Who would believe such nonsense? Ida lowered her head, concealing her expression. Is that so? I have always held faith in this legend. Kakashi adjusted the bandana over his left eye. How naive of you, to believe in such things at your age. Kakashi said nothing further. Instead, he began to recount. Once upon a time, there was a reclusive boy. Upon hearing Kakashi's storytelling, the previously tense crowd gathered curiously around him. He continued, the boy had a father whom many admired, yet the boy did not share this view. Everyone declared his father a hero, a great man. As for why the boy rejected this notion, Kakashi paused momentarily, then stated, the boy yearned for his father's approval, yet he lived forever in his father's shadow. No matter how hard he tried, he was always dismissed with the words, oh, it's just his son. The boy's father was a magnificent hero, yet a woefully inadequate parent. Consequently, the last words spoken to the boy by his father were, when you celebrate your 3rd birthday, I shall gift you something special. The boy was filled with joy, longing for his father's companionship. However, he was left only with his father's remnants. Kakashi's tone grew somber. The boy fell into despair. In an instant, the praises around him vanished, replaced by the chilling mockery embedded within the phrase, oh, it's just his son. Until that fateful day when a hero descended and changed the boy's life. Kakashi gently caressed his forehead protector, continuing. The hero successfully rescued the boy from his quagmire, etching that figure deeply into the boy's memory. Thus, the boy was redeemed. Kakashi cleared his throat, indicating the conclusion of his narrative, and the crowd returned to their senses. Hey, perverted old man, you're not implying that boy is you, are you? Aha. How could that be? He is merely a tale of a junior of mine, Kakashi said with a wry smile, but only Ida gazed at him with concern. Murmuring, Kakashi. Indeed, Ida understood well that Kakashi was speaking of himself, yet the hero was long gone, and the boy had grown, inheriting the hero's will. Kakashi ruffled Ida's hair, assuring her, little one, fret not. No matter what transpires, I shall save you all, so rest easy. Remove your hand. Ida angrily swatted Kakashi's hand away, exclaiming, how dare you gloat? Haha, the little one is angry. Perhaps it would be wise for Mr. Kakashi to refrain from teasing her. Gliss chimed in, laughing. You. Gliss. Ida's face flushed with embarrassment. What a delightful bond those two seemed to have developed. Ida remarked. Kakashi leisurely stretched, retrieving a copy of Intimate Paradise from his pocket to peruse once more. So, the first machine should be nearby, right? Kakashi inquired, glancing at Ida. Yes. If all is well, it should be here. Ah, indeed it is here. That child. Type 3 hollow excavator. Glate signal is emanating from this vicinity, Gliss stated. Gliss, we require the leadership of the rope artisan. The description must be more precise. How to say it? Serious, yet capable. Much like the little one in her youth. Hey, who could comprehend such a statement? Gliss sighed, responding, if a description could be understood by an ordinary person. Then that child is responsible for tunneling machines equipped with demolition saws for tearing down structures. Is that satisfactory? I merely added a new chip, hoping it would become more diligent and capable. Yet it seems to have run away. Isn't that due to your unauthorized updates? Infuriating. Even more so than my incessant pleas for the computer system to be updated. Such words would have never escaped your lips in childhood. Truly, you were so adorable back then. Gliss lamented. Well, it is common for children to express rebellion during their growth, right? Daben suggested. Could this excavator perhaps be exhibiting rebellious tendencies? What? I shall never allow that. Gliss shouted. I absolutely will not permit my beloved child to become an unruly delinquent. What with midnight gatherings, reckless driving, purposely scratching the machinery, adorning it with indelible stickers, experimenting with forbidden mixed ether fuel, and even attempting to merge with other machines. Reminiscent of cartoons from the old civilization. Hey, is that for real? Kakashi murmured, isn't that the excavator? And it seems to have mingled with something peculiar. Kakashi, you fail to comprehend. That is the essence of maternal love. Ida interjected. Bestowing machines with human-like intelligence is indeed a terrifying technology. Kakashi mused. No, we must locate them at once. Gliss exclaimed anxiously, rope artisan, I beseech you. Rest assured, leave it to me. Follow this way. Under Iaea's guidance, they swiftly arrived at their destination. Please do not approach. This is a private realm for me and my beloved. A sweet voice resonated. Ida, what is happening? Kakashi prodded Iaea's beside him. It shouldn't be. This should be the spot. Yet, judging solely by that voice, it certainly sounds like a pure and adorable high school girl. Kakashi crossed his arms. Considering it possible that someone was trapped within the hollow, surely it wasn't the excavator producing that sound. No, Mr. Kakashi. Look over there. Daben slowly pointed toward a distant skyscraper. Oh. Kakashi swore he would never trust the fallacy that appearance determines voice again. What on earth? So it is you. You dastards attempting to tear apart my connection with Jinbai. Jinbot, does that mean there is yet another excavator? Kakashi murmured. After a few days of absence, I never anticipated the excavator would evolve into such an exquisite young lady. Gliss remarked with satisfaction. Hey, is this truly a matter worthy of such contentment? Alas, Gliss's nature is well known to you. Ida comforted Kakashi, saying, a beautiful girl enraptured by the throes of youthful love, indeed. Kakashi gradually lifted his forehead protector, revealing his left eye adorned with the three-tomo Sharingan. Let us resolve this swiftly. And as for that Jinbai, a rather pleasing name, I must say. Chapter 34, the chapter of White Fang's emergence. Act 3 Villain. True White-Kuin, let us go. Let us chase away this great evildoer. The excavator furiously brandished its massive chainsaw. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel like I am the true villain? Kakashi muttered in disbelief. And what is this? True White-Kuin. Where could he be? Surely not beneath this derelict building. How infuriating. You shall not insult True White-Kuin. Huh? Kakashi stared in shock at the excavator and the dilapidated structure, as if his mind were being consumed by ether. After a long pause, he slumped to the ground, declaring, I can no longer partake in such matters. Wow. Love transcending races. Ling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Is it to protect a beloved? Truly, my child is remarkable. What a forbidden love this is. Perhaps this is what love really means. Go for it. Hee, you must defeat the wicked villains. Cleta encouraged, giving a thumbs up. Are you all aware of your surroundings? Kakashi interjected. Hey, Gliss, may I damage her? Absolutely not. Please, show mercy. Gliss pleaded. Kakashi sighed. Perhaps we should refrain from employing such techniques in the future. There are many self-aware machines, but once they attain human-like consciousness, they become citizens of New Elysium. Kakashi began to gather Raikiri in his hand, fixating intently on the excavator. The sound of crackling lightning emanated from his grasp, startling the excavator significantly. Why you? Don't do anything reckless. Kakashi advanced toward the excavator, each step heightening its anxiety, as well as Gliss's. Hey, that is property of our Baichi Heavy Industries. I advise you to tread carefully. Cleta glared at Kakashi. What to do now? Fear not. Ling intervened, defending Kakashi. Though he may sometimes seem carefree, he knows when to exercise restraint. Is that so, Ropemaker? Gliss looked at IES as if she wished to directly convey her thoughts to Ling afterward. She anxiously glanced at the terrifying lightning in Kakashi's hand. Is that truly the case? Since Ropemaker has said so, very well. Gliss resolutely addressed the excavator. Little excavator, you must heed what this gentleman says. All right, do not move. Do not approach my True White-Kuin. The excavator swung its enormous chainsaw toward Kakashi. The destructive force of the chainsaw demolished all the load-bearing pillars of the derelict building, yet the excavator seemed oblivious, recklessly charging toward Kakashi. Kakashi transformed into a flash of lightning, swiftly maneuvering behind the excavator in mere breaths. He raised his Raikiri, thrusting it forward with great force. Lightning erupted within the confines of the crumbling structure, stirring up vast clouds of dust. The piercing sound of thunder gradually faded, leaving the onlookers uncertain of what transpired within the haze, silently praying for the best. As the dust settled, they finally discerned the scene. Kakashi crouched atop the excavator's engine cover, cradling a scorched boulder in one hand, while another had been reduced to powder. True White-Kuin. Kakashi pushed the boulder aside, brushing the dust from his hands. He pointed to the collapsed stone on the ground, saying, Behold, your true white brother has transformed into true black brother. The excavator gazed at the fallen structure, wailing in anguish. My True White-Kuin, are you all right? The crowd rushed forward, while Kakashi slowly rose, adjusting his forehead protector once more. What a bother. I am quite unharmed, merely. Kakashi glanced at the excavator. Sobbing over its unrequited love, this fellow. The drama of a heartbroken maiden? Quite an unexpected twist. Chapter 35. The chapter of White Fang's unleashing. The finale under Kakashi's escort. The group swiftly departed from the void and returned to the construction site. Indeed, it is no surprise that they are from Team 6. The sense of security is remarkable. Ling remarked with admiration. That may be true, but let us not depict Team 6 as a security organization, shall we? Haraha. Gliss coughed lightly, interjecting. Ling playfully slapped Kakashi on the back, grinning. Hey, don't forget. Kakashi mentioned that. Mentioned what? Who remembers such trivial things? Karaita responded, puzzled. Upon reflection, Miss Ropeworker spoke of coming as Hatake Kakashi and not as Kakashi of Team 6, didn't she? Dabin pondered aloud. Correct. But alas, there is no reward. Kakashi, feeling bored, closed his book, Paradise of Affection, and yawned. I suppose I did say something akin to that, but... What? Are you having second thoughts? Not at all. You little rascal. You nearly led me astray. Wasn't I ensnared in this incident to the point of helplessness? Shoo. If you cannot whistle, then refrain from attempting. You fool. Kakashi retorted, sensing the awkwardness of the topic shift. Kakashi patted Ling, signaling for a private conversation. What is it? Regarding this matter, I believe it has no connection to White Chi Heavy Industries. That is my current conclusion. Of course, I may be jumping to conclusions. But, could you please articulate your thoughts in one go? Tisk, tasteless little brat. Isn't this to hone your critical thinking skills? All right. Please continue. There is one thing that weighs heavily on my mind. It pertains to one of the scandals involving White Chi Heavy Industries. Kakashi's demeanor shifted to seriousness. There are far too many suspicious elements. Why did the original president of White Chi Heavy Industries, Kuraida's father, suddenly abscond with funds? You mean? Ling looked at Kakashi incredulously. Indeed, something must have compelled a father to make such a choice. The situation is likely more complex than I imagined. Perhaps he has his own unspeakable burdens? After inquiring about Bin, I learned of Hall's character, which suggests this matter is certainly dubious. Perhaps it can exonerate him. Kakashi, I have already lost so much. After learning of Kuraida's experiences, I feel a sense of shared suffering. That child is still young. She should at least realize she has a great father. Ling, would you assist me? Humph. What are you saying? We are friends, are we not? Since you trust me, I cannot betray that trust. Ling smiled, extending her right fist. I understand. Kakashi extended his left fist, meeting Ling's right. They both chuckled heartily, their laughter genuine. Observing this, the others approached slowly, and Gliss inquired, what is going on? Nothing. It's all good. All right. Rope worker. Now it's time for the claw machine. I'll leave it to you. Of course. Bin turned to Kakashi, saying, Mr. Kakashi, you've already helped us plenty. We cannot trouble you further. Kakashi merely glanced at Kuraida, then shifted his gaze to Ling. Ling nodded at Kakashi, indicating she would handle it. Well, that's settled. Since you all insist, I shall reluctantly take my leave. Kakashi crossed his arms. I also need to return for a bit, so we shall part ways here. With that, Kakashi turned and left with brisk determination. This left the others in astonishment, taken aback by Kakashi's abrupt departure. Only Ling watched his retreating figure, silently urging Kakashi. Please be careful. Did he just walk away like that? Gliss exclaimed in surprise. But then again, he is a member of Team 6. Someone might be feeling a bit melancholic. Kuraida, watching Kakashi leave, clenched her teeth. After all, it was our suggestion. Does that mean we cannot retrieve them without him? Anton cautiously patted Bin's back, whispering, Hey, what exactly happened? Didn't I recall that the president and Kakashi had a somewhat strained relationship? I'm not entirely sure, but perhaps it's because Mr. Kakashi told the president a story once. Bin replied, patting Anton's hand. Kuraida's expression darkened, visibly distressed. While Ling pondered for a moment before deciding to speak up for Kakashi. Kuraida, actually, Kakashi. No need to say anything, rope worker. It's fine. Kuraida interjected, hastily stepping forward to address the group. All right. Everyone, perk up. Let us get this done swiftly. These words seemed not only directed at the others but also a reminder to herself. How disingenuous. He clearly stated he would. Could he truly be of the same ilk as him? Kuraida muttered softly. Ling cast a concerned glance at Kuraida, wishing to speak. Yet the words were caught in her throat, leaving her to silently watch Kuraida. Upon returning to headquarters, Kakashi sought out Hashimiya Aya, urgently stating, Aya, I wish to investigate something. Please grant your consent. Again? Kakashi lamented as he regarded Aya, feeling reluctant. Indeed, I have grown somewhat impatient. Emotions truly do cloud my judgment. Certainly, Kakashi had arrived at a solution. He straightened up, cleared his throat, and said, Aya, the situation is critical. I will elaborate upon my return. My apologies. My apologies. Aya, I require all information regarding the former president of White Chi Heavy Industries, Halls. Do you consent? Granted. Kakashi sighed in relief, casting a glance at the astonished Tsukamori Ryu and the nervous Aozumi Yuma. You all saw that, right? And no, I saw nothing. Aozumi stammered in fear. And no, little Aozumi, you misunderstood. It cannot simply be saw nothing, can it? I understand, senior. Tsukamori adjusted his glasses. I will take care of the aftermath. I trust you will provide us with an explanation. With that, Tsukamori held back the eager Aozumi Yuma. Thank you. Now, I shall take my leave. Kakashi said to Tsukamori before turning to exit the office, ignoring the cry of Aozumi Yuma. However, Kakashi's steps grew ever more resolute. Kakashi pushed open the door to the archives, startling the administrator inside. Apologies. Mr. Kakashi, entry without permission is. Rest assured, Aya has approved it. You may inquire with Miss Tsukamori. Moreover, this is a matter of life and death, and urgency is paramount. Understood. Chapter 36. To a brilliant individual, Part 1. Is this where the clues run dry? Kakashi mused, furrowing his brow. He sifted through the data on his computer. But no matter how many times he refreshed the screen, it remained futile. After a prolonged silence, Kakashi rose and slowly exited the data room. Kakashi-san, and exclaimed, I finished my search, but unfortunately, I did not find what I was looking for. Well, I wish you a successful mission. The staff member returned to the computer screen, only to discover that Kakashi had left the power on. Honestly, how careless can Kakashi-san be? With that, the staff member closed the computer, leaving the screen displaying the title Commemoration Square Project. Kakashi sighed, pondering, what have I overlooked? No, this situation is quite unusual. What connection does it have to that monument? Say, senpai, have you forgotten something? An irritable voice interrupted Kakashi's thoughts. He turned, embarrassed, to see his fellow team members from Team 6. Ahem, how could that be? Kakashi replied, attempting to maintain his composure. Senpai, your tone seems rather off. Tsukishiro Ryu adjusted his glasses and remarked. Exactly. I suspect Kakashi-senpai was merely slacking off. Yujin chimed in. We're all friends here. It's nothing to worry about. Yujin, please don't complicate matters. Kakashi shot a disapproving glare at Asanagi Yujin. Well, I hope you can provide an explanation. I trust you have a reason, a compelling one, for your actions, Captain Yaka interjected. Thank you for your trust. It's not a significant issue, really. I wanted to investigate the incident involving Baichi Heavy Industries from years ago, regarding their disappearance with funds. My intuition tells me there's more to this than meets the eye. If it is indeed a miscarriage of justice, to clear their name would be the least I could do for the Team 6 emblem on my forehead. But senpai, this has gone too far. Why would you randomly recall this matter? Consider it a personal desire. I wish to rescue an innocent young girl. Kakashi's voice grew somber. I don't understand. Why would the usually composed senpai make such a decision? Unlike Ryu's confusion. Hashimiya Yaka pondered Kakashi's words thoughtfully. Is it still not clear? Allow me to be succinct. While investigating the Uenging Industry explosion case, I suspected a connection to Baichi Heavy Industries, the primary beneficiary of this incident. Coupled with the fact that those involved with Yuanjing were reticent, it fell upon me to investigate. I infiltrated their construction site for a covert inquiry, but ultimately determined that it had no ties to Baichi Heavy Industries. Though it did unveil another case, the scandal surrounding Baichi Heavy Industries. Therefore, I resolved to assist them. That is my explanation. I see. Indeed. If that is the case, we should extend a helping hand. However, why not inform everyone sooner? We are a team, after all. Haha. Yes, Kakashi-senpai. As your junior, how could you doubt me? That is utterly detestable. Yujin exclaimed, throwing an arm around Kakashi's shoulders. How dare you call me your senpai? Kakashi swatted Yujin's arm away. Regardless, this incident has concluded on a comedic note. How wonderful. No, you're mistaken, Yujin. If you believe the case has ended, you are gravely mistaken. Surely you have praised me in front of Captain Yaka? Otherwise, why would she have called me for a discussion recently? Ahaha. How could that be, senpai? I could never be that despicable. Those who stab others in the back ought to face dire consequences. Really? Kakashi shifted his gaze to Hashimiya Yaka, who tilted her head in confusion. Well, Yujin indeed has praised you, stating something along the lines of senpai must be slacking off. So please allow me to monitor him. Now I understand. Yujin, Kakashi placed a hand on Yujin's shoulder. Is that truly the case? Yujin, now sweating nervously, could only force a smile. How could that be? Besides, it's possible Captain Yaka simply misremembered. Ahaha. If I recall correctly, you have mentioned that to me approximately 4 times. How could I possibly be mistaken? All right. Captain Yaka, no need to elaborate further. Yujin, those who stab others in the back ought to be punished, don't you think? Did I say that? Yujin laughed awkwardly. Captain Yaka, actually, just now. Yujin was hoping to take advantage of your training to request a leave of absence. How utterly despicable. You're playing dirty. You're deceiving me. It was you who, realizing his slip of tongue, Yujin quickly covered his mouth. I have the endorsement of the clear-headed Captain Yaka, and I'm dealing with serious matters. While you, Team 6 member Asanagi Yujin, please come here. Yaka approached Yujin, her tone ominous. Yujin looked hopefully at Tsukishiro Ryu, who simply waved his hand, indicating he wouldn't get involved. Please, no. You're too cruel, Kakashi-senpai. Yujin cried out in despair, causing Kakashi to cover his ears. With a sense of satisfaction, Kakashi reveled in the moment, feeling a sense of revenge fulfilled. Now, he awaited Rin's response, though it seemed unlikely to gather all necessary data. He could only strategize with Rin and the others moving forward. Just as Kakashi contemplated this, his phone rang. He opened it to find a message from Rin. However, the content of the message caused his expression to shift drastically, prompting him to snap the phone shut and look towards Hashimiya Yaka. Are you leaving again? Yes. Something has happened. I must investigate. Kakashi's tone was grave. I hope for your understanding. Absolutely. You have placed your trust in us, and I shall reciprocate. Go ahead. I grant you permission. Thank you very much. Captain Yaka. Kakashi wasted no time, channeling his elemental powers to accelerate, transforming into a streak of azure light that vanished from sight. Kakashi, you must save not only that girl but yourself as well. Hashimiya Yaka murmured, watching Kakashi's departing figure. The message on Kakashi's phone was indeed a plea for help from Rin. Kakashi, something has happened. There is something within the monument. An unknown life form. We're still in that void. I'll send you the coordinates. Hurry. Chapter 37. To the Glorious People, Part 2. What transpired? The monument. What an uncanny coincidence. Holtz, what truly happened back then? Kakashi hastened his pace, muttering, Ling, Coretta, please Don and Appos, come to harm. Faster. I must go faster. Damn it. Flashes of lightning in the city attracted many onlookers, who captured the spectacle with their phones. Hey, what do you reckon that is? You ask me? I'm hardly a sage. You might as well ask someone else. Oh, I know this. It's surely a cinematic effect, some film being shot? The citizen scanned the area, seeking cameras. Fool. Special effects are synthetic, not something real. I'd wager it's some sort of werewolf phenomenon. You're as clueless as he is. I assent werewolf the name of that dog on 6th Bay Street? I've been there once. Unlike the curious citizens, Kakashi had no time for distractions. The situation had escalated to a perilous level, and he couldn't bear to lose another comrade. Some hours earlier, inside the cavern, though there were minor hiccups, at least all 3 intelligent machines have been recovered. With this, the commission from Uchiha Heavy Industries is complete. Thanks to you all, we've weathered this crisis. Ling stared at Kureta, hesitating. Phaeton, we extend our deepest gratitude. Grace is already inspecting the machines, and results should be forthcoming. Kureta spoke merrily, but noticed Ling's rigid expression. What's amiss, Ropemaker? You've been like this for some time. Is there something you wish to confide? Holtz. The pile driver uttered that name. Ling recalled her conversation with Kakashi and knew who Holtz was. Ah, goodness me. If the CEO doesn't prepare Miss Ropemaker's commission soon, we'll be in trouble. Ben said nervously. Ben, you needn't fret. It's all right. The Ropemaker's query can be answered online. No, I do know the name. That's why I'm taken aback, Ling said, shaking her head. Oh, Ropemaker. I didn't expect you to be interested in such things, Kureta said, surprised. I learned the name from Kakashi. Ah, what? Kakashi? How does he know? Kureta's tone was unfriendly. Oh, well, Ben, what is it? I mentioned it to Mr. Kakashi in passing, but at the time. Ah, it's fine, Ben. He is official personnel, after all. He simply wants to investigate us further, Kureta said somberly. No, it's not like that. Ling paused. Holtz. He's my father. You should know this, Ropemaker. You saw the program with Anton as a guest. The host mentioned that Uchiha Heavy Industries had a scandal of a CEO absconding with funds. Before the fall of the old capital, a large sum of money vanished from Uchiha Heavy Industries accounts, and so did he. The conclusion they reached was, Holtz, unable to bear the financial burden of Memorial Plaza, chose to abscond with the funds. Uchiha Heavy Industries endured a long period of hardship because of his irresponsibility. Fortunately, we've recovered now. Kureta. It's fine, really. I no longer consider him my father. Kureta said nonchalantly, as if accustomed to her past. The current Uchiha Heavy Industries has no connection to that scum. Hold on. Kureta, how can you speak of your own father like that? Grace said angrily. Yes, the company lost a large sum of money, but no one can prove that Holtz took it. The so-called embezzlement is merely a hasty conjecture by the constables. I understand your pain of losing your father and the constable's negative assessment, but you shouldn't be so prejudiced against him. You spent little time with him. You don't know how remarkable he was to us. Is that so? It's you who doesn't know? Kureta shouted, but felt confused. I was just explaining to Miss Ropemaker. How did this escalate? Ben said. All right, Grace, what brings you here? Grace paused. I'm here to say that I've found the cause of the machine's disappearance. They all received the same cavern signal while in the cavern, and that signal is identical to our company's prototype signal. What? Not only was Ben shocked, but Kureta also looked incredulous. Ling was perplexed, but understood the significance of the so-called prototype from the others' reactions. So, are we going to find this prototype? Ling asked Kureta, who silently lowered her head. CEO, Grace, you don't need to rush to a decision. Even the most robust machines tire, let alone people. Kureta, though this will inevitably involve him. The prototype's technology is precisely what we need. No. Kureta clenched her fist and looked at Ling Ropemaker. I must trouble you this time as well. The longer we delay, the more severely the prototype may be corrupted. We can't afford to tarry. Little one. Grace stared at Kureta, stunned. All right, leave it to me. Ling patted her chest. Let's consider this a bit of overtime. Hey, can you hear me? Sister. Everyone at Uchiha Heavy Industries. You've reached the border between New Heliopolis and the old capital. Be careful. Just said. Hey, Ben. I never thought we'd return one day. This place used to be the development zone. Next, we need to place the 3 machines in different locations to receive the prototype signal, acting as repeaters, and finally locate the prototype. Understood, everyone? Rest assured. My brothers and I can't wait. All right, let's go, Kureta said, hoisting her hammer. Chapter 38, To the Glorious Individual, Part 3 Through the collective efforts of the group. The 3 machines were successfully delivered to their designated locations. All right, the machines are all in place. Gliss, can you hear me? It's your turn now, said one of the team members. Received. Children, it's now up to you. You must call upon your predecessors with all your might. Gliss exclaimed with excitement. What is the status? We've successfully received the prototype signal. Wait, Gliss, why is there interference on your end? No, it's nothing. Just a group of wraiths. It seems the prototype's signal affects them as well. I'll deal with them right away. Warning. High-risk ether energy detected approaching the location of individual Gliss. What? This is bad. Joe immediately connected with several people to relay the news. Gliss. A dangerous wraith is rapidly approaching you. You can't handle this with just the pile driver. Just shouted. No. Gliss, quickly cut off the signal. Hurry. Kaleida said anxiously. I don't think it's going to work, little one. The time interval of the prototype signal is getting longer, which means it's been significantly eroded. We don't have a second chance. You know how important the prototype is to us, so we must secure it at all costs. But your safety is more important. Gliss. I'm sorry, little one. With that, Gliss severed the power. Sister! Damn it! Kaleida shouted in frustration. We have to hurry. Understood, follow me. Ling commanded as she led the way. Gliss stood resolutely before the massive wraith, murmuring, I cannot allow this behemoth to approach the pile driver. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. With that, Gliss drew her nail gun and unleashed a barrage of fire at the wraiths, attempting to halt their advance. However, the largest wraith surged forward. Damn it! Get away from me. Gliss fired several shots, but even after exhausting her ammunition, she could not impede the wraith's approach. What? How could this happen? Cold sweat dripped down Gliss's forehead as the wraith loomed ever closer. In a critical moment, a colossal hammer struck the wraith's head, the tremendous force causing it to lose balance. Gliss! Kaleida shouted. Little one? Kaleida rushed to Gliss's side, followed by a bouncing bomb. Little one. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? Kaleida replied coldly, then jumped up and punched Gliss on the head. Hey, what are you doing? That hurts. If you ever disregard your life like this again, I will not let you off easily. Yes, you're right. The prototype is crucial, but without you, who among us could repair it? Honestly, you two could just be more candid with each other. It's clear you both care deeply. Humph. Let us not divert from the topic. The enemy isn't dealt with yet. Kaleida picked up the hammer. Gliss reloaded her weapon and glanced at Kaleida, saying, all right. I understand, little one. Let us go. The two coordinated their attacks on the staggering wraith, which was already somewhat dazed, and began to convulse from the burning assault. Let us try this move. Kaleida swung the massive hammer down upon the wraith's head, and with an explosive sound, the wraith disintegrated into ether energy scattered in the air. Did we trigger the disruption? Well done, little one. It's nothing really. I couldn't have done it without you. As long as these two have reconciled, I wonder if Kakashi has found the information. I hope he is not slacking off. How infuriating. I must report this to my brother. Rope Master, I'll leave the location of the prototype to you. Huh? What's wrong? Is Rope Master angry? Gliss asked, confused. It's nothing. Nothing at all. It's time to find the prototype's location. We cannot let Gliss's efforts go to waste. Indeed. Kaleida crossed her arms. Shortly after, Ja called the group. All right, I've located the prototype's position. I've sent you the exact coordinates. Thanks. Rope Master, we're about to return home with a bounty. Rest assured, the commission fee will be substantial this time. This location, ISNT at the Memorial Plaza? Gliss murmured. Little one. Let us head to meet up with Ben and Anton. What's wrong? Let us talk once we arrive. The group quickly reached the location where Ben and Anton were. Ben joyfully remarked upon their return, You've made up? That is wonderful. Gliss. Please don't be so reckless next time. The president is very worried about you. Ben, we need to go to the Memorial Plaza now. The prototype is there, Kaleida said, slightly embarrassed, casting a covert glance at Gliss, who was smiling back at her. Kaleida pretended not to notice and dashed to the front of the group, unaware that her cheeks were flushed. Soon, they arrived at the designated coordinates and beheld the enormous prototype, albeit in a rather peculiar stance, with its mechanical arms seemingly supporting something. We've arrived. This is the Memorial Plaza constructed by Baichi Heavy Industries back in the day, Ben said, his tone tinged with melancholy. Is that the prototype? Anton pointed at the white machine. Indeed, that is the prototype. But what else with that odd posture? It looks as if it's intentionally clutching the monument. Ben pondered. Rope Master, let us go take a look. Kaleida suggested. All right. With that, the two climbed onto the prototype. And Kaleida headed straight for the cockpit to assess the extent of the damage. You too. Please be cautious. The prototype has been in the void for too long, and it may have suffered varying degrees of erosion. Gliss cautioned. Don't worry, sister. The cockpit is still in decent condition. It's quite clean in here. Kaleida exclaimed, staring incredulously at the cockpit seat, which bore a distinct bullet hole. It can't be mistaken. That is indeed a bullet hole, and there is more than one. Ling remarked. What on earth happened here? Kaleida gasped as her pupils dilated. Look here. The shells are all in the cockpit, indicating that the shots were fired at close range. A fierce battle must have occurred here. However, too much time has passed to ascertain if anyone was hit. Ies turned back and noticed a stack of documents on the console inside the cockpit. Kaleida. Take a look at this. Chapter 39, To the Glorious One. Final chapter, extended version, Anton. Ben. Gliss. The rope maker has discovered something remarkable. This is. Gliss gazed at the receipt in Kurita's hand, recognizing it as the transaction information for the prototype. Moreover, the amount matched exactly with what Uncle Or had taken. I knew it. Uncle Or didn't deceive us. With this receipt, we can surely clear Uncle Or's name. Anton exclaimed excitedly. So, it means that it was President Or who brought the prototype here at that time. But why? At that moment, Belle discreetly took a picture of the receipt and opened her phone, preparing to inform Kakashi. Over here. At this time, Anton and the others were already signaling for the three machines to transport the prototype. Leave it to me. The three machines cautiously dragged the prototype away, causing the original monument to crash down. Right. The seal. Mentor Or once told me to come and reinforce the seal. But what exactly is this seal? Friday murmured. As the monument collapsed, the previously tranquil ground began to tremble violently, as if something within the monument was about to emerge. What is happening? The crowd looked around in confusion. Just then, a pale arm with strange markings suddenly thrust out from the monument. Ah, what is that? Kurita stared in shock. Is that a wraith? Uncertain. It's just that the ethereal activity is alarmingly high, Gris said, trembling slightly. At that moment, the mysterious creature resembling a wraith crawled out, its head scanning everything around like a camera, before swiftly turning its gaze toward Gris and Kurita on the ground, advancing towards them at an incredible speed. It's coming. Kurita raised her giant hammer to block the attack from the unknown entity. This is bad. Hurry and respond. Kakashi. Belle gripped her phone tightly, relieved only when she saw Kakashi's message marked as read, anxiously watching the unfolding scene. Kurita swung her giant hammer fiercely at the entity, flames erupting from the hammerhead as she struck it back. Here it comes. Hold on, brother. After landing, the entity shifted its attack target to the nearest Anton, whose electric drill collided with the creature, sparking flames. Be honest with me. Hans firmly pinned down the creature, allowing the others to approach. Phew. That was quite a scare. Rope Maker, with your extensive experience, what manner of beast is this? No, I have never seen anything like it either. It doesn't resemble a wraith nor an infected human. Just as they let their guard down, the entity emitted a blinding light, rapidly coalescing into a mass of ethereal crystals that surrounded the three machines, sending the group flying with the sudden impact. Hans, Friday. Respond. The children's signals have vanished. The ethereal concentration is still rising. In an instant, the ethereal crystals exploded, emitting an ominous green glow as if something was gestating within. A mechanical claw emerged first, followed by a mysterious wraith shattering the ethereal crystals, appearing in their midst. The children. Have they become part of it? Gris murmured. This sense of oppression. The wraith let out a piercing roar, lunging at them with a chainsaw from a digging machine. The unsettling sound of the chainsaw alarming everyone as they braced themselves for a fierce struggle against the monster. There is such a thing inside the monument. Kurita carefully dodged the wraith's attacks, leaping onto its back to strike at its core. The mechanical claws from the digging machine seized Kurita, violently throwing her away. But Ben caught her steadily and placed her on the ground. Are you all right, President? Thanks, Ben. But, did my father discover this thing all those years ago? Kurita murmured. Seeing this, the wraith extended its mechanical claws, unleashing a powerful beam of ethereal energy toward the group. Ah, be careful. Load-bearing pillar. Ben raised the pillar in front of them, the terrifying force forcing even him to stagger backward. President, you must be cautious. You wretched creature, you've enraged me. Kurita gritted her teeth. Ben. Received. Ben slightly tilted the load-bearing pillar, allowing Kurita to stand firmly on top before she leaped toward the wraith. Gris. Anton. Cover the president. Humph. I know without you saying. Let us go, brothers. Little one. Be careful. Kurita's sudden attack clearly caught the wraith off guard, causing it to howl in pain and angrily throw her away. The blow had inflicted burn damage on the wraith, sending the hammer flying aside. President. Little one. Kurita was thrown into the collapsing ground, raising a massive cloud of dust. Damn it. The dust is too thick to see. This creature is incredibly tough. The little one isn't that fragile. Focus on dealing with this monster. The group had to face the colossal beast once more, with Belle anxiously saying, Kakashi. Hurry up. After a long time, Anton gasped for breath and said, if this continues, everyone will perish. I'm back. Kurita's voice echoed from behind, and the group turned to see a pristine white machine. Is that the prototype? Hiki, it took quite a while to get this big fellow moving. Kurita maneuvered the prototype to confront the wraith, gripping it tightly to immobilize it. Take this. After being attacked by us for so long, it's time for some revenge. With that, Kurita commanded the other mechanical arm of the prototype to strike the wraith. The wraith retaliated, extending its tail to shoot a beam. But Kurita seized the tail and moved towards its restrained left arm. With a flash, the wraith's left arm was severed by its own attack. Little one. Use the monument to completely eliminate it. Gris shouted. Understood. Ah. Kurita pushed the wraith towards the monument, but an accident occurred. The wraith swung its right arm violently at the prototype, the chainsaw aimed directly at the cockpit. Oh no. Little one. Danger. President. Kurita had no choice but to use the prototype's arm to push against the approaching wraith, watching in horror as a massive gash was torn in the cockpit's protective shield, raising everyone as hard in their throats. Damn it. I can barely hold on. Kurita exclaimed in despair, lying. You promised to protect us. You liar. Please. Just a little faster. Kakashi had finally arrived in the void, looking at the coordinates provided by Belle, saying, just a bit more. Suddenly, the phone went black, and Kakashi muttered, has it been invaded? Damn it. Where are they? I can't bear to watch my companions die before my eyes. Kakashi knelt on the ground, trembling all over, feeling helpless, wondering if he could protect anything at all, not even his past self. Kakashi. Ah. Who is there? Kakashi looked around in confusion. Who was speaking? This voice felt both familiar and alien, as frozen memories gradually thawed. Kakashi's pupils trembled as he gazed at the figure before him, repeatedly saying, impossible, impossible. Who are you? Is this an illusion? When? The figure bore a striking resemblance to the adult Kakashi, the only distinction being the absence of a mask. The apparition slowly spoke, urging him to calm his mind and trust in his spirit, not allowing emotions to cloud his judgment. Kakashi Hatake, is that truly you? Kakashi gazed helplessly at the figure before him, as if seeking answers. The figure did not respond to Kakashi's inquiry, but merely extended a finger toward a distant point. Your friend is over there. Go. Subsequently, the silhouette of Kakashi's father began to blur and gradually fade away. Wait, what happened back then? Why? Kakashi reached out in a futile attempt to grasp the vanishing figure, as if it had never existed. Once more, he summoned lightning. Yet this time the figure became considerably clearer. A gust of wind whispered past Kakashi's ear, carrying the final murmurs of the deceased. You will always be my pride. My son, the white fang of the new era. Kakashi lifted his gaze slightly. Perhaps he heard nothing, or perhaps he did, but for him at that moment, it mattered not. After a prolonged silence, Kakashi dispelled the flickering lightning that enveloped him, unsheathing the short blade at his waist, murmuring, I shall imbue the power of Raikiri onto the white fang. Raising the white fang, it instantly radiated a terrifying glow of lightning. This was the ultimate technique of the white fang. White fang, Raikiri. Kakashi hurled the white fang with great force, his left Sharingan glimmering with a crimson light. The blade soared through the air, emanating brilliant lightning while slicing through the atmosphere with a sound reminiscent of 1,000 mourning birds, striking the approaching prototype, IKA. What? What is that sound? Kurita exclaimed, struggling against discomfort. Below, the crowd covered their ears, while Ling, controlling IES, strained to look up, witnessing the divine radiance of lightning. Yes, it can't be wrong. He has arrived, Ji declared. Who? Ling asked, puzzled. Ling, do you know why Kakashi's signature technique is called Raikiri? Huh. Are you suggesting it's Kakashi? Ji continued. Kakashi once used this technique to sever lightning, hence the name Raikiri. What? Kakashi-sensei? Came the astonished cries over the intercom. The crowd turned to see a short blade embedded directly in Ika's chest, piercing through even the mechanical exterior. IKA convulsed violently, powerful currents coursing through him. On top of the prototype stood a familiar figure, the wind tousling his silver hair. He simply stood there, one hand casually tucked in his pocket, the other holding an open copy of Paradise of Affection. Hey, open your eyes, Kurita. The man gently placed the book back against his chest, giving Kurita a thumbs up before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Ah, Kakashi. These were the last words Kakashi heard before succumbing to darkness. Chapter 40. A Perilous Prelude Awake? Where am I? Kakashi gazed around, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings, facing none other than the members of the Starsight team. Resting well is also a form of training, Yuki Yagyu remarked sternly. You have overexerted yourself, leading to temporary exhaustion. You should take better care of yourself at times like this. Exactly, echoed another. Sister Yuki always says that excessive fatigue is detrimental to one's health. I see. So this is a hospital? Perhaps I truly need to rest, Kakashi yawned and mused. By the way, hasn't Yujin come to see me? Clears throat he hasn't come. But he did send you a care package. Oh, that makes sense. He's always been averse to doctors. Kakashi smiled as he accepted the gift. I wonder what he sent me. I feel a bit guilty about him. Upon opening the gift, Kakashi found the latest volume of Intimate Paradise, a series he often read. A pleased smile spread across his face. Yujin, this lad. Truly commendable. As Kakashi prepared to delve into the book, Yuki cleared her throat, covering her eyes, while Starsight remained indifferent, unfamiliar with the content. Is something wrong? Do you dislike Yujin's gift? Absolutely not. Kakashi exclaimed, his tone revealing his excitement. My goodness. It's a signed edition. How long did he wait in line for this? He attempted to rise from the bed, but was promptly admonished by an approaching doctor. Sir, you must not move around carelessly. Your body requires rest. Kakashi retracted his foot, sighing. I was just thinking of thanking him. Yuki, could you do me a favor? All right. You all should leave for now. The patient needs a quiet environment. Take care of your injuries, Starsight advised as they exited. Understood. Kakashi reclined comfortably on the bed, taking a piece of melon from the table and savoring it. Delicious and sweet, but he glanced at the pile of gifts beside him, counting them one by one. What is this? He picked up a massage device. A thoughtful gift from Yuki. This melon must be from Captain Yagyu, and a large bag of snacks, likely from the others. Kakashi was astonished to discover that the care packages were not solely from Team Kuo, but also included parcels from Random Play Video Store and Baichi Heavy Industries. Rin and Tetsuya sent these, and this one must be from Kurita and her crew. Kakashi decided to open the package from the siblings, revealing a record of Yao Jiayan's songs. Oh my, how thoughtful. He smiled, placing the record into the music box, listening to the melodious voice. He felt a profound sense of tranquility. Her voice remains captivating. Upon opening Kurita's package, he found a letter and a sealed videotape. Cough. This looks oddly familiar. Why would they send me a videotape? Kakashi unsealed the letter, which contained words of gratitude from Kurita. To Kakashi of Team Kuo. By the time you read this letter, you should have awakened. Thank you immensely for your assistance. Indeed, this tone is peculiar, isn't it? It's all Grace's fault for insisting I write this way. I told her you wouldn't care about such things, but she wouldn't budge. To keep it brief, I sincerely appreciate you. You were like the prince from a fairy tale, simply splendid. Honestly, in that final moment, I think I saw my father's silhouette. I felt like a child again, being carried as we played together, free from the burden of my title, able to rely on him. But you know what happened next. He left me, and when I opened my eyes again, I thought I saw that towering figure, smiling at me and saying, "Good child. You did well." I felt transported back in time. Kakashi carefully folded the letter, a smile evident even through his mask. After a moment of reflection, he rested his hands behind his head and sighed. What a clever businessman Tetsuya has become. Oh well. Gradually, he drifted into slumber. The following morning, a nurse arrived for a routine checkup, prompting Kakashi to yawn and reluctantly open his eyes. Unbelievable. Your recovery rate is far beyond the norm. Is that so? Kakashi scratched his chin bashfully. He glanced at the patient in the adjacent bed, who was reading the morning paper and muttering, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Are the defense forces and law enforcement merely idle? They can't even capture such brazen criminals. What a chaotic world. May I take a look? Ah, are you referring to this newspaper? Of course." Kakashi received the paper, his gaze fixated on the front page. What do you think, young man? Humph, you must agree. What are they doing? Oh no. The headline read, "The #1 enemy of New Illido, the mysterious masked man grows more active." Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decay? No wonder. The expressions of Captain Yagyu and the others seemed off. While I was unconscious, this mysterious masked man killed so many. Kakashi attempted to rise but stumbled, falling to the floor. The nurse hurried to assist him back to bed. Really? I mentioned your recovery is swift, but you are not yet healed. Your body is protesting. Please rest properly. Currently, I fear I cannot aid them. I must wait until I am fully recovered. Darn it. I will not allow you to run rampant, no matter who you are. Chapter 41. The Buried Heart. Have you heard? Another person died yesterday. Each passing day seems increasingly grim. The enigmatic masked man has been growing more active, claiming more victims. In my opinion, the security in New Aladu is utterly inadequate. Oh, why fret? The deceased are merely high-ranking officials and socialites. What concern is that for ordinary folk like us? Indeed, on the bustling streets, two elderly men whispered among themselves. Due to the masked man's actions, many once thriving avenues have fallen eerily silent, causing considerable distress for the officials of New Aladu. Obito stood atop the derelict building, gazing at the now tranquil streets. The howling wind tousled the black hair near his mask, yet he remained unmoved, standing there in silence. Such tranquility. Obito gently caressed the area over his left chest, where a newly formed core resided, maintaining a delicate connection with his original core. It was this core that allowed Obito to remain active outside the void. In simpler terms, it functioned like a power bank, sustaining the vitality of his decaying body. However, the newly sprouted core, while seemingly extending his time away from the void, burdened him further. After all, Obito was merely symbiotic with the remains and not a true manifestation of them, which intensified the erosion of his humanity. If Obito resolved to fully embrace his other half, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. But, Rin, would I still be myself then? Obito stared blankly at his pale hand beneath the glove and spoke. Rin, is this your punishment for me? Cough, cough. The light within Obito's Sharingan glimmered with a green hue, and his face, concealed beneath the mask, was adorned with green stripes. He gasped for breath, limping away from the sight, removing the tiger-striped mask to reveal the swirling Akatsuki mask. Oh dear, little brother. Could you lend some money to your brothers? Just as Obito departed from the crumbling building, several burly men surrounded him. Get lost. Obito barked, slowly making his way towards an alley. Hiss, hey, you bastard. Don't be ungrateful. The men closed in on Obito, their clenched fists poised to strike. I said, get out of my way. Obito's gaze sharpened, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. I get him. Obito slowly raised his head, seizing the incoming fist and coldly stating, I have already given you a chance. You are the one seeking death. Taken aback by the menacing scar on Obito's face, the men faltered, realizing that this individual was not to be trifled with. A martial artist. Damn it, brother. Let's talk this over. One of the men attempted to withdraw his arm, but remained firmly ensnared, his hand turning purple from the pressure. He gasped heavily, pleading for mercy. I'm sorry, big brother. I was blind to your might. Forgive me. Wait, as I mentioned, I have already given you a chance. Obito tightened his grip on the man's arm. Do you know? In my lifetime, I have slain countless individuals, perhaps a tycoon, a doctor, or a military officer. I am a heinous villain, but that is of little consequence now. You will soon meet them. Brother. I will give you all my money, just spare me. Obito grasped the man's face, and the other burly men, sensing the impending doom, attempted to flee. You just left me here. Useless. Obito's eyes turned blood red, appearing at the alley's entrance. He slowly drew a ninja blade from his waist, pointing it at the men. Kill. Kill. A voice resonated in Obito's ear, urging him to eliminate them. Evolve. Who is it? Obito's eyes widened, scanning the surroundings. Has he lost his mind? The men murmured uneasily. Obito's right side erupted in a cloud of white smoke, half kneeling on the ground, howling in agony. He tore open the upper half of his clothing, revealing a golden stripe emanating from his heart that spread across his right side. The golden markings gradually extended to the ground, forming an intricate array. What is this? Obito released his grip on the man, clutching his head. Who are you? Show yourself. Endless Tsukuyomi, weaving a beautiful world. And I shall ultimately descend. Suddenly, everything before Obito vanished, replaced by a mist-laden expanse. Gaze upon me. Become me. Obito lifted his head, beholding a colossal figure, obscured entirely by the fog. Now, I shall bestow upon you the privilege of becoming a god. The immense silhouette erupted in golden light, engulfing Obito. When he opened his eyes again, his left pupil shifted from its original red to a brilliant gold, the three tomo gradually spinning, transforming into rippling waves. Ah, this is madness. Is this person even human? The burly men exclaimed in shock as they witnessed Obito enveloped in golden radiance. Obito's consciousness gradually returned, his left eye embodying a fusion of his physical strength and Sharingan, an unparalleled power transcending the Manjiki Sharingan. Staring in astonishment at his transformation, Obito felt an inexhaustible flow of strength coursing through him, and he could distinctly sense the connection with the golem. Obito extended his right hand, and a black hole materialized in his palm. Pointing at the burly men in the distance, he exerted a slight force, causing them to soar towards him. Farewell. Obito's other hand formed hand seals, and he exhaled a spiraling flame. Tempestuous inferno. The men had no chance to scream before being consumed by the blazing fire. As he watched the men turn to ash, Obito erupted in laughter. Haha. No pain, it ends in an instant. Obito glanced at his right hand, marveling at the power he wielded. Just as he intended to test this strength, the golden stripes gradually faded, and his left eye reverted to a standard Sharingan. It seems, this power is immensely draining, yet it can enhance techniques just like the Sharingan, even surpassing the Manjiki Sharingan in enhancement. Let me wait a moment. Rin, we shall meet again in that world. Once I have fully adapted to this power. Obito donned the Akatsuki mask, reverting to his usual attire, his right eye transforming into the Manjiki Sharingan. His figure blurred and dissipated into a vortex, vanishing into the night. Chapter 42, A Cry for Help. Project, Rescue Rhine. Afei, you've returned. Indeed. What hour is it? Were you perhaps engaging in clandestine affairs? Heavens forfend. How could I, before the esteemed Madame Rin? My devotion to Proprietor Zez is unwavering. Rin regarded the disheveled Afei with amusement. Spare me the theatrics. Rest well, tomorrow marks the commencement of Nico's trial. Preparations are in order. Ah, yes, Afei responded, pausing on the stairs. And yet, Madame Rin lingers here, engrossed in cinema? A moment's respite is warranted. The recent influx of commissions has been considerable. Understood. Afei retreated to his chambers, gazing at his reflection in the window, lost in contemplation. Intriguing. It appears some rodents will experience disquiet tomorrow. The night passed uneventfully. Afei descended early, finding Rin asleep on the sofa. He sighed in exasperation. Rin, Madame Rin, arise. Good heavens! Rin exclaimed, startled awake. Glancing at the clock, she grumbled, Afei, why rouse me at such an ungodly hour? Were you not intending to prepare? Afei inquired. Prepare for what? Rin yawned. Has Madame Rin forgotten the significance of this day? Preposterous. Afei, I was merely testing you. Indeed. Rin cleared her throat. Zez appeared, observing Rin's disheveled state and surmising that his sister had been working late again. Rin, today marks the commencement of the Vista Anomaly trial. Nico and her associates will be appearing on the television as representatives of Canvas Alley's denizens. Of course I recall. Ah yes. What preparations are required? Afei questioned. While our presence will not be overt, I believe it prudent to record the proceedings. Proprietor Zez, are you perhaps intending to sell the recordings to Nico? How cunning. Afei. The shop's bell chimed. Who might be calling at this unconventional hour? Analysis. 98 probability of a client, 2 probability of a malefactor. Afei, what troubles you? Nothing of consequence. Zez sighed and opened the door to reveal familiar faces, Nico and Anbai. Phaeton. Excellent. Everyone is present. What brings you here? Were you not scheduled to attend the trial via airship? Zez asked in surprise. That was the intention, however. I felt compelled to consult with you regarding a matter. Lest I be distracted during the proceedings. Pray elaborate. Phaeton, you facilitated my connection with the hacker, Rhine, some time ago? Nico, have you experienced a pang of conscience, prompting you to confess that you are unacquainted with this hacker? Kindly refrain from such insinuations. My network is extensive. While she is a prominent figure in the digital underworld and demands a certain deference, recent events surrounding her have been rather peculiar. A cinematic development, perhaps? Afei, desist. Zez flicked Afei's forehead. What has befallen this hacker? In essence, several acquaintances and I have been receiving blank messages from her. Initially, we dismissed them, but subsequently, Rhine vanished without a trace for over half a month. Afei rubbed his head and lamented, she has undoubtedly been abducted. Perhaps a ransom demand is imminent. Pay the ransom or face the consequences. Afei. It remains uncertain whether Rhine has been abducted, but the messages are undeniably suspicious. Fairy. Investigate these messages for any hidden meaning. Affirmative. The messages contain no hidden meaning, but the point of origin is in the vicinity of the ballet building. The ballet building? Nico exclaimed. visibly shaken. Nico, what ails you? You have become quite pale. I am familiar with the ballet building. It is associated with urban legends, is it not? Afei offered enthusiastically. Indeed, Anbai replied, surprised by Afei's knowledge. Rumor has it. Ah, the haunt of specters and the stronghold of the enigmatic masked man, correct? Afei interjected excitedly. Yes. It is said that the masked man is the manifestation of a vengeful spirit, as he is frequently sighted there. Anbai, cease. Enough. Nico abruptly silenced Anbai. If Rhine is indeed within the ballet building, we must venture there, however perilous it may be. Though the masked man has been sighted there frequently, it is unlikely that we would encounter him today, of all days. Are you certain of that, Nico? Are you sure you won't meet him? Silence your ill-omened tongue. Nico, does this imply that Rhine is in grave danger? Rin asked with concern. Precisely why we must extract her swiftly. Rin, given Nico's agitation, would you consider joining me in investigating the ballet building? Brother, your courage has increased of late. Is this attributable to the films I have compelled you to watch? Please. Let us not revisit the subject of your forcing me to endure horror films. Nico, we shall take our leave. Afei's presence alone might prove unsafe, as his abilities could precipitate the collapse of the building. Therefore, I's safety rests in your hands, Afei. Understood. Afei saluted the group. I shall fulfill the mission. Even the masked man shall not harm Ice. Do not exaggerate, Afei. This mission is fraught with peril, so exert yourself to the best of your abilities. Zez offered encouragingly. Very well. Here is a photograph of Rhine. Nico produced a photograph from her person. Is this bookish young woman Rhine? She is a frequent patron of our establishment. It appears that appearances can be deceiving. Rin remarked with a smile. Speaking of concealing identities, does not the operator of Phaeton, the video store, engage in similar practices? Nico retorted playfully. Afei, why do you smile? It is nothing. Truly. Chapter 42. The intruder of Belai Mansion. Excuse me. Where exactly is Belai Mansion? Well, it should be nearby. Ah, look at that gaping void. Eyes pointed at the enormous chasm before them, where the rooftop of a building was visible. Is that Belai Mansion? That means Ryan must be on the rooftop there, Meow Cat responded. How astonishing. This place is truly magnificent. Indeed, I heard the area of the chasm has shrunk recently. Revealing part of the building, Ling analyzed. Afei, brimming with excitement, dashed to the railing and shouted across the river. Oh yeah, Belai Mansion, Afei is here to conquer you. This spectacle drew the attention of passers-by, who exchanged glances and whispered among themselves about the eccentric individual. Quick, let us go. We don't know him. Let us retreat before the guards arrive. Several individuals discreetly left, while Afei turned back to see the fleeing group and hurried after them. You guys, wait for me. How could you sneak away like that? Upon entering Belai Mansion, a chill enveloped them, causing the group to shiver. Ugh, so cold. Where's this place? Please don't damage my newly replaced mechanical parts, Billy shivered. True, the place looks resplendent, yet I can't shake off this discomfort, Cat concurred. Afei, what are you thinking? Ling inquired. Nothing. Afei waved his hand dismissively. Very suspicious, stare. Ha, it's really nothing. Truly. Afei laughed awkwardly, catching Anbai's discerning gaze. I see, Afei, you're actually afraid of ghosts, aren't you? Ha. Ling teased. Absolutely not. All right. I won't tease you anymore, just don't wander off alone. Be careful not to get lost. Afei sighed in relief and glanced at Anbai, only to find her gaze withdrawn. He decided to let it go. This place. Afei murmured, then approached Anbai. Anbai, are you sure this is the hideout of that mysterious masked man? Well, that is what I heard, if it were known. It wouldn't be called an urban legend, would it? What's wrong? Nothing. Thanks. The hideout of the mysterious masked man. How could it be? I hold no recollection of it. It seems this matter warrants further investigation, Afei pondered inwardly. Just then, a statue behind them suddenly collapsed, sending everyone's hearts racing. Wah, don't eat me. I'm all made of metal, not tasty. Ugh, Billy, you scared me, Cat exclaimed irritably. It's probably due to years of neglect. This place isn't safe. Let us leave. Ling suggested. Is it? How coincidental. Why did it collapse just as we arrived? In that vague gaze. Afei, stop talking and run. All right. Afei said dejectedly, continuing deeper with the group. However, as he walked at the rear, he turned around to look at the statue, finding nothing. A game of hide and seek? Boring. Afei scoffed. Let us go, Afei. What are you doing there? Hey, I'm coming. Afei's tone reverted to its usual self as he jogged ahead. After Afei left, a white-haired maid appeared in his place, her expression grave as she gazed in the direction Afei had departed, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. What a dangerous fellow. As they traversed the path, the group cleared out the wraiths that emerged from the mist, finally able to take a breather. Phew. All done. Cat stretched luxuriously. Hey, Afei, that gaze you mentioned must be from the wraiths. Billy remarked. Afei doesn't he know? It could also be that mysterious masked man or ghosts. Afei, don't mess around. Aren't he those urban legends? They must be fake. Manager, what should we do next? Wait a moment. Ling operated eyes to initiate calculations on the chasm data. Afei, intrigued, stood up and gazed into the dark distance. a smile creeping onto his face. Well, we are in the chasm now. Afei, what nonsense are you spouting? No, it's nothing. Afei replied. As the ethereal energy around them began to intensify, the patterns in his left eye gradually transforming into golden ripples. Just a mere sentiment. All right, Cat yawned. But at that moment, a flash of crimson knife light slashed toward Afei, who instinctively crouched to evade the attack, catching the flying object in his hand. Wah, that was close. I almost lost my head. Afei stated emotionlessly. Who is there? The group instantly became alert. While Afei gazed in astonishment at the shark scissors he held. Scissors? Afei, where did you get those? Ling, upon realizing the attack, quickly switched to video mode and saw the pair of scissors materialize in Afei's hand. Impressive skill. Billy applauded. Just a mere coincidence. Heh. In the distance, footsteps echoed, causing Ambi's heart to race as she drew her sword, fixating on the front. You all possess remarkable skills. No wonder you navigate the chasm so effortlessly, but please halt right there, particularly. The newcomer, a wolf-like individual clad in a butler's attire, directed his gaze at Afei, his pupils narrowing sharply. No wonder Lena warned me to be cautious of you. Such terrifying skill. The wolf butler paused before speaking. Belai Mansion is private property. We currently refuse external visitors. You have 30 seconds to state your intentions, and we shall assess the situation. The wolf butler remained particularly vigilant of Afei, monitoring his every move. Ah, is that so? Afei bent down and caught an incoming punch, swinging it upwards. Return my belongings. Shark? Shark? Afei looked at the shark butler who landed gracefully, exclaiming, are these yours? Ah, how strange. It flew over on its own. TCH. The shark butler glared at Afei, shaking his slightly pained fist. Wah, Mr. Lycan, be careful. A familiar voice rang out, causing Afei, Cat, and Ling to glance forward. The trio beheld a small girl with matcha-colored hair wielding a saw. Ah, ISNT that Karine? Oh, it's Officer Afei and Investigator Cat. And that plushie. Chapter 43, The Power of Reincarnation, Part 1. Ah, I never expected to encounter Karine here. Ah, indeed. Commander Afei, Karine is also quite surprised. Riken furrowed his brow as he observed the few individuals who were evidently familiar with Karine and remarked, it appears that you are acquainted with each other. It seems we have not been attentive enough. He gestured for Aileen to return to his side. TSK. Boss, my scissors. Ahem. Sir. I kindly request that you return Eileen's weapon. I sincerely apologize for our rudeness. Seeing that Riken had gone this far, Ling gently tapped Afei, operating IES. All right. They have already apologized, and that person seems to be Karine's superior, so we shouldn't put her in an awkward position. Understood. Afei, feeling disheartened, tossed the scissors toward Aileen, who deftly caught them. Riken turned to Afei and inquired, might I ask what brings you to the Belai Mansion? We're looking for someone, and Bai replied, it seems your friend has inadvertently found themselves trapped here? To express our apologies, should we encounter the individual you seek? We will certainly inform you. Wait, you've asked so many questions, now it's our turn. And Bai. Mao Yao cautiously tugged at Bai's clothing. It's quite all right, Miss Mao Shi. A feminine voice suddenly emerged from behind Mao Yao, startling her into a defensive stance, resembling the legendary spiky-backed dragon. Oh dear. The woman floated gracefully before them. Please do not misunderstand. We are from Victoria Housekeeping, a housekeeping service. When did this happen? And Bai exclaimed in shock. Looking at Lena. I had no idea. Wah, you're floating. Billy shouted, frightened. Humph. A housekeeping service? Surely, that is merely your pretext. Oh? What do you mean by that? Riken looked at Bai, somewhat astonished. If you were merely an ordinary housekeeping service, how would you dare to come to the Belai Mansion, which has been eroded by the void? Moreover, it is said that this place holds the legend of that person. Indeed, you must be referring to the enigmatic masked man. To be frank, part of our purpose for being here is indeed because of them, Riken stated. We are not an ordinary housekeeping service. And it is understandable that you are unaware of Victoria Housekeeping. Our mission is to cater exclusively to the upper echelons of society. That is the essence of Victoria. Hey, what do you mean by that, Meow? Mao Yao retorted angrily. That is not meant to belittle you. Well, we have answered your inquiries, so. Karine, perhaps you should clarify matters? Karine understands now. The situation is as follows. Karine recounted her recent experiences within the dead Invoid in a fragmented manner. About this matter, ahem. Little Karine, I apologize. Mao Yao said sheepishly. Eh? Investigator, Commander Afei, what is wrong? Sigh. It is quite evident, Karine. By the way, boss, do you have a charger? My phone is about to die. Aileen remarked listlessly. What it implies is that these guests are not, in fact, investigators. Not investigators. But Mr. Afei. Shuh. Afei is unaware. Afei said, nervously clasping his hands behind his back. There is no need for alarm. Victoria Housekeeping has always held no prejudice against unofficial individuals, especially those who are benefactors of Karine. Therefore, I hope you all can be forthright. This terrible idea was yours, you scoundrel. Ling exclaimed angrily. How can you say that? Clearly, Sister Ling feels the same. Ahem, to be candid, I am actually a rope artisan. Serious face. Does IES really possess such a rich array of expressions? A face scratched his head in confusion. Do not change the subject. Ling informed them about the hacker Ryan and her own identity. I never anticipated that you are the illustrious Fathodin. Raikan, did you encounter her while in the void? Regrettably, the void is a labyrinthine place, and the outdated data provided by the authorities is insufficient. Even we are unclear about the specific circumstances within the void. Allow me to interject. A voice interrupted. What is it? The Rabbit House's trial requires all members to attend. So, are we still helping the manager find someone? I apologize for overhearing your conversation. But I have a solution. How about the rope artisan accompanies us? Raikan suggested. It seems we have no other choice. Wait, am I not included? A face shouted. Humph. I accept your terms. On the day of boarding, I will place the specific instruction Chapter 44, The Power of Reincarnation. Part 2. Several individuals resolved to prioritize the search for Ruyan. After clearing the path of any remnants, Aileen remarked, it appears the rumors are indeed true. Rumors? There are plenty of them here. Which one is Aileen referring to? Ling inquired, gazing at Aileen in confusion. Noticing Ling's bewilderment, Aileen fell into contemplation. Aileen, Colleen exclaimed in a fluster. Is it inappropriate to mention? The boss's mission briefing was too lengthy for me to digest, and besides, with Lena here, she will handle it. Handle it? This is dire, leader. They are silencing witnesses. Cough cough, this gentleman has misunderstood. Allow me to elucidate. Lena cleared her throat and continued. Are you aware that the recent rumors surrounding the mansion have proliferated? Indeed, it seems everything is touched by these tales. Precisely. Our primary objective is to dispel the most perilous rumor. Perhaps phantoms do not exist, yet that uninvited perilous guest is undeniably real. A Fae halted, casting a glance at the group and chuckled. Well, it seems a bit dark ahead. Is everything truly all right? Oh dear. Who would have thought that Mr. A Fae, so formidable, also has moments of trepidation? Quite endearing. Is that so? Waha. Fool. Are you complimenting him? Ice retorted angrily, charging at a Fae, resulting in a loud crash as a Fae clutched his head, rolling on the ground in agony. Ouch. That hurt too much. Leader. Who would have guessed that the bond between Lord Rope and Mr. A Fae runs so deep? Such enviable camaraderie. Lena, please continue. Since Lord Lycan has spoken, I shall proceed. The rumor speaks of a famous duo of dancer sisters who fell victim to a Hollow's assault within the mansion, perishing here. Their vengeful spirits became the rulers of this edifice. Should anyone intrude, they will issue warnings through flickering lights. If the intruder lingers, they will plunge the place into darkness, harvesting the souls of the unwelcome guests. This tale has long since faded into obscurity, yet recently, there have been claims of similar occurrences. The owner believes that allowing such rumors to fester will inevitably devalue the mansion, hence our commission to uncover the truth. Lena retrieved a bloodstained photograph from her pouch, startling Ling, while a Fae seemed intent on clutching it tightly. This is the mysterious masked man, although the figure is somewhat indistinct, and it appears to be in the Barley Mansion. In no way. A Fae, your tone seems a bit off. Is something amiss? Ling inquired, puzzled. A Fae, it seems the situation is rather complex. Fear not, just ensure you escape swiftly. Your safety is paramount. A Fae fell into an unusual silence, eventually turning to Lena and asking, where did this photograph originate? I'm uncertain. It was precisely this photo that raised the owner's concerns, and they instructed us to flee promptly should the rumors prove true, avoiding any contact. Is that so? Then, we must depart swiftly. This place is far too perilous. We must locate Ruyan at once. Indeed, it lies just ahead. We need only pass through that automatic door to reach the atrium. Let us not delay. The group hurried towards the automatic door, yet at that moment, it began to descend slowly, catching them off guard. Oh no, the door is coming down. A Fae quickened his pace, but the door was still faster. As it neared closure, a Fae's right pupil transformed into a swirling windmill. God's might. A Fae cast aside Ling and the others, unable to discern the situation ahead. Yet he managed to enter the atrium just in time. Well done, a Fae. Ling called out. A Fae's figure blurred. Even as the iron door brushed against half his face, he soared through unscathed. Futile. Such a feeble attempt cannot confine me. A Fae's form vanished, only to reappear adorned in a blood-red tiger-striped mask and gray robes, a ninja blade sheathed at his waist. That entity is. Obito approached slowly, noticing a yellow backpack on the ground, belonging to the hacker. It seemed she had been here. Obito extracted a tape from the bag. Interesting. He decisively pressed play, and beautiful music resonated. Though it was a trap, Obito felt unconcerned. Even if faced with Hashige Yaya again, he would undoubtedly prevail, especially with his newfound power. Bored to tears, Obito swiftly drew his blade to block an incoming attack, subsequently deflecting the assailant. The attacker landed gracefully, resembling a dancer. Mere infamy. It appears this is one of those rumors. However, fortuitously, it allows me to test my new abilities. Obito sheathed his blade, extending his arms in a gesture of embrace, disdainfully declaring, come forth. Let me witness your full might, if you dare. Isha and Maining Fu sensed the provocation and began to whirl, their skirts releasing a flurry of ethereal projectiles. Sealing technique, absorption. A golden barrier emerged around Obito, successfully absorbing the rapidly approaching ethereal projectiles, leaving him unharmed after the initial exchange. Obito vanished, reappearing behind Maining Fu. It ends here. Just as he reached out to pull Isha into the realm of God's might, another silhouette appeared, launching a fierce kick at Obito. He evaded using intangibility, yet missed the opportunity to counter. Well, being twins, how could there be only one? Nevertheless, the number does not concern me. Obito opened his hand, producing a small black orb. Universal pull. A formidable attraction drew another Maining Fu closer, while an ethereal crystal materialized in Obito's other hand, thrusting towards her core. Observing the struggling Isha, Obito couldn't help but smirk. Futile. This ethereal crystal is reinforced by that power, meaning you cannot escape its grasp. Chapter 45, Shadows. The tale concluded as Obito drew his blade and struck at one of the entities, Maining Fu, eliciting a piercing scream. Silence enveloped her thereafter. Now it's your turn. Suddenly, Maining Fu began to whirl, the blades adorning her skirt resembling the scythe of death, rushing towards Obito with alarming speed. Futile. Merely a desperate struggle for survival. Obito advanced directly towards her, aware that any physical assault was ineffectual against a phantasmal form. I have stated it before. Your every attack is utterly meaningless. Once more, Obito invoked the power of his left eye, securing an ether crystal firmly into the ground. However, he did not hasten to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, he slowly turned his back. It's time for you to reveal yourself. A figure gradually emerged atop the platform, the biting cold wind tousling Obito's hair, accompanied by the shadows that veiled the full moon. The moonlight illuminated the figure, causing Obito's eyes to widen in disbelief as he murmured, "Who exactly are you?" The complete visage was adorned with a tiger-striped mask, draped in a gray robe, wielding a ninja blade, embodying the guise of the enigmatic masked man. Not inclined to speak? Let me witness what abilities this impostor possesses. The mysterious masked man unsheathed his blade, and in an instant, appeared beside Obito, striking downwards. Yet, Obito deftly countered, using the momentum to deflect the attack. Such a sensation. The masked man, realizing his ambush had failed, swiftly teleported away, fixating his gaze on Obito. He then began to weave hand seals, summoning several tendrils that lunged at Obito, though their potency and size paled in comparison to his own. What? Even this technique? Could it be that this individual is also an artificial being? When did this happen? Obito pondered. Was it during that time? Yet, could a mere severed limb attain such prowess? Truly intriguing. He raised his weapon, propelling himself towards the masked man with astonishing speed. I am no longer the person I once was. I now possess the power to alter this wretched world. With these eyes. As Obito's assault intensified, the masked man began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Obito delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him crashing aside. Obito's form shimmered with crimson light, vanishing from sight, leaving the masked man bewildered, searching aimlessly for his lost target. At that moment, multiple sword lights struck the masked man, slicing into his body and leaving numerous gashes. Ultimately, he extended several tendrils to ensconce himself, and after a prolonged moment, the onslaught ceased. Slowly, he released his tendril shield. You were quite careless. A chilling voice emerged from behind the masked man. Upon hearing it, he spun around, only to find Obito's blade descending upon him. Bid farewell to this meaningless world. The sound of slicing air abruptly halted, and with the descent of the blade, the masked man collapsed, a vast gash marring his back. Obito gradually sheathed his weapon, removing the impostor's mask to reveal a pale, contorted visage beneath. Merely a shoddy imitation. He kicked aside the lifeless body of the masked man. Nearby, a figure cowered in fear, too terrified to breathe. Damn it. Had I known, I would have never taken on this wretched task. Please, just leave already. Observing the remnants of what was once a costly endeavor, panic seized him. Wait, where did he go? Upon redirecting his gaze, a blade was poised at his throat. It's over. Obito had long since discerned the presence of other lurking rats, and spoke slowly. What precisely are your intentions? I am quite curious. That the rebels would possess such formidable assets? Brother, this was directed by our superiors. I was merely following orders. Who knew they would fabricate your imitation? Cease the pretense. I am well aware of who your master is. The rebel, clad in military garb, hastily drew his weapon, only to have it swiftly disarmed by Obito, who gripped the man's throat tightly. Ugh, how infuriating. I will fight back. The man's complexion paled from lack of oxygen, yet he raised his arm and pressed a switch. Master, refine me. Observing the crimson patterns emerging upon the man's body, Obito crossed his arms, watching intently. Do not underestimate me, you scoundrel. The man roared in fury as an ominous crimson array materialized on the ground. The previously fallen masked man rose slowly, resembling a soulless husk as he approached the array. With the dissipating red glow, an unsightly monster manifested, its face adorned with a cracked tiger-striped mask. You have granted me this opportunity. Prepare to perish. This form, brimming with power, shall be called Shadow. Witness as I rend you asunder. Is that so? Yet, do not harbor delusions that such an entity can vanquish me. Do not jest. The creature crouched low, a massive, pale hand extending from its back, ether crystals spreading from its form. While the appearance was indeed intimidating, it was ultimately a hollow shell. I shall make you retract that arrogance. As long as I dwell in the void, you shall never triumph over me. Ah, the exhilaration of this inexhaustible power. Obito scoffed, discarding his weapon, allowing it to embed itself in the ground. I need no weapon to deal with you. Aya, I will slay you. The shadow charged at Obito, its massive hand lunging forward. Too slow. Obito seized the oncoming hand, exerting force until he flung the shadow away. I have stated it before. Against you, I require no weapon. I shall end you. I shall end you. The shadow unleashed several tendrils that ensnared Obito tightly. At last, you shall die. The tendrils constricted, and Obito emitted a mournful cry, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Gradually succumbing to stillness, his arms falling limply. Ah, I have succeeded. I have triumphed. Ha. Ringer, you are indeed worthless, what you could not accomplish. I have. They claimed the masked man was a great threat. He was but a defeated foe. I am now the mightiest being that exists. Ha. Oh. So this is the knowledge you possess? A voice shattered the delusions of the shadow. It abruptly lifted its head, gazing at the moon, which appeared blood-red compared to its usual hue. Above the moon, a swirling, windmill-like pattern emerged. Chapter 46. The calamity gradually awakens. How could this be? What is that? This is an illusion. The voice of Obito echoed, and as consciousness returned, he found himself still standing in place. Illusion. An illusion? How can this be? From the very beginning, you have already fallen into my illusion. Do you still not comprehend the gap in our strengths? You. Obito paused, a cold smirk appearing as he slightly shifted his mask to reveal his right eye, a kaleidoscope Sharingan. That is, the Sharingan. You are actually a member of the Uchiha clan. Whether that is true or not is irrelevant now. Haha, a madman. You slaughtered your own family with your own hands. You are nothing but a lunatic. Shadow's expression grew increasingly frenzied. He was unwilling to accept that even in this grotesque form, he could not defeat his opponent, and his power began to spiral out of control. Obito sensed the rapidly increasing ethereal activity and did not intervene. Rather, he observed with keen interest. At that moment, two phantasmagoric spirits lunged towards Shadow, as he had become a threat to their position in the hollow of the Belai mansion. They are still not dead? One of the phantasmagoric spirits thrust its sharp right foot towards Shadow, but even as it pierced through his chest, Shadow remained unmoved. Red light erupted from Shadow's body as several tendrils emerged to ensnare the phantasmagoric spirit that had impaled him. When the spirit realized this and attempted to withdraw its foot, it was futile. The other phantasmagoric spirit, upon witnessing this, charged in anger, its spinning body slicing through the tendrils. As it attacked Shadow, more tendrils manifested behind it. Both phantasmagoric spirits were completely entangled, and Shadow's body began to extend ethereal crystals, enveloping both himself and the spirits. This power is undoubtedly on par with that of the Uchiha clan leader. Obito crossed his arms, pondering what kind of monster could be born from absorbing two infamous entities. He cast his gaze towards several hidden corners, slowly making his way over. Finally, it has been unlocked, Ling exclaimed excitedly. Thanks to the guide, we were able to restore power so swiftly. Our master will surely be grateful to you. Not at all. But where has Akatsuki gone? Wait, Master Craftsman. Something feels off. Laken's tone was serious. It was far too quiet here. And there was a scent of blood in the air. What? Boss, look over there. Aileen pointed in shock at the ethereal crystal atop the platform. What is that? Isn't that an ethereal crystal? What's wrong? No, Kellen, it's precisely because it is an ethereal crystal that it is suspicious. That familiar feeling in this shape. Ling spoke in a subdued tone. Does Master Craftsman recognize that glowing crystal? This is bad. That thing is a corpse. And the surrounding ethereal activity is rapidly increasing. What? This is terrible. We must eliminate it before the corpse is born. Just as Lycan and the others rushed towards the crystal, a ninja knife flew swiftly towards them. Boss, watch out. Aileen spread her scissors wide and dashed towards the incoming blade. With a loud bang, the sharp scissors deflected the knife. And the group gazed at the platform. Standing atop the crystal was a figure. That is. Laken's eyes widened in disbelief. I can't believe. You managed to come this far. Obito casually tossed aside a corpse in his hand. But this is where your journey ends. You are the mysterious masked man. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Fathen. Ling gasped. She felt an icy chill creeping down her neck as Tetsuya approached, his eyes fixed intensely on the man on the screen. It seems you are not particularly welcoming of my presence. What exactly is your purpose? What is your objective in coming to the Belai mansion? Don't be so impatient. Fathen, Obito sneered. My purpose? It is precisely what you see beneath my feet. You mean that unknown corpse? Exactly. Well, since you are temporary allies, Obito looked at the few below. Fathen, do you believe in the so-called utopian world? A realm devoid of pain and tragedy. A dream world. How can such a world possibly exist? Ling shouted loudly. Is that so? This is precisely my goal. To harness the power of these corpses to create an entirely new world. In that world, everyone's wishes will be fulfilled. This is the Eye of the Moon plan. The Eye of the Moon. How do you intend to realize this plan? Heh, I believe you are speaking too much, Fathin. With that, Obito unleashed a surge of killing intent. Master Craftsman, be careful. The members of the Victoria household quickly shielded ES behind them. We cannot hold on much longer. Ling was so frightened she didn't dare breathe. Even through the screen, she could clearly feel Obito and Appo's murderous aura. Ling, stay alert. Are you all right? Tetsuya patted Ling on the back, offering comfort. I am fine, but I have a terrible premonition. Ling's face was somewhat pale. Infinite Tsukuyami. This is a Jinjutsu that surpasses the Sharingan. In an instant, all living beings will fall into the illusion, living in their dream worlds. Absurd. How is that even considered living? Trapping everyone in an illusion. It is precisely because of these painful memories that people can grow. The world you speak of is fundamentally flawed. Exactly. Kellen also felt that Master Craftsman was right. Say what you will. I am undoubtedly the villain. But I possess the power to transform this evil into justice. Do you understand? Fathin. Obito pointed a finger at Ling. You. It seems you have arrived just in time. Let this big fellow entertain you for a while. Obito's figure gradually faded, leaving the others exchanging glances. Suddenly, the crystal began to swell, emitting cracking sounds. This is bad. The corpse has revived. Everyone, be careful. A gigantic pale hand broke free from its bindings, however. This time it had become slender, adorned with silver armor. Kill. Kill you. Kill. A hoarse voice resonated, clear to all. As the corpse revealed its full form, limbs on the ground, its face faintly displaying tiger stripes, with 2 pairs of black and white sheath wings sprouting from its back. Its limbs also bore silver-like armor, interspersed with green stripes. Chapter 47, Prelude to Death. This is dire. Lycan gazed seriously at the colossal entity on the platform. The twin fusion, Shadow, slowly extended its forelimbs, emitting a terrifying roar that shook the entire building, before turning its gaze towards the individuals on the ground. What manner of beast is this? Ling couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. High-risk ether activity detected. It is advised that the master evacuate swiftly. Afe, where have you gone at such a critical moment? ES was knocked off balance by the tremors and fell to the ground. The shadow unfurled its massive wings, beginning to absorb the etheric energy surrounding it. Such frightening etheric activity. The last time I witnessed such an exaggerated index was in the Zero Void. Afe, where on earth are you? Seeing this, Lycan could only offer some consolation. Perhaps Mr. Afe has already managed to escape? One can only hope. Ling furrowed her brow, reluctant to contemplate the matter. Yet the words spoken to her by that fateful day resurfaced in her mind. Be careful, Afe. Your complexion is rather poor, Lord Ropemaker. Is something troubling you? And no, it's nothing. Ling shook her head, forcing an awkward smile. Indeed. How could Afe possibly harm us? Really, I must stop thinking about it. Ling murmured. Lord Guide, our immediate priority is to leave this place. Yes. However, calculating the exit will take some time. I apologize for the inconvenience. Aileen spat out the stick of her finished lollipop, hoisting the shark scissors onto her shoulder and adding, so, we need to restrain this behemoth first, correct? That is one way to put it. But do exercise caution. This abomination has surpassed the infamous level. Then I shall rely on you, Lord Ropemaker. Lycan slightly bent at the waist, bowing gracefully, before straightening his collar, welcoming the Victoria housekeeping. Yes, observing the already advancing Victoria housekeeping, hastened the pace of her calculations. Come on, everyone. Things have become somewhat complicated. Obito has not strayed far but remains in a state of intangibility, observing from the sidelines. Ling seems to be wavering. It appears I must retain a few contingency plans. Let Afe be captured by the rebels. Obito's right eye glimmered with a hint of crimson, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Aileen leaped behind the shadow, thrusting downward fiercely, unleashing several ice spikes. The shadow yelped in pain, using its rear limbs to grasp Aileen, lifting her aloft. Ah, Lena. Lycan looked towards Lena, who nodded in acknowledgement and clapped her hands, sending 2 small bombas flying towards the joints of the giant hand, discharging electricity. Quickly, release Aileen. Let her down. The giant hand, jolted by the electric shock, released Aileen, who seized the opportunity to leap away from the shadow. Aileen turned to Lena and said, Thank you, Lena. Oh dear, is Aileen feeling shy? Eileen's face flushed slightly as she glared in a huff, while Lena stifled a giggle behind her hands. All right, Lena. No more teasing, Aileen, Lycan interjected. Ah, I truly apologize. Kellen brandished a rapidly spinning chainsaw, aiming for the back of the shadow. The chainsaw's teeth grated against the shadow's body, producing a thunderous sound. What on earth? This creature's movements are exceptionally sluggish. Could it be? Lycan scrutinized the shadow's wings, which were fully spread. If that is the case, then it all makes sense. Lena, Aileen, target the wings. Oh? Truly worthy of Lord Lycan. You've swiftly identified the adversary's weakness. Understood. Aileen immediately grasped her scissors and rushed towards the wings. Those wings must be the instruments it employs to absorb ether energy. We must dismantle them post-haste. Lycan declared. Lycan swiftly navigated to the rear of the shadow, raising his prosthetic limb in preparation to kick at the wings. In an instant, numerous attacks surged towards the Shadow's weak point, kicking up a great cloud of dust that left the group momentarily blinded. Once the dust settled, Lycan stared in astonishment at the nearly unscathed wings, exclaiming, "Incredible. They are unharmed. Boss, it's utterly ineffective." Indeed, while the wings are a weak point, they are also among the most resilient parts of the Shadow. Furthermore, it has successfully absorbed the ether energy, and its limbs are beginning to move again. "This way. Over here, quickly," ES called out, extending her small hand towards the others. The Shadow opened its gaping maw, coalescing a massive sphere of ether energy. The group immediately dashed towards ES's direction as a thick beam of ether energy shot towards them. Just as the beam was about to engulf them, a rift in space appeared, sucking both Victoria Housekeeping and ES within. Obito's figure materialized on the rooftop, causing the previous beam to veer off into the air, allowing it to pierce through the void, visible even from Nualid. "How magnificent." Obito murmured, "Come now. I've given you ample time." Upon finishing his words, Obito erupted with a terrifying aura, and the Shadow, sensing the familiar presence, spread its wings and burst through the building, soaring upwards at breakneck speed. "Wow, I didn't expect it to be so realistic. Our partner is truly remarkable. Look at this blade, and this hair, it hardly seems fake." "Enough. They have the funds for such experiments. They wouldn't skimp on the craftsmanship, would they?" "True. I wonder what was happening downstairs earlier, continuously sending out distress signals. Could someone be attempting to rescue that girl?" Two sentinels conversed beside Obito, occasionally gesturing towards him. Upon hearing this, Obito scoffed, slowly approaching the two sentinels, startling them. One jokingly remarked, "Hey, if I recall correctly, there was a tale in the old capital called the True and False Bombus King. Are you planning to reenact that?" "Haha. Oh, I know this one. Your next line is, 'I am indeed the true embodiment of the mysterious masked man.' Am I right?" "Haha." Obito drew his blade, swiftly ending the life of one sentinel, watching as his companion bled out on the ground, pale with fear. How dreadfully tedious. Obito kicked aside the sentinel's corpse, seizing the other by the throat, demanding, "Where is Rain?" "Ah, you vile. I will not tell you. Kill me if you must." "Is that so?" Obito tossed the nearly lifeless sentinel to the ground. The sentinel attempted to flee but found his path blocked by Obito, who seized the sentinel's head. Futile. A golden light flickered in Obito's left eye, and soon, the sentinel began to froth at the mouth, rolling his eyes back and fainting. "Here, is it?" Obito's figure vanished once more. Chapter 48, Dirge of Lost Souls. Ugh. A maiden with roseate tresses was throttled by a rebel, led slowly toward the precipice. "Hold, Captain. Didn't the employer stipulate that we ascertain the extent of her intel breach? We must retrieve her first." "TCH. The rebel captain retorted with displeasure. "Such a nuisance. Blast it. Just report to the higher-ups that she succumbed to etheric corruption. Any delay risks our lives. That experiment has gone berserk. We can't abscond with this encumbrance." At this moment, gripped by sheer terror, Rain trembled uncontrollably, though her voice was stifled. "Oh, whither do you intend to flee?" "None of your concern. Press me further, and I'll consign you to the grave alongside this wench." "See, Captain." I uttered no words. "What?" The captain distinctly felt a puissant hand upon his shoulder, the frigid aura causing beads of perspiration to form on his brow as he turned around in trepidation. Accompanying a cascade of blood, the captain released his grip on Rain, collapsing to the ground. Toby flicked the eye-core from his blade, seizing the unconscious Rain and drawing her into his Kamui dimension with a swirl of his right eye, then turned toward the rebels who had collapsed in fear. "Next. It is your turn." Shadow, as colossal form soared toward the rooftop, prompting Sarah, who had been monitoring the situation, to hurl her cellular device onto the ground in fury. "Of what use are you? We sought a monstrosity of both physical and mental fortitude, not this muscle-bound simpleton." A voice emanated from the device. "Sarah, I distinctly recall inquiring. This, pale child second generation, experiment appears to be a complete debacle. Bring her. You and I are of equal standing. Cease this pretense." "Heh. Sarah, the higher-ups are profoundly disappointed with this experiment. Do you comprehend?" "TCH. Indeed, conjuring a formidable being, surpassing the notorious Bai, is facile for us. However, the strength of the pale child lies in possessing power far exceeding that of the Bai, coupled with human intellect. Furthermore, it is undeniable that its greatest asset is the ability to freely depart the hollow. Sarah, do you grasp the significance the higher-ups place on the pale child?" Sarah's visage was a study in conflicting emotions as she bit her thumb in vexation, then stomped on the device with fury, kicking it into the river where it gradually sank. "This time, I have been bested. Just you wait." Concurrently, at the ballet building. "Lord Ropemaker, where are we now?" "Hold, let me see," Lin said, examining the data provided by Fairy. "It appears we have arrived at the apex of the ballet building. Lord Ropemaker, I implore you to be candid." "Eh? Why such abruptness? If Miss Rain were merely an ordinary individual, I doubt she would have been abducted by those rebels. This, Lord Ropemaker. This is also to ensure the continuation of future collaborations." "Alas, very well, Rain is, in truth, a hacker, and a rather renowned one within the rope web." "I see, that explains it. No wonder those rebels sought to seize Miss Rain. Lycan, it's not that I intentionally concealed it. but exposing this matter would be rather perilous. Lord Ropemaker's concerns are naturally understood by us. Ais awkwardly scratched his head. At this moment, Lena beckoned the others over. Oh my, I've discovered something quite extraordinary. Ais glanced at the slightly fractured device on the ground and said this. This appears to be some sort of communication apparatus? Lycan lifted the device, examining it meticulously, and said, Indeed, Lord Ropemaker, this is a communication device. Specifically a military-grade G03 multiband transceiver with formidable power. If coupled with multimedia equipment, it could even enable intelligence operatives to breach high-security information systems. However, Lin said with some perplexity, Lycan, you are quite knowledgeable about such things. What exactly is your occupation? Lord Ropemaker appears intrigued. Forgive my presumption. But for a domestic worker, this is merely normal knowledge accumulation. Ah, I see. Lord Ropemaker, this device has clearly been used. Yet there are no guards in the vicinity. I fear. Boss, a new discovery here. Eileen produced a file folder, bearing the image of the airship bound for the courthouse. Inside is all the information pertaining to the voyage. Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Master. Incoming call from Billy. Toby raised his head slightly and said, Has he arrived? Predictably, Shadow reappeared before Toby. Though this time it was even more grotesque and terrifying. Toby slowly drew the blade from his waist. The time has come for you to vanish as well. The immense airflow generated by Shadow's elytra shattered the glass before Toby, who began to divert it elsewhere, running around the perimeter of the building's apex. As expected, Shadow followed Toby, soaring around the building. When Toby reached the space between two buildings, he leaped out of the window in one breath. Toby landed on Shadow and Appo's back, raising his blade and stabbing it fiercely into its head. This strike disrupted Shadow's equilibrium, causing it to accelerate rapidly, attempting to dislodge Toby. Chapter 49, The Starburst Skies Annihilation/Report. There is a dramatic surge in the etheric activity within a certain void. And, what else? Its etheric intensity is entirely comparable to that of Nineveh. What? Lei, stunned, turned to the intelligence officer, pushing them aside as she fixed her gaze intensely on the information displayed on the screen. This truly is. Where's this place? Within the void where the Belai Tower resides. The Belai Tower. Lei fell silent, and just then, a phone call came through. Yes, it's me. According to eyewitness reports, an unknown beam of light has appeared at the void of the Belai Tower. Immediately dispatched the defense forces for investigation. However, remember not to enter the interior of the Belai Tower, as it is private property. All right. Understood. Lei hung up the phone, murmuring. What on earth has happened at the Belai Tower? Lei, what is going on? Roland, gather a team and head to the Belai Tower immediately. The etheric activity there is alarmingly high. Yes, understood. Notify the Opalescent Squad. Team 126 will form a joint team and proceed to the Belai Tower at once. Roland instructed his subordinate. Understood. I didn't expect even the Opalescent Squad to be mobilized. Currently, only Team 11 and Trigger seem available. Given the uncertainty of the internal environment, it is best for a small elite team to conduct a preliminary investigation. I trust them. Whatever, let us go. I must see for myself, Lei declared. Fool. Obito sneered, then released his grip on the sword, allowing his body to slowly descend towards the ground. Obito's hands began to gather power, and a pitch-black sphere materialized between them as fierce winds whipped his cloak. So they followed after all? I'll use this technique. The black sphere gradually floated upwards, reaching the presence of Shadow, and in an instant, it unleashed a tremendous gravitational force. In a heartbeat, the entire void trembled, beginning to compress towards the black sphere, and the arriving defense forces stared in shock at the rapidly shrinking void. What is happening? Is the void shrinking? No. Lei interrupted the conversation. It is not the void that is shrinking, but rather, being compressed. What? Is such a thing truly possible? The etheric energy at the center of the void resembles a powder keg that could explode at any moment. If the void continues to be compressed, the resulting explosion could obliterate a significant portion of New Elitis in an instant. Lei's voice quivered with anxiety. At that moment, the citizens would. Lei did not finish her thought, but everyone understood the implication. I shall go. A white-haired girl stepped forward. Are you joking? Team 11, we are soldiers, entrusted with the protection of our homeland. How could we allow you to go alone? Lei gestured for several people to arm themselves and swiftly enter the void. Comrades, for the sake of our tomorrow, let us go. Dozens of defense forces raised their weapons, shouting, Charge! For our New Elitis. Everyone. Team 11 silently lowered her head, pulling down the orange goggles on her forehead. Yes, for tomorrow. The blonde girl smiled slightly at this, raising her sniper rifle as she entered the void alongside them. Leakin, what on earth is happening? IES clutched Leakin's hand tightly, while others grasped the railing to prevent themselves from falling. Warning, gravitational force within the void is continuously increasing. It is advised that the master evacuate swiftly. No, we cannot. Billy and the others are almost here. We must find Reen first. Lord Rope. Please hold on tight. All right. Thankfully, we are far from that black sphere. Otherwise, we would have been sucked in like that corpse earlier. Shadow. being closest to the center of the black hole, was helplessly drawn in, unable to escape its grasp. As the gravitational force intensified, the ground began to fracture, revealing massive cracks as it was torn apart. Numerous rocks of various sizes were uprooted from the ground, flying towards the black sphere in the sky. Not only the rocks, but portions of the Belai Tower's walls and shattered glass were also drawn in by the gravitational force, colliding and rubbing against each other, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds and a cloud of dust. The rocks and debris accumulated around the black sphere, forming a rugged asteroid. And Shadow's figure was completely engulfed within it. By the time the defense forces arrived, they were met with the sight of a colossal mass. The gravitational force has calmed. Look over there. Is that an asteroid? Ah. Team 11 gazed in disbelief at the asteroid in the sky. Her eyes wide open, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Wait, there is someone on the rooftop. The blonde girl suddenly exclaimed, raising her sniper rifle towards the ruined rooftop of the Belai Tower. Obito had returned to the top of the Belai Tower, arms crossed as he observed the asteroid before him. Upon noticing the gaze directed at him, he looked down and made a shushing gesture in response. What? Trigger. What is wrong? That S, the mysterious masked man. He saw us. What? Team 11 drew her sword. Despite having previously engaged him and suffered a crushing defeat, as a soldier, retreat was not an option. Where is he? Wait. Don't act recklessly. Team 11. We cannot confront him now. Understood. Obito waved his hand, gradually raising his right hand to coalesce a blade formed from high-concentration ether crystals. I'm alive. What just happened? Ling said, relieved. Lord Rope, look over there. There. Ling followed Leekin's gaze, where a familiar silhouette emerged before them. Oh dear, this is quite problematic. Boss. Hold on, Aileen. The mysterious masked man. Ling exclaimed in shock. Obito had long been aware of their presence but did not turn back, swinging the ether blade towards the asteroid, unleashing a blood-red sword aura that cleaved through the air and struck the asteroid. Observing the ghastly crack that formed on the asteroid, it began to tremble violently, gradually splitting in two from the fissure. Humph. The asteroid was thus cleaved in two by Obito, and with the asteroid's division, Shadow was also split along with it, resulting in a violent explosion. Debris from the asteroid rained down as it disintegrated in midair. Obito slowly extended his hand, a glowing core floating gently in his grasp. Such a beautiful luster. The core was absorbed into Obito's Kamui space, gradually vanishing from sight, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Chapter 50. Safety first? As events unfolded, time seemed to accelerate. Obito gently waved his hand, and the core of the shadow flew before the colossal figure. In an instant, the core was absorbed by the golem, which, fueled by the high purity of ether energy, began to pound the ground violently, letting out terrifying roars of agony while clutching its head. Gradually, the golem returned to a state of calm, but to Obito's astonishment, it opened both eyes wide in a single breath. Humph. Indeed. Obito observed the golem before him, feeling its power had significantly increased. No. It is still far from sufficient. Gazing at the unconscious Rin on the ground, Obito sneered, it seems I must rely on you to put on a show with me. Hee. Having arrived at a relatively intact room in the Belai building, he released the unconscious Rin, placing his hand on her head, and a flash of golden light emanated from his left eye. Upon hearing Rin's anguished scream, she awoke from her stupor, startled by the pain. Seeing this, Obito released her and let her fall to the floor. What is happening to me? Rin groaned, clutching her head. It hurts. It feels like it's going to explode. You are awake, Obito remarked coolly. Who are you? Rin exclaimed, turning around sharply. The mysterious masked man stood before her, and the lingering fog of her daze dissipated in fright. You are Miss Rin. Please, focus on my eyes. The intricate patterns in the masked man's right eye began to swirl. Rin's gaze grew increasingly vacant. You were saved by a man wearing an orange spiral mask just as the rebels were about to silence you. His name is Akai, and he personally conveyed this to you. Akai, she murmured. He said he was dispatched by Ferdong as reinforcement, but before he could explain further, he was ambushed from behind by the rebels and fell unconscious, just like you. Just like me. Good girl, Obito said, raising his hand to deliver a swift strike to Rin's back, causing her to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Excellent. Now we merely await the arrival of the protagonists. Obito's figure gradually faded, and after donning Akai's outfit, he returned to the room, seating himself on a chair and binding himself with rope. That power. Is it truly the force he spoke of that transforms evil into justice? Ling stared blankly at the ravaged earth and remarked, Master Rope Maker. I am. Fine, really. By the way, Lycan, what of you all? Isn't the Belai building the private property of your master? The master just contacted us, stating there is no need for concern, as that mysterious masked man is akin to a natural disaster, and now his strength far surpasses that which he displayed during the attack on New Aelith. Is that so? However, this grudge has also been formed. Regardless, it is still our negligence. The Victoria household will not forget this failure. Indeed, Sir Guide Lena's expression suddenly turned ominous. What an irresponsible gentleman. It seems he requires some form of punishment. Oh. Ling gazed at Lena with trepidation, murmuring inwardly, I should avoid angering Lena in the future. By the way, what of Eileen and Corinne? Eileen grew fatigued today. Corinne carried her back to rest, Lycan replied. Also, Sir Guide little Corinne feels deeply guilty for not being able to bid you farewell. She specifically asked me to convey this. Oh, it's quite all right. At that moment, Ling's phone rang. Manager. I can already see the void of Belai building. What is happening? There are still defense forces down there. We're going to crash. Oh no, Reen. Ling cried out. Who? A familiar sound emerged. Did you all hear that noise just now? Yes. It sounds like snoring, but of an odd sort. Master Rope Maker, are you laughing? No. Lycan, to my knowledge, only one person can produce that snoring sound. Oh, over here, let's go. Ling urged, guiding AES to a small room. It's right here. Lycan, break down the door. At your service. Lycan kicked the door with force, shattering it into splinters. IES dashed into the room, where a figure was bound to a chair, head lowered. Lycan and Lena exchanged surprised glances at the scene. Ling cleared her throat and shouted, Akai, wake up at once. What? Akai jolted upright, but the force caused the chair to topple backward, resulting in a resounding crash. Ouch. My head. He wailed, rolling on the ground, clearly in distress. Yet, the sound just now was undoubtedly from the leader. Akai. IES embraced him tightly. You reckless hero. Do you have any idea how worried we were for you? I thought. Higi, I'm fine. And I found Miss Reen too. Really? Where is she? IES looked around frantically, seeking Reen until Lycan stepped aside, bowing solemnly. Lena slightly lifted her skirt, and a pink-haired girl approached. These two have already explained the situation to me, but I fear there is no time for nostalgia. The quartz airship is about to crash into the Belai building. Very well. Then let the mission continue. Lycan declared, and the group hurried towards the rooftop. Lycan, the airship should soon sweep past the rooftop. We only have one chance. ISNT that a dire situation? It seems Nicole and the others are still there. We must take a gamble. Lycan spoke in a grave tone. Soon, they reached the rooftop, where Billy shouted, Manager, we're going to crash. Damn it. We wasted too much time. Reen fumed. Just then, as the airship skimmed past the rooftop, it suddenly slowed down. The airship's speed is decreasing. It has exited the risk of crashing. The group sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground, while Lay on the surface wiped the sweat-induced fog from her glasses, smiling at the safely landed airship. Master Rope Maker. It appears we are no longer needed. Indeed. Manager, this is the last one. Phew. Thankfully, the conclusion is a joyful reunion. Everyone is pleased. Yes. Indeed. Everyone is pleased. To think I was knocked unconscious by a surprise attack from behind. How infuriating. I was merely careless. All right. I understand. This is driving me insane.